All right, going live. All right, dudes, we are live again with another Pangburn Hangout. Today we're talking about meritocratic societies, meritocracies. And it's Deniability Day on Saturday, and we are March 20th, 2021. How's it going, Deniability?
I'm doing very well. How are you
Nice.
doing?
Doing good, man. Things are great.
Okay.
I just want to say I'm really excited for Michio Kaku, who's going to be joining us April 9th in the Pangburn Q&A. So if you guys want access to that, you got to become a Pangburn subscriber. So go to pang-burn.com/subscription and you can get access to that to be able to ask Michio Kaku a question and exchange in some banter. And that video will later be published. So you'll have a piece of history there. So I hope you join us. I will also have him on the podcast at 11 a.m. Pacific that same day. If you want more information, just uh, go to our website, pang-burn.com, and it will be up there. But yeah, deniability. What triggered this topic for today?
Uh, I'm just gonna say I'm sure there'll be a boss. I think Michio is quite a charismatic person. Quite a
Yeah,
cool. Seems like a cool guy to speak to.
he is. In his new book, I have a lot of just getting over the title, using the God concept in kind of this hard science approach to the theory of everything. I think that's gonna. I could talk to him hours about that, but on the podcast we'll start with that and see where things take us. But the God equation, the search for the theory of everything is Michio Kaku's new book. So I suggest people pick it up. I think it's going to be interesting. He's a
I'm
brilliant
amped.
mathematician, man. He's just a genius.
Uh,
Yeah.
so meritocratic societies. I was listening to a Swiss philosopher, Alain de Botton. He started something called the School of Life, and he offered up what I thought was perhaps an interesting critique to a meritocratic society.
Mm.
So, I mean, I push capitalism and freedom and democracy a lot because I think with freedom, we create hierarchies that are fundamentally predicated on competency. And what that seems to hopefully produce is a meritocratic society with equal opportunity.
Right.
Um, but the critique that Alain de Botton brought up, which I found quite interesting, I'm not quite sure how to deal with it, so I thought maybe it'd be a good topic for the open mic, is he offered the critique that in a meritocratic society, when we like move away from sort of our superstitions, that your life biography becomes 100% yours. All your failures are 100% yours, and all your successes are 100% yours.
Mm.
And he contrasts this with a more ancient superstitious perspective where we had the god of fortune, god of fortune, Fortuna, and she was well known to like grant her blessings and take her blessings away very easily. So, and the point he makes is, so if you look at history, like at least 50% of our bad luck has been attributable to the gods, to chance,
Mm.
and whereas the sort of the societies we live in today, um, we strive for meritocracy, which means like if you're a failure, if you're homeless, it's entirely your fault. It's got nothing to do with the gods of fortune.
Mm.
And the specific reason he cited this as a concern is he said that even though our modern societies have gone better and better, the rate of suicide has increased 20-fold in modern urban societies compared to agrarian societies of yesteryear, as it were. So I just thought it was an interesting critique for a perspective I seem to push all the time, because I do want a meritocratic society, but I do see the point that, um, it doesn't seem to be having as good an outcome for society as I had hoped.
Interesting.
And then there's
Yeah.
obviously questions on, do we live in a meritocratic society, or are we just like striving to it?
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like if we kind of put it up and use capitalism as an example, I think if you are blind, if you approach this in a blind way and only focus on, because here's perhaps an interesting question: is, are there kind of intangible merits that are not so easy to quantify? Because some might
Hmm.
say, well, the merit of your career is measured by, well, some might say financial gain and how you feel about it. Uh,
Well, that
yeah,
is the problem with a capitalist society is, a meritocratic capitalist society, your sort of success is measured in money, and it's not clear that we value the the things correctly. I mean, it's not
right.
clear that a teacher who gets paid X amount versus some guy in the stock market who does a couple trades, and earns like 5 times that in one trade.
Mm-hmm.
What it's not clear that that's an exactly fair thing. But if we live in a society that is at least striving for, it presents the psychology of, um, if you don't have financial loot to display your success, that you're a failure, and that is problematic, because even
Right.
the core drivers of a capitalist system, the
Right.
entrepreneurs know that, like, you can plan everything to a T,
Mm-hmm.
but something could come out of left field and completely fuck you,
Yep.
and then you're bankrupt.
An anomaly.
And
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Like
yeah,
anomalies happen
and
all the time in entrepreneurial pursuits. So.
yeah. So like, I find it ironic that people that want to buy this, and I do, but this is why I find it ironic, because I buy the whole capitalist model, like the kind of pull yourselves up with the bootstraps,
Mm-hmm.
work hard and get somewhere in life. But I've had multiple businesses, and I've had multiple bankruptcies, and um, it's not clear I could have planned my way out of a couple of those bankruptcies. I mean, some
Sure.
of them were certainly my failure, but others, I'm not so sure it was within my control.
Right.
Um,
Right.
so maybe on some level, we need to have a serious conversation about a meritocratic society, because maybe that's the frustration people are pointing to with capitalism. Because I hear many critiques of capitalism, but I don't accept them as critiques of capitalism,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not critiquing what it is, which is the free exchange of goods between free peoples. I think that's capitalism. You can do what you want and engage in an economy that you desire. Um,
Right.
that's all it is. And people are pointing to the negativities, and maybe what they're pointing to is the fact that, it's not right to make someone's entire life a biography unto their own.
Mm-hmm. What do you think,
But
Alex?
yeah,
Um, yeah, I came in the first part. I mean, I think we can have meritocratic society that I'm saying.
Sorry, you're breaking up, brother.
Um,
sounds better.
it's better.
Hmm.
I think we can have those societies, not that they necessarily exist, but we can have them and them not be purely meritocratic, so to speak. I mean, yeah, of course, there's room for things happen that are out of your control, and sure, your business might be not work because of a whole bunch of different. Someone, someone can't work because they're disabled. Well, you don't say that. You didn't try hard enough not to get in a car accident. So I don't think it has to be applied universally. I would be more interested in, like, is the thing that the society values, thing that at least most people agree upon is important and emphasized, merit. And I don't know if there's places that do that enough.
Mm.
I suppose you get into the subjective warren of what is the right merit.
Yeah, because ultimately we're talking ought here, and in the realm of what people. Well, I would argue, like what are pleasurable pursuits for people, and some people are going to find merit in like artistic proclivity, like high levels of merit in artistic proclivity, and others will be like, wow, you drew a picture, cool. Have you ever worked out in the sawmill for 8 hours? Like, it's this weird taste argument that ends up finding its way in.
Well, I think it matters a lot what you're being assessed for.
Sure.
And I mean, like, I think the classic example when it comes to this is like looking for a job or trying to get into a university or that, are they judging your ability, potential in whatever it is you're do, or are they judging you on some other characteristic? I mean, by the same token, if your job is to be an artist and you're trying to get paid for your art, and you are judged on the merit of art, is it comparable to the merit of Elon Musk making a cool car?
Right.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but in your field, what you do has merit.
Sure. Yeah, and it's weird and talking about the art realm, because like almost every modern dance piece I've ever seen, I would say almost like 98% of audiences that would be like shown this, and I'm not talking the only the modern dance audience, let's just say we got general public into a theater to watch, most of them are going to just think it's people being stupid. Like it's like, why is a girl shoving liver into her vagina? What kind of statement does that make? And how is that art? Like, people will say this all the time about stuff like that. They'll say that's not art. But yeah, it's the art's a weird one. Now, in art, someone can still say like the craft of ballet or the study of ballet, was that a proper pirouette from a technical perspective, even if other people might perceive it as, that was the best pirouette I've ever seen. And then the technical experts on pirouettes and ballet come forward and they're like, no, this was a complete failure. Did you see the arch of their left foot? Yeah, it all is based on how one is going to decide to measure merit, right? So some people might say you can't, like you have no merit going for you if you're not like reducing, reusing, and recycling.
Well, that's what capitalism quite neatly provides, is the system where we can abstract out and store useful labor time. And, it takes the need to define the qualitative statement on useful labor time out of the equation, because it's up to people. So instead of like trying to prescribe what is ultimately a subjective thing, you just let the people that it affects the most interact and produce a solution.
I think it's funny, and it's one of the reasons the capitalism point works, is like, who determines the merit? Well, usually it's the recipient, so to speak. Like, whoever's buying it. Like one of the examples I thought of and goes with the art thing. Like if some, 18-year-old or something, I guess younger, is trying to get into art school and they submit a canvas with just a red square, they're probably not getting in because it's like, wow, good for you, you didn't paint. And yet something similar to that is one of the most famous things Rothko ever did. And can be 100 reasons, but the same thing can have or not have merit in completely different.
Did we lose deniability? Oh, I think he had to mute.
Sorry,
Oh,
my
no.
new puppy needed saving from the bigger dogs.
Nice.
Sorry,
Can you make your point again, Alex?
yeah.
Just so deniability.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was
Alex.
no, it's okay. I was just saying that one of the things I think is interesting about merit is that it's really on the buyer or recipient, whoever you want to call it, to determine what has merit, and that can change by context. I just gave an example, like student who wants to get into art school paints a red square on a canvas. They're probably not getting in because it looks like they didn't do anything. But literally a red square is like famous Rothko painting out there. So the same thing in different contexts could have totally different merit.
Yeah, precisely. And that is the beauty of capitalism. Is if someone's producing tons of whatever and it's like readily available, it's going to be cheap. But I can tell you, the value of your last match on a rural farm in the middle of nowhere, you could not in the middle of winter, you come for my last match. I'm not selling that for like 50 grand,
Come to my house if you want a match. I'll give you one for free.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to get everyone's take on like what merit means to them, because I think merit is directly connected to just our own subjective pleasure pursuits. Like when I'm thinking about merit, it's one of those weird terms. When we start going into like a meritocracy, we're kind of just playing into the illusion of free will as opposed to dealing with the reality of determinism in a sense. Like I know a lot of people say, well, if they would have only pulled up their bootstraps, but things are kind of happening and playing out the only way they could have. So maybe we need to not consider meritocracy as this kind of umbrella idea. Just look out and say, oh yeah, sometimes or from a capitalistic perspective, it makes sense to value merit in isolated systems. I don't know.
So maybe if we could start with the sort of ancient Greek, I think it's the ancient Greek sort of positioning of meritocracy, which is where political power is vested in individual people on the basis of talent, effort, and achievements, rather than wealth or social class.
Right.
So I guess where we're getting caught up is, we're all fine with effort and achievement, but talent. How do we describe talent? Because I mean, you could be very talented at killing people. I suppose there's a space for you in society that's acceptable. But yeah, I suppose talent and achievement is a subjective measure.
I don't think that killing people functional example here, just because if we're taking merit just just as what it is. If you're really looking to hire someone, assassin, the person who really is good at killing has the most merit for you.
Right.
To make it right,
Yeah.
it's just what they do.
So but here's a weird thing, Alex. If you start adding factors like how they kill, and you care about that as opposed to, like, let's say for a moral reason, like if they kill in a way that you think is moral as opposed to just considering the body count, that's where things start getting like super subjective.
Yes.
But
That
like,
depends on who's doing the hiring, I guess.
Sure.
as subjective as it may be, I've had an opportunity to check out various skills that I knew nothing of before witnessing them. But after someone displaying the skill to me, I was in awe, and I felt like this person had talent. And I think many people feel that way when presented with a display of talent. So, is it necessarily entirely subjective if if people clearly recognize that people are maybe more proficient at something, and like you can clearly appreciate that someone has skill in doing something, even if you have no clue how that something is done.
Sure.
I guess for me, what it comes is maybe drifting. I would just want clarity of. So if
Ooh, you're
if
cutting
you're,
out there, Alex.
I would just want clarity of state. So I don't care whether you're hiring me to paint your roof or to kill people. As long as I know what you're making the judgment based. Because if you say, I want to hire you to kill people, but I'm really particular that it be moral. I don't get the job because I just hack and slash whoever I feel like. I may not agree with your decision, but but I can understand the rationale. Like, oh yeah, this was one of the qualifications that I didn't get. That level of transparency important. Like, you have to at least know what is considered merit.
But then you run into an information asymmetry paradox, because if I could shift your example more to sort of trade, um, most trade happens because someone knows that they can buy it in China for X and sell it in America or wherever for X plus Y, and that Y is their profits. When they're negotiating the deals with the person they're buying the product from, and then the person they're selling the product to, they have to respect an information asymmetry. So there's a clear lack of transparency. So would you perhaps say that that sort of trade would be non-meritocratic and wouldn't fit within the paradigm?
Well, I mean, I guess if we're accounting for the fact that what's meritocratic can be so subjective, I mean, it's going to constantly befall the person. I mean, the I guess the middleman and the person doing the buying, you like, they're deciding what's meritocratic and where they buy the thing from. I guess that it's good for them. And then if you're buying, you can make the same decision. You either, if where it comes from and the practices in which it was made is important to you, then maybe that's knowledge you want to have. And if you're not going to get it from that seller, maybe you don't buy from them. You don't have that assurance. But if you don't care, then your merit is based on something else. The problem is everything ultimately is subjective in some sense. So it's going to boil down to the individual buyer. It's a free market kind of thing. Not everyone's going to know all the details. It depends on if you even care.
Well, yeah, it does lead to other larger existential crises like climate change, though, because, I mean, well, people say capitalism has failed the environment, and I think that's inaccurate. Like capitalism, I see it as it's an amoral tool, and I guess meritocracy would be the same thing, because it's not really a focus on what you want to do. It's just a means to go about doing it. So I think on some level we can have this conversation devoid of the subjectivity, because I just see it as a tool. Because and to go back to the example of capitalism, why I think it's amoral when it comes to the environment. People talk about how companies are destroying the environment, and I just don't see it, because it's not clear to me that it's Audi and uh, Texaco gas and oil destroying the environment, or if it's their customers who buy their car and put the gas in it and burn it. It's not clear to me that it's a power company with the massive coal generator that's doing the damage to the environment, or the millions of consumers that are pulling from that coal generator, causing it to require more coal to heat more water to create more power. So when people say that, and you look at clear examples where people want something better, like organic food, and then people are willing to pay a higher price for that organic food because it tastes better and it's better for the environment, it's better for animals and all that good stuff, and companies go and because there's a demand for it, they verify that it's organic and it's sustainably resourced, and they sell it at a higher price, and everyone feels better about themselves. But if you look at electricity, all we need to do is increase the price of electricity 400% across the board, and then we can move the entire world onto solar using batteries. And then there's no more carbon emissions from coal plants. But the fact of the matter remains that while people are prepared to pay a higher price for food, and there's a market there, and there's shift in our agricultural practice, people don't seem to be willing to pay a higher price for electricity, and as a result, climate change is a problem. And I don't think that's because of capitalism. Capitalism is just the tool that maximizes, and I think meritocracy is the same.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I mean, with the climate point, I mean, you could have a company can either have energy or with some other means where what the company fuels their machines with, they can still operate on capital. It doesn't. Like you said, it's a system. It doesn't have anything to do with how people use it. Consequences come from that.
Yeah,
So
what about in a monopoly though, where everything's like a high price, and it's not because the user picked it that way, but it's because like one company has all the power in that sector. So then they don't have the choice.
yeah, it's definitely a good point, but
Even with
trying
wages too, it's like you could say like, oh, like they could just work for a better company that pays higher wages. But a concept called like monotonicity, well, not like that, is like where a I think it's called uh, monosophies, where like employers have a monopoly on the market, and then they can't get a better job even if it's worth more in terms of economic value. Yeah.
Yeah, no, monopolies are definitely pathological, but I would argue that that's a step away from a meritocratic society. But then we get into the complex task of separating out free market capitalism with perfect competition, from the sort of more pathological practice of oligopoly and monopoly corporate abuse that we currently have. Um, but just to maybe sort of bring it back to the topic of a meritocratic society, the reason we got washed up in capitalism is I think it's at least the general ambition of a capitalistic endeavor to be meritocratic. it seems to be the case, evidently, that it doesn't turn out that way. You know, people get jobs because of friends and family relatives, and a whole bunch of stuff gets distorted in that manner. But I think that the general ambition is a pursuit towards a meritocratic society. And I came across an interesting critique of meritocracy in the sense that in a meritocratic society, your successes or failures, your successes and failures are entirely your own. There's no random chance left to it, and it does seem to be the case in our modern capitalist economies that we have this pursuit for meritocracy, and therefore mainly a belief that we are achieving it in varying levels across society, and it seems to lead to the practice of when people fail in this supposedly meritocratic society, that we see them as failures rather than them just failing at this particular event. And that seems to create a pathological effect on people's psyches and is leading to a substantially higher suicide rate. Whereas contrasted with more superstitious times, people believed in gods of fortune, and you know your success and failure in life could be very much affected by the gods of fortune. So if you like failed, it wasn't because it wasn't a fully meritocratic society, or at least a pursuit towards meritocratic society. If you failed, it wasn't, you weren't the abject failure, you know. You could like say, oh, I failed because the god of fortune, because fortuna didn't smile on me, and you can get back up on your feet and keep on trying. Whereas the pursuit of the meritocratic societies that we seem to be marching towards pushes us into that corner of, you know, if you fail, you are an abject failure. And I think that has worrying psychological effects going forward. As much as I don't want to admit it, because I want a meritocracy. But it's an interesting critique I came across. So, any thoughts there, Rikucha?
Yeah, yeah. So kind of saying like, pretty much like to recognize like that a lot of the issues like can be like systemic economic issues rather than like on the individual, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's I just wonder how because you know, using meritocracy merely as a tool, you know, ideally you want the most competent people um, in the positions, the ones that display the most talent, the most effort, and the most achievement. We want them to have the power in society, ideally. But at the same time, how do we, knowing that like society structures into hierarchies, and not everyone can be at the top of the hierarchy, and most people are going to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. Um, how do we structure society that is both meritocratic and simultaneously observes that failure might not just be um, individually related? Because on the one side, to have really well functioning, competent, and purpose serving social hierarchies, you need meritocracy. You need competency to be the core driver, and for the best of our society to be at the top of those hierarchies. So we need to focus on that level. We need to focus on the individual, and we need to focus on making the individual as strong and as powerful as possible, and as prepared as possible, so that we can produce these fantastic hierarchies.
Yeah, I
But
mean that. Yeah,
on
I'm
the
just
other
saying that.
side,
Oh, yep. Sorry.
so let me just wrap this up. On the other side, um, when people lose out and they're at the bottom of those hierarchies, um, you need some way to address that, because the reason that they're there might be in part because of their own level of effort and contribution, but then just mathematically, they only one person can be at the top, and that cascades downwards. So it may just be that they're not at the top because of a random circumstance that they have no control over. And how do we push the one and not sacrifice the other?
Well, I mean, pretty much like it's like the reason why we would, it's the same reason why we would have a government, which is like, you know, we would want to have like kind of like a monopoly of force that you would buy into rather than being like enslaved or attacked by like another group of people. And that's why you'd have like a government where like, so pretty much like you would right now we have a huge problem with like, you know, money in politics, so we would get that, we would get rid of that, but essentially it's like having people have like a fair like oversight on how society is structured, not necessarily making like limits or caps, but making it so that, you know, like there isn't like kind of like a, it's like a hierarchy. It would be like a hierarchy more based on, if there is a hierarchy, it would be kind of based more on like performance and ability rather than like, you know, malpractice, which is usually like how it is structured, pretty much.
Yeah, but you see the fundamental problem though, because you get on one iteration of this meritocratic society, you get Elon Musk, and the case can certainly be made that without capitalism and democracy, Elon Musk would not have come up with the first like acceptable electric car replacements for petroleum cars. That he wouldn't have come up with reusable rockets, you know.
No, I mean,
But then in that same society, you have the CEO of Lehman Brothers and Goldman Sachs, which like led to a prime crisis and the catastrophe for many people.
no, I mean, I'm not saying that anything I'm proposing wouldn't stop Elon Musk from like starting like a company. I mean, like I'm not even talking about like not creating like ending capitalism. I would say like have like pretty much like how European countries have like a function where it's kind of like they see that there's a necessary balance of like kind of democratic socialism where it would have capitalism. It wouldn't even have any limits or anything. But it would just kind of eliminate like malpractice and like corruption of the government and many things. I think it's like if there's someone like let's say, and even England said like let's say this person like, you know, becomes like homeless or whatever, they'll be able to have like housing and that kind of everything they need so that they can kind of get back up to a level where like so I would say like in general, like if how we should structure it is like let's say it will have like a very minimalist set of living for everyone. So then no one feels like it's like life or death, and then people could kind of, you know, be incentivized um by the work they do by getting more money and way beyond a minimalist living. You know what I mean?
But the I, I guess that's the main problem I have with social democracies is, and maybe this is my own subjective bias, but when I read biographies and autobiographies of successful people, particularly in the capitalist sphere, there seems to be this drive that comes from having your back up against the wall and having no other option than to succeed. And when you provide that safety net, you remove that motivation. And, you know, when you seem to aggregate that out, there seems to be more motivation to innovate and create in societies with less social safety nets.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry. So
So,
you can
so I didn't catch that. You broke up a little bit there.
oh no, I thought you were just continuing on. I don't know if I can
Oh,
interject here.
no, go for
Yeah.
it. Go for it.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I mean, the issue. So actually, here's what I would think. It's like if we think about like we take the claim that like, you know, it should be life and death, and that's more going to create measurably more economic value. It's like then you would have, so then basically it's like this. So it's kind of like home like kind of applying, it's like in terms of like cost, it would kind of like you'd have to look at it as like a cost and reward benefit where like we're so okay, so we're starting with zero costs, we're not going to have like any kind of social net, right? But then what happens, let's say we have homelessness, that brings down the value of real estate, so then there's a negative cost to it, and then there's a negative cost to it towards how much like diseases will be around, around spread because of homelessness and all kinds of things. And then like I would say like pretty much anything, any kind of like effect of adverse poverty actually lowers economic value in the group, because like in any kind of way. And then Just kind of saying like it should be life and death. If someone is at a certain point where they're like kind of not like malnourished and they're not able to succeed, they're actually just not going to succeed. It's not like they're just gonna like the homeless guy is like about to die in like 20 days. He's not gonna like say, oh, I'm gonna get my suit on and just go. It's like it's not like. So I would say there's no evidence. There's just more evidence that removing kind of the even the biological effects and all kinds of effects of the adverse poverty would actually be more conducive to producing economic value rather than not providing it from the evidence side.
Yeah, but I don't think we've ever become freer as a society as a result of a system stabilizing. I think we've become freer and better as a society as a result of innovation and technology. So, like, to put in context, I don't think, we magically decided to become benevolent and got rid of slavery. I think when we developed the steam engine and when we developed the internal combustion engine and we came up with an effective way to replace human kinetic energy with mechanical kinetic energy, that's precisely when we decided slavery is wrong and abusing human beings is wrong. And I think for that specific reason, if we focus on on the individual and creating those Elon Musks, even maybe perhaps to the detriment of millions of people at the bottom of the social hierarchy during his time of coming to the top, as it were, that the way those individuals move society forward is for the greater long-term benefit of the society as a whole.
So I don't know. Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I would say that I'm not for any kind of policy, and nothing I'm calling for I don't think would have any kind of effect with having like a private enterprise society country where they compete, and then you would be more beneficial by how good your idea is. Like Elon Musk, like in my society, that would kind of imagine there would be nothing preventing Elon Musk from having a good idea than making a lot of money and doing everything that he would do. All I'm simply saying is like we would just have that, and at the same time something in place so that if you were like in the lowest section where like you would be homeless and then die or something, or then generally a poor socialized mess and everything, it's like it wouldn't be about life and death. It would be like, okay, do I have this minimalistic living or a lot better of living? And then because biologically and measurably, those like. So what I'm saying is like if someone is like, let's say they're have like malnutrition, that is a measurable effect. Like you can, there's evidence of it. There's a measurable effect to you're gonna work less, you're gonna be more sluggish, and you're eventually gonna just go down and down. There's some people that can be exceptions to the rule, but on a mass scale, you're gonna find like, and then even when there are homeless people, there's going to be a drop in real estate. So it's like, and then there's going to be spread of diseases. There's like all kinds of things where it's just like there's so many like immeasurable things that you can point to people being affected by adverse poverty that they're not going to be able to. So just having that kind of social safety net, but having at the same time like a privatized a private enterprise where if you did want to have a business, you had an idea, you could just go for it. That's exactly what I don't see how that is contradicting what I'm calling for.
Well, I look at abject poverty in a global perspective, and sorry, my puppy's just woken up and he wants to play. uh, I, when you look at a global perspective, you take something like the innovation of the cell phone, which primarily came from capitalistic endeavor and someone like inventing something and then making a lot of money selling it. When cell phones came to Africa, it allowed for Africa to skip an entire massive period of infrastructure development for communication, and they could just go wireless with cell phone towers and cell phones. And it's been a tremendous advantage to African people on the African continent to have access to this technology, and for this technology to allow them to interact with the world and increase their ability to get themselves out of poverty. And it's been a massive good. So on the one hand, you have some fat rich guy in America that came up with the cell phone, just in like a close example, and is now selling it globally and is living the high life. On the other side of the equation, you have hundreds of millions of people that are now interconnected, and that increases their quality of life immeasurably.
Yeah, I mean, so essentially, you're just talking about. It seems like you're just kind of talking about like the benefits of like kind of capitalism when it's introduced in like a third world country, kind of. Is that like? I just want to make sure I understand.
Well,
Generally.
no, just like let's say we have this objective of making living as good for everyone and as many people as possible as quickly as possible. Um, and let's just say there's no end to what that definition is. That
Wait, but how would that
as
be
as
accomplished though?
pardon?
How
Well,
would you accomplish that though?
but no, but that is what we're talking about when we're talking about systems of political and economic thinking, because this is how we structure our societies at the foundation of it, and it has a fundamental effect on what these societies produce. And it seems to be the case that if our objective is to increase living standards as rapidly as possible to infinity, because there's no necessary cap on how good living standards can get. But if that's what we want to achieve, capitalism seems to be the best way to achieve that.
Yeah,
And
yeah, but
when we go the socialistic route, it seems to end up in in more waste than capitalism produces and less benefit.
okay. I mean, it just seems like you're kind of looking at it in like a absolutist way rather than like kind of like a nuanced way. It's like where you're saying it's like, okay, are we gonna go in the direction of all capitalism or all socialism? Like, I mean, I'm not talking about like having limits to wealth. I 100% disagree with like having a limit to wealth and all that. But it would basically be a hybrid system, and the hybrid system would be kind of superior to both all capitalist system and an all socialized system. And what I would say is as far as many times where like kind of like a meritocracy kind of way was kind of imposed. You could see it happening in India, where like kind of capitalism was kind of introduced in India, and it's kind of being introduced like in third world countries, and they have a huge benefit to it. It's like so it's like it's kind of like they're like even that structured society was a lot better than the structured society they had before. So I mean, I'm not surprised by the benefit, but it's not like an absolutist way where that just disproves how like this other system would work. And I think that what we're looking at, like, okay, I'll put it in this way. It's like the period of time where the United States, for example, had the longest period of sustained economic growth between the 30s and 80s. It was known as the golden age of economic expansion. And and then we look at the tax rates. It was measurably very progressive. And then we look at the countries that are doing the best in the world, the Nordic countries, and they're leading in every category. We kind of would. It's just like it seems to point to more of like a sensible hybrid system more than anything else.
So there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
Let's maybe just start at the core problem I have with socialism. And I think it just requires a bit of thinking to see how it's the same thing as slavery, in the sense that it everything costs something, because the reason something costs something is because in the process of making that something useful to you, someone has had to invest their useful labor time into making it useful for you, and you need to reimburse them for that. That's why things have value and why they cost something. And money is specifically how we abstract out and store useful labor time. And capitalism is how we interact with that. Now, when you're talking about a blended socialist system of taking money from people and using it to pay for goods for other people, you're doing two things in that. One, you are either committing theft because you're taking money from someone and using it for someone else's benefit, in the strictest definition of what theft is, because the person you're taking it from has no choice in the matter. And then on the other side, if you're like the National Healthcare Service, never mind how you got the money, you are now the monopoly player, and you are forcing doctors and forcing medical services providers to agree to a price that might not be that might not reflect their sort of individuated value. So on some level, now we're talking about slavery, right? We're talking about indentured labor, and I'm not quite sure how you get around those hurdles, and why it's important to get around those hurdles is all the awesome things that we get from capitalism that you clearly want to keep, and then just add on these socialistic things. Those good things are predicated on people being personally responsible for their achievement and success. And you are challenging that foundational aspect. And I'm not so sure you can challenge that foundational aspect and still keep the benefits of capitalism.
Yeah, so okay, so I mean, first of all, it's like, so if we're gonna even say that capitalism was theft, then we would have to say at what point is it theft? Like having any kind of taxation at
Socialism.
all. No, I mean, okay, but like here's the thing: is like we could say that, but like, you know, we could like, okay, so is spending money for roads, bridges at any capacity, how is that not theft if you don't have an agreement with it? Like it's like a social contract where you're agreeing to live in the society and then you pay the taxes that society tells you to pay, or I mean that's a social contract.
There's a clear line between public goods and private goods. You know, goods where they're non-rivalrous and non-excludable, like police services, fire services, military services, and road services. You know, those things you cannot take your benefit and how you benefit from them away from your existence within that society. So society clearly needs to pay for those by taxing society, and it's very clear that that can be done on a single percentage basis, on like 20% across the board, and you've got those things funded. Where
Well,
it starts to get tricky is when you start using a progressive tax base, because we're in a percentage of scale with income. So now what you're doing with the progressive tax base is you're punishing the people that are achieving greater success. And that seems to be problematic, because surely you want to reward those people. And the great thing about a capitalistic endeavor is, you know, if you just keep the tax system straight, like 20% or straight 30% or straight 15%, whatever the case is, if you just keep it straight like that, then, you know, people aren't punished for their success, and the reward that they get is derived from their efforts, and no one has to pay for that externality of rewarding them. It seems like a pretty good way to sort of produce things. Where it gets tricky is when you start when you start punishing those people and then paying specifically for private goods that, you know, are rivalrous, and goods that are excludable, and that seems to have a chaotic effect and undesirable outcomes.
Okay, so I mean, okay, so I mean, first of all, what I would say is, as far as a progressive tax, let's say, I mean, if you're making more money, though, net more money, but yeah, you're paying more of a higher taxes. But I mean, I'm talking about, I would honestly not really raise taxes like up until we got like till the level of like maybe 500,000 or something like that higher, and I would even start to slowly increase it. But I'm talking about like millions. But what I'm saying is, like reason why I would have a progressive tax is, I mean, well, it's like you would have, I mean, you're going to be actually making net way more money to even be in a higher tax bracket. So if you're making way more money, even though you're facing a higher tax, how's that punishing?
Well, you're forced to pay more and more of that over to the government. You know, if you're in the tax wealth bracket in America and you're cycling assets and paying capital gains tax and all these other hidden tax when you're trading assets, you're easy like anywhere between 55 to 65 cents of every dollar you make is being taken by the government to pay for many services that are far beyond the ambit of any good government. And the reason it's important to understand that sort of that effect it has is, you know, I want the best for the most people. And what social democrats tend to do is they play this game of, I'll compare my ideological and purely theoretical absolutist utopia to your reality, when what we should be doing is comparing a capitalist reality to a socialist reality. And that's not often not done. I mean, the National Healthcare Service in the UK is held as one of the best like universal healthcare systems in the world. Yet they just published an article a couple of months back saying, you know, people over the age of 75, we're not going to treat you for cancer because you're too old for cancer treatments. So sorry, tough shit. Compared with, and then that's more to the more on the cancer part. The National Healthcare Service's own guidelines, their own self-set targets, is to treat 75% of all cancer patients within an acceptable time frame. And by their own self-published stats, they're only achieving 62.7%. So there's this mythological system in which like everyone gets equal, fair, good quality healthcare has yet to be demonstrated. And more often than not, when you look at these socialized systems, what you see are inefficiencies, because when you take a private good and you put it under public management, it decreases in quality and increases in price. And that's evidently true of medical services in the United Kingdom.
So, I mean, well, I mean, first of all, it's like, okay, so in this country, though, we have over 45,000 people that die of lack of healthcare coverage, and then if you actually look in like European countries all around the world, they pay measurably less per capita per their healthcare. They pay like almost like half per capita, I know, in England. But then beyond that, I mean, I can't. I mean, honestly, I just haven't looked into that specific issue about being 75 and up for cancer patients. I mean, it sounds doubtful how a usual system works, so I just can't. I'm just unqualified to respond to that point. But I mean, like, essentially, what I would argue for would be that it would be enough funding to cover everyone, but it'd be very feasible, because usually what happens is a lot of that money goes to waste, because per the exact same treatment and results, we actually already are paying much more in healthcare. Like, people kind of are afraid to kind of call the doctor, just because like they well, people are afraid to kind of call the doctor because of like how much it will cost. It prevents them from getting any kind of like treatment or preventative treatment for something, and then it costs a lot more later on. It's like if you have a car, then you kind of ignore the first weird sound you have, you're gonna have a hard time picking up your car, and that's a measurable cost, and even as like billions of dollars in medical debt to follow.
But all this stems from government regulation in the sector. So, you know, patent laws, that's a government regulation. Insurance regulations, government regulation. Medical regulations through the FDA, government regulation. And what these things do is they create monopolies and oligopolies. And as we know, when you have monopoly or oligopoly power, you price gouge and you make huge profits. So it's specifically the mechanism of allowing governments, because we're talking about that line of where does the government come in and where do they not have a business. I would say that they don't have a business in the private sector. Medicine is a private good just by definition, because if I take a pill, it precludes you from taking that pill. If a medical surgeon is performing heart surgery on me, he can't perform heart surgery on you at the same time. It's very much a private good. It's rivalrous and it's excludable. And when it's managed by the private sector without government intervention, it increases in quality and decreases in price. And specifically because of government regulation in these sectors that we see such abuses in the private sector. But I think if you strip out the government regulation, you strip out the lobbying from private companies, because now the government has nothing to sell them, then you quite neatly solve that problem.
Right. I mean, so what society has demonstrated according to that kind of government? Like, has that kind of government even existed before?
I don't think so. But
So how do you know?
not as
So I'm saying, like,
not as an official form of government, but there are clear examples in our current iterations of society where we can see these mechanisms working. So we can see that, as an example, people think patents, that you can patent anything, right? Not true. You can't patent derivatives. So you have to come up with something original and unique. So you can't like take someone else's idea, change it a bit, and like repatent it as your own, you know? But that doesn't preclude you from taking someone's idea, slightly changing it, and selling your own version of it. You just don't have any patent protection. And when you don't have patent protection, what you're forced to do is provide a better quality product or service at a lower price. That's the only way you are able to retain market share and stay in business. So what I see is when you take out that government regulation that entrenches monopoly, when you take out the patents, what you get is people producing things and innovating at a higher rate to retain market share and providing it at a lower cost to retain market share, which seems to be the case
like,
across many industries where they can't patent things.
so like, is there like evidence per a certain industry or for that?
Um, trying to think of a good example. So let's take copyrights and pirating. The only people that copyrights and pirating seem to have protected are the producers, the people that say copyright and patent law is important so that we can sue people for royalty abuse. Turns out that musicians benefit from piracy because their fame spreads that much faster and they're better able to capitalize on ventures that where they get the majority of the profits. Because when a musician's selling a CD, let's say that CD is $100, Sony Music producers they take $92, and the actual artist gets $8, and they get a very minimal royalty. Um, and what seems to have happened, and this is why many musicians are providing all this stuff for free on YouTube, is they gain recognition and they gain fame, and they can do concerts, and they make far much more money at doing live events and concerts and performing. And it seems that like copyright and patent protection has gotten in the way of many artists flourishing and maximizing their well-being.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely copyright. I mean, some things definitely can be, some like, for example, like a regulation of copyright. It definitely can be. Some can be too overbearing. It could be measurably bad. But it's kind of like what I understand is like it's like an absolutist mentality, saying like, oh, it's like that's this like one specific narrow regulation issue is like now so it's now kind of muddled up with like all regulation in general being bad or good. I mean, it kind
No,
of just seems like we should have a very like specific and evidence-based way to approaching it rather than being like,
no,
all
it's not an argument against regulation. It's an argument against government regulation because the government is very poor at doing it.
Well, I mean,
The private sector. When I say the private sector will self-regulate, I don't mean a company will regulate itself. I mean, a company will pop up in the private sector and they will provide regulation of other private companies, and they will provide that same quality assurance we are looking for the government to provide with their government regulation. Because just because you take the government's ability to provide that away doesn't mean the demand for it goes away. That demand will just be filled by the private market, and people go, oh wait, but what about all this catastrophic thing stuff that can happen if like these private actors just do what they want? Just take a step back, breathe, and understand that the highest regulation of quality assurance we have in the medical sector is a private one. The medical bar, the professional organization, is a non-profit organization and a non-governmental organization. They are a private market actor that provides quality assurance and regulates doctors from a private market perspective. They do a pretty good job.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. I mean, we're definitely talking about. I mean, so you're talking about like, I mean, what I'm saying is, like there can be, there can be like benefits of like quality assurance and things like that. What I'm saying is like, how would that mean that we should like? I mean, how would that mean that we shouldn't have government regulations? I mean, like many of the government regulations, like some of them will be not putting like like oil into water, or literally arguing against like fraud, where where if like an investor could actually like have like like a toxic CDOs and know it's bad and then sell it for good. It's like it's like yeah.
Fraud's a separate matter, right? Like fraud is misrepresentation, and fraud forms part of a judicial system, which is a public good, and the government has a business in that. So let me just try to separate out where I see specifically private regulation, right? It's not to say that companies won't get punished when they fuck up. It's more to say that government regulation doesn't seem to do what you think it does, and doesn't seem to do it well at all. So if you're concerned with like water purification, right? Now, what is a private good? Like globally, state-run water utility services are failing. The only well-run water purification services are privately run. And all I'm pointing to is that the private sector seems to do things far better than the public sector in certain aspects, and those aspects seem to be when it comes to private goods. So yeah.
I mean, the private sector, though, you're talking about is regulated by the government.
Yeah, regulate. It's fine for the government to regulate it in the name of justice. So, like, if the government has laws that it must enforce to preserve people's liberties, then they have a business in that, because that forms part of the judicial sector, and that's a public good, right? So if it's a case of fraud, then the government can step in and mediate between citizens based on the laws, But when it comes to like, I mean, you don't need the um, environmental agency to limit to go in and limit a chemical company's exhaust, right? It like when you look at the literature on environmental government environmental agencies, they seem to have little to no effect. What seems to have had a much stronger effect on these companies that pollute the environment is when that sort of government power is used in the correct focus. And what I mean by that is the government enforces the laws. And if you are polluting the air or polluting the water that I'm using, and you are causing harm to me, that falls under our system of laws. And when I sue you, then it adds a cost to you behaving in that negative way. And it just seems when you look at the literature, specifically in America, that when private citizens form class action lawsuits against companies for damaging the environment, that seems to be far more effective at reducing these actions than any government-run environmental agency has ever been able to do.
So, but I don't understand what the difference between a consumer class action lawsuit than a governmental body that represents the same people that would impose the exact same penalty. I don't understand what even the difference.
Because
The regulation, like,
the government
sorry.
just does it. The government just does it poorly, you know.
No, but that would be enforced. But whatever, like, let's say they did win a lawsuit, who do you think would enforce that? Whether even they won? The government.
Well,
It's not like they just come in with a bunch of tanks.
Yeah, the court system with the foundational principle of you may not cause undue harm, injury, or loss to another individual, right? So if someone's causing undue harm, injury, or loss, then they're wrong, and the government steps in, and you hash out in civil court, and you get damages, etc., and so on. That totally fine with, because that's within the paradigm of preserving liberty. You know, you may not cause undue harm, injury, or loss to another individual. But where it becomes problematic is when you do it from a government fiat instead of a response from private citizens using the mechanism of justice in a free society. Is when the government says this is the one size fits all for everyone, and that seems to, in some cases, maybe it's like it makes it easier for people to sue in court, but it provides a blanket that doesn't address the nuance that is our complex society and seems to do more harm in that manner.
One thing I'll add,
Okay.
I think the nuance area deniability, whenever there is something that comes up that just requires judgment, I think that's why we have judges at the end of that legal process.
Because, yeah, but even a regulation. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, because sometimes, you know, the law as it stands will be mitigated or even sometimes overturned due to the mitigating circumstances. So, you know, I think ultimately with these systems, it's good that we have a judgment at the end of them, because it will take care of those outlier situations for the most part that you're talking about.
Well, wait, but like if you
need, you go.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I mean, if like, let's say the government finds you like in violation of a regulation, you can appeal it in the exact same way as kind of countering a class action lawsuit against you, and it will be enforced by the very exact government agency, exact same government form of government. So I'm just not sure what the difference is.
Sorry, was that a question for myself or deniability?
I don't know, kind of just for the I think I was kind of responding to both of you guys. I'm just saying, like, kind of like, I'm not sure what the difference is. Like, as far as like the gray area kind of issue, it's like, yeah, there'll be gray area, and that could be either dealt with by a judge overlooking a class action lawsuit, or if a government kind of says you are in violation, and then you appeal it, and then you kind of hash it out, and then you get, you go through the legal process in the exact same way. I just don't understand, and it's being enforced by the very exact same thing, which is government. I just don't see how you're doing anything different than one or the other.
So here's the difference, right? In the case of upholding law, the person making the judgment is someone that has considered the experience of law and the main foundational principle of you may not cause undue harm, injury, or loss to another human being, and makes a judgment based on experience and the expert reading of all the material, right? When you're dealing with the FDA, you're not dealing with that person. When you're dealing with the FDA, you're dealing with a bureaucrat that has a job, and they follow a checklist procedure, and I think it's insufficient. I think it's not that one size fits all checklist procedure to imprint on society. It doesn't address the nuance in society, and I think it gets in the way of innovation and the flourishing of society.
Yeah, can I just respond to that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, but here's like the issue that's gonna happen. It's like, I mean, like if you want to kind of, like I kind of see a lot of nuance in the issue where it could be solved rather than like just kind of saying like one's good or bad. It's like one issue is like where you could have maybe too much bureaucracy, or you could have, you know, maybe like a poor set of guidelines, whatever it is. But what I'm saying is like, what if even you know, there's something that's actually dangerous in the water, or something, or it's like something that you're not going to notice right away. You're not going to want to just wait to be affected by it, and then have like consumers that aren't experts then notice it, and then they find out way later, and then get pissed and then sue you, rather than have experts look at it, monitor the situation, and then prevent it, and before it could even happen. Like rather
Yeah,
than just kind of like see what happens. I mean, that just kind of sounds like.
But remember, I said let's frame this as if we're not arguing against some idealistic utopia, and we're arguing reality for reality. I accept the point you're making, but you're going to have to show me, by way of example, when a government has done something done something preventative along these lines of regulation. Because when I look at climate change, I don't see that. When I look at the government regulation involved in environmental impact assessments, supposedly designed to stop either wetlands that are ecosystems for multiple species from being destroyed, or oil being spilled. I don't see this magical governmental body coming in and preventing this damage. What I what again
So
what I see is I see companies going in, fucking up, and then class action lawsuits raising the cost of that potential fuck up to the point where they look for better ways of doing it to avoid that cost. I don't like I'm not saying that like these aren't problems and we shouldn't do something about it. I'm just questioning if the government's the right people to be doing it. They seem largely ineffective.
well, I mean, okay, so I mean, but like how do you see that? I mean, as you say, like what's to back that
Well,
up? I mean,
I mean, like you assume something like antibiotics. It would be it's literally an existential threat. Developing new antibiotics. If we don't do it sometime in the next 10 to 15 years, it's going to have a catastrophic effect on human society. I don't see any sufficient government funding from the FDA going into solving this problem. Topsoil, that's a massive existential threat. I see the private agricultural sector trying to do something about topsoil erosion. I don't see any massive government initiative trying to do anything about topsoil erosion.
so then I mean that would be that would be an argument for more for government funding and a regulation in that area. That's what you're saying. You don't see it, so then let's put it in.
No. What I see is people thinking the FDA serves a purpose and going, okay, cool, the FDA exists, like everything's safe to use now if it's FDA approved, and that not being the case, and them failing in that mandate. And it's arguably a critical mandate to not fail in, but they seem to fail in it quite regularly. And I was just using the forward example of antibiotics. If you're going to have government regulation in the medical sector, like antibiotics seems to be a pretty good fucking thing to regulate, because let's take the government funding aspect out of it. Let's just say the government needs to regulate our use of antibiotics far better than they currently do right now. For veterinary purposes, for like animal farms, you can just go buy as many fucking antibiotics as you want and load whatever you want. The FDA is not regulating it. The only regulation they provide is when you slaughter the meat in the end, they check that there hasn't been too much antibiotics put into the meat where it's not safe for human consumption. That's all the regulation they do on that. But part of the reason we're in this antibiotic crisis is because the FDA isn't regulating that. But what I would say that if people didn't have this false sense of security that the FDA was regulating it, and let's say the FDA wasn't regulating it, now there's a clear demand for this regulation to exist. And I would say, absent the FDA, a private market regulator would step in, as we see in many industries, and would do a far better job than the government is doing.
A private market regulator? What would that even mean?
The medical board for doctors is a private market regulator. To become an engineer, to call yourself an engineer, that's regulated privately. It's a private body of engineers that provides the reputation of the profession of engineering. So when you write your bar, it's set by these people, not by the government.
Oh yeah, so a big clarification I want to make is, so is this like private regulatory board? This has nothing to do with the government. This would not be like directed by the government at all, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make it.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, here's what I would say. So if they're within the private sector, how would you know and check that they're not corruptible? Because in the government, obviously we could say the government's corrupt, but that would just be an argument. I think, like, if anything, I'm gonna make against money in politics. But then we'll also have an issue literally in the private field. It's like, how would you know that they're just not gonna price out the smaller businesses and then benefit the bigger businesses, or even their own interests? Like, you're not vetting anything. It would just kind of be totally not enforced, right? Or even if let's say they mess up horribly, there would be no accountability for it at all. They could just say, hey, like, a horrible pop product's okay, even if it'll poison you. There's no repercussions. The government would have no involvement in it.
Well, no, there obviously would be accountability, because if you're the private market's quality assurer saying this product is good, and then it turns out that you're not, that it's not, now there's a case of fraud against you. There's a very interesting case here in South Africa. So we got three main food retailers. We've got Spar, Pick n Pay, and Woolworths, and sorry, another one, Checkers, so 4. But now, interestingly, Spar, Pick n Pay, and Checkers, they just provide retail goods, right? What the branding of the individual manufacturers appears on their shelves. So when you buy milk from Pick n Pay, you're not buying Pick n Pay milk. You're buying such and such farm milk or such and such farm milk. But when you go to Woolworths, so Nivik, I think you got some background there, or maybe your microphone's low there. But Woolworths, interestingly enough, they charge more as Woolworths, because they are the Woolworths brand. So everything on Woolworths shelves will be the Woolworths brand, and they'll take, like, one of my favorite hot sauces is Bandita's hot sauce, and the Woolworths habanero sauce is actually the Bandita's hot sauce, but they've reached a deal with Bandita's to rebrand it as Woolworths, because the Woolworths brand is a quality assurance brand. It's saying that we have checked that this is sustainably sourced, that it's organic, that it's good for the environments, and it's good for you, and we check everything, and they provide the quality assurance. So people go to Woolworths with the
So I mean, I just want to kind of, can I respond to that? Is like okay, so essentially what we're talking about is, like, you would kind of wait till people would kind of notice and then kind of do something about it, rather than, like, kind of, have like something that could overlook it. It's like, after, like, say after you poison people and hurt people and then do, like, the worst things you could possibly do, eventually, yeah, people would notice and then they stop taking you seriously. But then so much harm and damage would be done, where to know that this kind of system definitely doesn't work, rather than have a system where it's monitoring experts.
Hold on, let me just finish up my example here, because you asked, you provided a challenge of, what are the repercussions for private market quality assurers. So the example I'm giving you is Woolworths, right? Now, I think it was almost 14 years ago, Robertson Spice. Now, Robertson Spice is a very well-known spice company. On Pick n Pay, Checkers, and Spar shelves, they appear as a Robertson brand, right? On Woolworths shelves, they appear as the Woolworths brand because Woolworths is the preferred partner with Robertson Spice. And presumably, what Woolworths is doing is all the spice they receive from Robertson Spice, they're quality checking and they're rebranding it as Woolworths and saying, we have quality checked this. Now, the scandal that happened 14, 15 years ago is Robertson Spice bought some red spice that was highly carcinogenic and was banned. And they bought it and they started putting it into their products. And there was this massive class action lawsuit against them. But there was no class action lawsuit against Spar, Checkers, or whatever because they were just providing shelf space, right? That wasn't their brand. Woolworths, however, faced a class action lawsuit because they made the specific claim that they were a quality assurer, that irrespective of whoever was providing them with products, they would then take that product and they would quality assure that to make sure it was safe for your consumption. And they fucked up there, and it cost them almost 50% of their market share. That is the consequence for when a private market actor fucks up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Arcator,
I mean, that can okay. I mean, saying that can exist where like a class action lawsuit will have a measurable benefit. That's all that would kind of suggest. Like a class
Yeah,
action
the-
lawsuit working enforced
But-
by the government. No
but-
argument.
your fear about corruption is what America was based off of in it being formed in absolutism possibly taking over in the founding fathers discussing that in the we call it Greek philosophers discussing that with the check and balance ideology in governing of wrongs that happened in the past, of civilization of civilizations falling, and they always end up going under, and how to figure out a way to create a system where that doesn't happen, and what's the best way of going about it. And that was check and balance ideology of
What's that?
checks and balance. That's what America America was about, studying all of the past successes and failures in creating something new by getting away from Europe with all the religious wars and everything, and creating something new. And they were studying the Greek philosophers balance of governing, and check and balance governing, where you have you don't have one thing of rule, because it will grow, and then it'll get into absolute in power, and then it'll become corrupt.
Yeah, I mean that's
And-
actually what I'm
and-
kind of
and-
arguing for. A general.
So
agree.
you have both things. So since America's formed like that, that's how come you can't. That's why Trump was having such a hard time, because it's every single thing has a check and a balance to it. No matter what you do, there's always a opposing something on the side. That's why we have a democratic republic, democratic majority rule ideology of governing, but balanced by rules and law as a check and balance to that. So if you grab a person, you want to lynch him and hang him and kill him because of mob rule, nope. Then in comes republic rule of rules and laws that will counter that. So you can't just do that because you feel like it.
Wait, I
So
don't
to
actually
me-
understand.
Yeah.
Well,
Huh?
wait,
Go Couture? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure what you're. I don't know. I'm honestly not sure what you're arguing for or against, like in relation to like.
Well,
What
maybe
I'm
maybe
No,
I could-
I'm just
Uh,
talking about like a system of governing in how America was formed is off of check and balance.
yeah. So
And
maybe
it wasn't about no type of it was more secular. So it wasn't about, it was about fairness for all
Yeah.
throughout. It wasn't about just one thing ruling
So
of-
maybe if I
of
could frame
this
the-
ideology or
the-
that ideology.
Yeah, let me try to frame my point against government regulation within that checks and balances frame that you presented there, Nivik. What I see problematic with government regulation in the private sector is it creates this problem of lobbying, because democracy has a failing where it tilts towards people that are able to organize, and Big corporations with massive checkbooks are able to facilitate that organization far more effectively than your average citizen. And
But
they
it can
create
impose
powerful
on people and
lines.
interrupt them and oppress people.
No,
You know, it's kind of like
this is my
that's what
point, right?
and serfdom was. Slavery and
Yeah,
serfdom was capitalism. You can look at that as capitalism, and they wanted to keep the system in
the,
order to
that,
maintain wealth and power. You know,
that,
so
that's it's feudalism. It's not capitalism. It's separate, but let's not go down that path. But the
no. Using
the
people for is in for profit
that,
in labor, indentured
that,
servitude.
that's not precisely capitalism.
Yeah, that was a
Capitalism
cap. That was.
capitalism
I'm
is a free exchange of goods between free peoples. You'll notice there's
listen.
a
I'm not
qualification there.
anti-capitalism, and okay. Let me tell you my point of view. You have this is how things are structured. You have something on a far right extreme. It was the monarchy, feudal serfdom of inequality, and the far left, it's everybody equality, communism. Neither of those streams are good. And Russia ended up going far communism because of far right feudal serfdom. They were the last to be released as and freeing themselves as serfs. Every action has an opposite reaction, and that's how physics work. So in the middle is more in the middle. Listen. In the middle is more socialism and capitalism together. They're not separate. People think that things are separate. They're more yin and yang. They're mutually complementing. It was liberal social revolts that created capitalism by attacking monarchies and dragging society over into capitalism by taking the boot heels off people's necks so they could be able to develop their trade skills and business in moving upward in mobility. They're not separate. So when you're talking to me about socialism and capitalism, I don't see neither different.
Wait, Nivek, you're conflating democracy, socialism, and capitalism there.
No, man. No, you're not understanding that you have a mindset. You have a compartmentalized. You're compartmentalized in your thinking. Things are connected. They're not separate.
Nivek, hold on. The reason it's important, right, is we have a system of economic practice and we have a system of political practice, just like we have a system of religious practice.
I'm trying to explain my reality to you and how things are. Okay.
When you merge those concepts, you get
reality is connected. They're not separate, man. They're not.
No, Vic, try listening.
I don't see.
Man.
Okay.
Try listening. Come on.
So when you merge systems of religious practice, systems of political practice, and systems of economic practice, you conflate what those hierarchies are meant to perform and how you analyze them. So when you're talking about the left wing of the political spectrum,
I'm not wrong in what I'm saying.
You're not wrong, but when you talk about the left wing and the right wing of the political spectrum, right, and then when you conflate the socialism and capitalism, which
no, man, I'm talking about causality.
Wait, actually,
let me explain what I mean. Let me
this,
explain what I mean. Let me just finish what I mean. This is what I mean. Okay, how they're connected. If you want, like I didn't finish what I was explaining. If you want if you're in the middle, you know what I mean, and you have something that you want on the right of right wing ideology, you invest in equality of opportunity to utmost potential in upward mobility in people as an investment to get back reward to get back the ideology of the right of rewarding gain of capitalism of bringing in wealth and productivity and innovation. You know that everything is people think things are separate. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you how reality is connected. There's that's what yin yang means. That's what the check and balance ideology means. That's why America didn't fall, because if you do one thing on the other side that was big, a counter to that by a check and balance ideology will happen on the other, because the system is structured that way. You know, there's no fluke that the left will come back after Trump comes in and does something. You know what I
Oh, wait,
mean? But they're doing
wait,
it. They're doing
so
it wrong.
can I respond? Can I
So
respond to that? Is like I think
yeah,
that the thing, uh, um, the philosophical thing that I think actually answers all of this question about like generally like how societies evolve and progress. It's a concept called I don't know if you ever heard of spiral dynamics, the Claire Graves model of how societies evolve. It's I think it's a group of psychologists. They looked at how civilizations evolve from tribalism, even earlier than tribalism. But okay, so it's like they started out in tribes, right? And then they broke out from those tribes, and then they went to stage red, where it was just chaos, where they learned how to function in a tribe, and then kind of just kind of seek for themselves and benefit. And then after that, that became so catastrophic that it led to a stage blue, where then it's considered like absolutist moral law, where it's like they then began to first form a government and said, we can't just let people running around, basically. And then they used kind of a monopoly of force, but everything was absolutist, and then that had limitations because of the absolutism. So any kind of like communism or fascism and anything like that, they're actually in the same category, because it has an absolutist moral law. Like even like someone would say like communists didn't work. Like a communist wouldn't say that communism didn't work because it was bad. It would say it didn't work because it wasn't a pure form of communism. But like that's like that main absolutist thinking. But then you get to stage orange, which has more of a private enterprise and has more nuance, and then that has a benefit. But then that has limitations because then still they're kind of kind of seeking for themselves, but in a kind of a private enterprise. But then you get to the next level, stage green, where you're actually trying to look out for the collective and everything around you, and then that actually has a more measurable benefit than kind of just like it's sounding good. It literally would have a more. It's like you would find that kind of like the Nordic countries are kind of going in that direction, and then after that, you would see stage yellow, which would kind of be above the ideology, and then kind of just using just kind of evidence based approaches for policy, and kind of how societies kind of interact, but based on this kind of guidelines. But it would be kind of you wouldn't kind of look at like the lower stages as like bad. You would kind of just say, how can we offer kind of a higher level of consciousness to the less developed countries, and then develop them. And then kind of just the
Yes,
last thing there is
liberal
the one
humanism.
after that one. Okay, this is one more thing. But then just after that, you would actually have like stage turquoise, but then it would kind of not need the evidence and everything, and it would kind of just go by your intuition. But that's another thing. But yeah. But where are we gonna go on?
Yeah, I see things as a bigger spectrum and how things of a paradigm and how things are connected in cause and effect. If people think to compartmentalize, they like to equate America with communism, and they're like, "What are you talking about? The country leans right, you know what I mean?" And it escaped from the far right of monarchism. You're getting the two mixed up. You know what I'm
but
saying? But they
No.
Nivek, the reason I say it's important to separate out your analysis is you conflated the economic perspectives with the political perspectives. So the right wing of the political, specifically political spectrum, is focused on conservative modalities. It's about preserving functioning hierarchies and ensuring that they work, right? And that
economic
has inherent
policies
problems.
and political ideologies
No,
are the same, or they're
no, no,
connected.
no, 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 no. They're substantially different because as you point out, we moved from like the the right wing conservatives used to be people that would advocate for monarchy when the left was pushing for freedom and liberty of all human beings. But we've marched on past that time. Now the right wing conservative view is once again it's to preserve the functioning hierarchy. The functioning hierarchy we currently have is individuated rights and personal responsibility. And the
The
left
left
is trying
created
to
capitalism
yes, but that's what I'm saying.
through
Like the left,
liberation of the liberal
so
revolts.
no, no, but this is why you mustn't conflate the two. The right wing is about preserving hierarchies and ensuring that they function.
I
The
understand
left
how they
wing,
think.
the left wing is about creating new hierarchies, regardless of their ability to function. Yeah. So Nivek, when you conflate politics with economics, I'm not saying that they're not linked. Obviously, they're linked. But when you conflate them, you start saying things like, "Oh, you start mixing up where capitalism precisely is." Because even in communist China, they practice capitalism because capitalism is a system of economic practice. They've got specific zones where they allow capitalism to exist because it's separate from their political system.
Liberalism is about expanding,
Yeah,
about being
liberalism is
open-minded, and conservatism is about conforming. It's not about like free, minded thought
yes,
thinking.
yeah.
That's going too general though. If you're applying
No,
it to
no,
like economic
No.
political.
My point is, liberals about progress. You need change. In order to have progress, you need different. You have to be about like open mindedness and change.
so
It-
we're
so
just
progress
to
ties
come back
into
to politics.
into
Yeah.
growth.
So you're right,
It's about society advancing.
but
Liberalism.
progress isn't always good. You know, you can have progress in the wrong direction as well, and you need that corrective mechanism. So the left and the right work together. The right basically prevents us from walking off the cliff, and the left ensures that we're getting as many berries from the cliff as possible.
I
There
get
needs to be
you.
there needs to be an intricate
Oh,
balance
oh,
between searching for the new and preserving what got us there.
The left steps
Uh,
on the gas, and the right steps on the brakes.
Pretty much, so
no,
more or less. Um,
yeah.
'Cause, yeah, you
So,
can't
what do you
just
think? We
continue
should
to
step on the
accelerate.
brakes or step on the gas?
Well, no. If you only step on the brakes, you go nowhere, and if you only step on the gas, you crash.
Well, I believe we should step on the gas. That's where
But
we
so
are.
quick, can I actually say like what actually is going on is like so all that like so in terms of like right wing politics, all that would be is kind of just lower levels on the more on the spiral dynamics hierarchy, which is like kind of like if we talk about like right now we kind of have like a mix of like blue and orange politics, and that's kind of like the right wing party, and then a kind of a mix with maybe green and orange. So orange is kind of like you have it's like after you had that absolutist moral law enforced, or it's kind of like 100%, absolutist government. And then after above that, America kind of had like a more nuance, and it has like, gray area, it has capitalism and everything like that. That's stage orange. We like both sides have like stage orange in the country, but the sides that they differ is like one side deviates towards green, where they can be more ideological, but generally it's kind of like an argument for benefiting the collective. But then the other one, so that's like orange and green, but then the other one is kind of orange and blue, where it'll kind of just focus on it'll kind of have like just focus on like the kind of the private enterprise, but then it'll have kind of that absolute moral law where it's like kind of like things like religion and things like that, and kind of like tradition and things being enforced. It's like that's why you kind of like see, but also it's like
So, Rikicho,
generally.
just to stop you for a second there. I heard what you said previously about your various stages, but I'm struggling to parse it. I was wondering if you could just post it in the live Pangburn philosopher chat, so everyone in the YouTube feed can maybe see what you're talking about, and it might
Yeah,
be easier to follow you.
yeah, actually, yeah, it's definitely a lot when I heard it
See,
but yeah,
equality of
so
opportunity advanced society because you know people create new. They innovate. They come up with new ideas. You know, people that have money, they just want to sell the horse and buggy indefinitely. They don't want any type of new technological advancements coming out that is competition. You know what I mean? It'll better society, but as far as that person's concerned, it's not good for business. So
I'm not sure I
that's not
understand
good for
exactly.
society. Wanting to take out somebody that will invent the car or something that would take out your horse and buggy industry, but it should be
So,
taken out.
so could you just put?
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
I
I
just
thought you were like.
posted the link.
Do you not have like a chart where you just can show like red, green, purple,
Oh okay.
turquoise, all those sort of
Oh, okay.
things?
Yeah, I'll find that as well. Something more like short spiral. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll get on that. You guys can
There you
back
go.
answer yourself.
So I just want to get Bruno's thoughts in here, and maybe just bring us a little bit back to topic because Nivek's also joined. So the original topic was meritocracy. You know, do we live in a meritocratic society, and more specifically, should we live in a meritocratic society? Because I came across an interesting critique of meritocracy, and and the reason we go into capitalism is it seems maybe not to be the case that capitalism is meritocratic, but at least minimally that we are seeking a meritocratic society through the endeavor of capitalism. And the critique of meritocracy is that, you know, it's all well and fine having a meritocratic society, but then people's stories become entirely about them, and their failure is 100% theirs, and their success is 100% theirs.
Yeah.
Contrasted with ancient societies where their success and failure was in part because of the god of fortune. It was like Fortuna didn't smile on you, that's why you failed. Get up and keep on going. You know. So
You,
yeah,
you know
Bruno,
what?
if you want to climb. So hold on, I just want to hear Bruno, and then Neve can go.
Wait, so like,
Yeah, just
yeah, so
give Bruno a second there.
Bruno, okay, sorry.
So I don't think there's a problem with meritocracy, really. And the critique, you probably didn't give an overview, or you just gave me an overview, but I think the critique is a bit weak because it's essentially saying the story is essentially 100% yours and the failures are yours. But that's exactly why I think it's good, because then you look at the story and you say, well, this guy has done it. He was in a similar situation that I am. You can sort of relate to that. There's so many sort of stories like that. And then you say to yourself, well, perhaps I can do it. That's besides the point. I do think competence really drives societies, right? It's one of the problems in Africa. I'm African. It's one of the problems, the lack of competence, which then leads to merit and then perhaps meritocracy. So if you say that, of course, everything's got a problem, but I haven't really looked into the problems of meritocracy, but I would say it's the best option for
But
the
what created it? What created meritocracy?
What creates meritocracy?
That's not the one thing is like, how are we?
So go, Couture. You cut out there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So basically, what I kind of want to dig in at is like, if we're gonna have that conversation, it's like kind of like, well, let's clearly define what a meritocracy is. Is it just like capitalism in its essence? Is it like, what, kind of like, first of all, like define like what it is, and then not necessarily if it's all good or all bad, but kind of how could it could be better, and maybe how it's devolved in some ways, and how it could evolve better in other ways. Like totally, apply like a nuanced approach rather than like an absolutist approach paradigm.
So if I could provide a definition here, meritocracy is a political system in which economic goods and/or political power are vested in individual people on the basis of talent, effort, and achievements rather than wealth or social class.
I mean, it's just capitalism, isn't it?
Can I? Yeah, that's what I wanted to kind of touch on, because you know what the problem is with today. It's similar to what was in the past with church and state interfering with governing and influencing it with its power by going through business and state today.
Yeah, so
in terms of governing, and we need a separation of business and state is in taking business out of governing, of influencing it for its benefit. And I it's kind of close to that, and it could potentially be close to that. I'm more about a system of governing than any type of this rule or that rule, because it can corrupt. The potential of corruption is there.
It just sounds like that definition was just capitalism. I mean, that's just capitalism, isn't it? So
it can do what capitalism is doing.
Potentially. It's not exactly the same definition.
It doesn't necessarily need to be capitalism specifically. You could have a merit-based society without capitalism. I'm not quite sure how you achieve that.
Yeah, neither.
But
I don't think it would be possible.
I want to try get away from linking it to capitalism, because it drags in all the capitalism arguments, and we get stuck in sort of evidenced reality.
It don't matter. It's the potential that it
No,
can
but
do
like,
what
wait, but that's
capitalism does.
actually but that's actually like the issue is that like if we just kind of like say we have like this total definition of capitalism, then to call it disguise as this other like better sounding word, meritocracy, and then we don't use evidence against it, then I'm actually not able to argue against it or how it could be better,
Yeah.
because then we're not even debating like an information based way to how make a system better. So then I can't argue it. I mean, you're right.
Well, when you're talking about oughts and what ought to be, you can arrive there logically. So when I look at this critique of meritocracy, the reason I think it has weight to address Bruno's points is, yes, on the one side of the argument, you want an individuated response, because individuals clearly move society forward, and there are great people like Nelson Mandela and Elon Musk and Isaac Newton that have propelled society forward. And we want to create structures in society that allow those individuals to do their good and provide for the world based on their merits. But then there's
Sounds like
another
you're
side to the
talking
equation.
liberalism.
Yeah, but there's another side to the equation, right? There's in that even within a meritocratic society, I'm not necessarily sure that it could always be true that you are 100% responsible for your success and 100% responsible for your failure, because even within our limited practice of trying to move toward a meritocratic society in our current capitalist endeavors, I can tell you, as an entrepreneur that has been bankrupted 6 times, that it doesn't matter how much you plan or how hard you work. A left ball can always come out of nowhere and fuck everything up for you. I mean, just look at COVID. Like, COVID's done that to a lot of people. Despite all the good planning, despite all the best efforts, it's come out of left field. And I think there are too many of those circumstances that can happen for us to say that it's 100% your effort and 100% your success. And if that is true, which I think we can say that is true, then I think it's a bit harsh to present people with a perspective that, you live in a meritocratic society, so because you failed, it's on you. Which is a very interesting departure from my own personal political perspective, which is why I think it's a worthy critique.
Ain't liberalism meritocracy? That's what it is about. People, being able to, based off their merit and then some entitlement, be recognized. It in itself creates, people with merit, within society, and we vote them we vote them based off of their, as representatives, based off of their merit.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know if my audio kind of went crazy for a little while. Am I back or okay?
We can hear you. Yeah, go for it.
All right. Yep. Yeah. I mean, just kind of like making the point. I didn't quite hear what liability was making. I kind of like heard maybe the beginning part of it. But in general, what I'm saying is like I think where I was I was explaining how like we should have an information-based approach to policy, and like the kind of definition of meritocracy sounded pretty much very synonymous with capitalism, and where there's kind of aspects of it to evolve, and then aspects of it how it is working, aspects of it's not working. Simply it should just be evolved in an information-based way, rather than kind of like using this thing where we're just calling capitalism another word and then kind of using another paradigm to improve it.
Your fear is that it can corrupt with absolute power, like capitalism can.
No,
like it can do what capitalism do, just rig things.
No, I mean it's not at all. I mean it's not actually my point at all. I mean I'm simply saying like there's arguments against capitalism, not against capitalism, meaning like you would get rid of it, but you would say that we can definitely look at how Nordic countries are essentially having a better, more economic activity, than us in many categories, and then how the period of time, the golden age of economic expansion in this country, how it was a lot. We were leading a lot more categories, especially economically, than how we're doing now because of the lack of
But
those
not
kind
by
of progressive
innovation.
policies.
No, you don't get rid of capitalism. You
Well,
keep both socialism and capitalism.
I mean, like innovation in like individual actors. I mean, that just would have nothing to do. Like, I would just say this. Like, that's gonna happen no matter what, unless we like put a policy in place to stop them. I'm not for stopping them. I'm not for ending capitalism or saying like this. Like any kind of scenario where it's like Elon Musk couldn't succeed. I'm not against any kind of policy getting in their way at all, unless
Yeah,
they
you want
hurt people or
equality
something.
of opportunity. You want a fair system, is all. You don't want some douchebag trying to step on everybody after he makes it up the
What do
ladder
you
to
mean
try
by
kicking it.
equality? What do you mean
That
by
has nothing to do with that. That has
Equality
nothing
of
to do with that.
opportunity, not equality as in everybody being equal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah.
Equal with what the far right says. I'm talking about as in potential, in opportunity to in being there in people uniqueness in their perspectives and who they are as a person can be
Just
harnessed.
hold on. You're going on a tangent. What do you mean by equality of opportunity?
How would you facilitate that?
Having people potential be having people potential be invested in by so they can do better in life. Some people, they don't want people to do better in life. They don't want any opportunities to be given to other people, and I'm talking about giving that.
I think
by being fair and
But this is the question.
and being that and doing that for all people, not discriminating along any lines.
Well, like I mean, a lot of the things though, like points you kind of made though, were just like way too generic to one measure or like
You
I'm
guys
saying
don't
a lot of
understand what I'm talking about?
Well, can I just ask a question? Like I'm saying, it seems like a lot of the things you're calling for just seem like way too generic to measure or improve or debate upon. I mean, like you're just saying like basically certain people can't be, disenfranchised against, or we should invest in opportunity. I mean, that's like really generic.
I know
That's
what
like
he's
a very
talking about when he says
like good
equality.
things are good
He's
and bad
he's
things are
trying to say
bad.
not all people are equal, and
No.
I absolutely.
I asked the original
Oh.
question. What do you mean by equality of opportunity? I never asked for equality. That was the original question. What do you mean by equality of opportunity? And you sort of given.
Okay, first you said equality, then
no.
I said equality of opportunity.
Wait, like how would you? I think he's asking like how would you measure?
Just to clarify, I
could
said
you hold on?
equality of opportunity the first ever time. You just didn't hear me properly. I already know. I already know about the equality argument. I said equality of opportunity, and you've given the thing is this, right? You can never truly have equality of opportunity the way you have sort of described it. You can never truly have that. You can have equality.
No, nothing's.
Just hold on. Just listen. You can have equality of opportunity with reference to the laws of society. That's about the best you can get, right? But you can never have equality of opportunity in the sense that everyone has equal access to resources, because that would go against the grain of economics, which is resources are scarce relative to us, right? So you can never truly have that, but you can have equality of opportunity with reference to the laws of society. That's like the closest you can get, and perhaps other things as well, which are variants of laws. But that's about it.
I understand that. I completely understand that. You strive for it. You're trying to say that I know nothing's 100%. You're not going to never ever. You get what I'm saying? I'm not like that naive. But you're trying to say society shouldn't be fair. Is what you're arguing?
That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm not saying society shouldn't be fair.
You tried to make it. I get what you're saying though. That it's not going to completely be fair.
No. Trust me.
Hold on, Bruno. Let me try and bridge the daylight between the two of you here. So Nivek, he's putting the challenge to you because you seem to be saying let's strive for equality of opportunity, which comes in it's implicit that we don't have it, that we're striving to go somewhere with it. And I think what Bruno is saying is that the only reasonable objective standard that we could present as regards equality of opportunity is equal rights under law. and that anything further than that will start violating and messing with other complex societal phenomenons. And I would think that Bruno agrees with me when I say that we all have equal rights under law, and there's nothing further to strive for in that
Yeah.
sense.
What, something, everything's perfect?
No,
Well,
it's,
it's not that everything's perfect. It's just that when you're looking for equality of opportunity, right? Like, let's just say everyone was equal, and I chose to be a blacksmith. Like, we all have equal opportunity starting at my generation. But now I become a very good blacksmith. You become a very good banker, right? Now my child, right, my son, I'm going to teach my blacksmithing skills so that instead of him learning everything from scratch with equal opportunity, he now has the advantage of all the skills I give to him,
there you go.
such that your son, who's now the son of a banker, has a better opportunity at being a banker. My son is the son of a blacksmith, has a better opportunity at being a blacksmith. They don't have equal opportunities at being bankers or blacksmiths.
That's how society was for many centuries, and we always strived, and things always gotten fairer over
But
time.
it's still like that.
And
Like,
all you
what
do
mean?
is keep striving to make things fairer and
Well,
it better society.
You can't do that. That's the point.
Well,
Like,
we
so I
have
think
done
the
that.
issue, the issue that's happening here is like that. Like again, like that's kind of why I said it was like too generic. It's like you need to measurably decide what the problem is and how to measurably accomplish the solution. I mean, like we could say that I would argue for socialized medicine because we have like an issue where 45,000 people die, then we can have this system where it costs half the cost, and then we'll have nowhere near that number and or medical debt or anything. It's like you would have to look at it on an information base. It's not like that either policy is going to be better just by like kind of if it's more capitalism or not. It has to be like information based.
We have
it's like,
more things available to people now than we had in the way in the past.
Yeah, that's another general thing. It's like, way more things like, it should be fair. It's like there's no like that's just words. That's not even specific to anything.
No,
How are you gonna measure that or enforce it?
We have more things available to us now than we had at the past.
You see,
By
Generic.
society
What things? What do you mean by
progressing.
things? What do you mean by things?
People have more opportunity now than their ancestors had in the past.
By
Their
what
ancestors
measure?
were oppressed in the past. They
By
were
what
enslaved
measure?
in the past.
but Nevik, there
Yeah, we
is a
have a
measure.
history of slavery.
Nevik, that's the thing. I just got something to say. You're right about that. People have more opportunities today relative to the past, but that's between two different chunks of time. But in our chunk of time, still that sort of unequal opportunity that's your idea anyways, an equal opportunity, which is the access to resources. And I'm saying, like, and I get that it's a real thing, but you really can't create a society where everyone has equal access to resources, equal access to everything. It's the best you can get is equal access to the law, equality in reference to the laws and variance of laws. And I think I haven't really thought of this properly, but I think that's about the best you can get with that, So
I think the answer lies in what Couture.
I do know. Yeah, I get that.
So Couture raised an interesting point in that we need to find the problems and we need to enact the right solutions. So when we're looking at this problem of equality of opportunity, we're looking at a societal level problem, which means the only solution we can enact is a societal level one, and that's a governmental solution.
By the way, when you mention law, a lot of people, when they get power, they manipulate the law. What I'm talking about does address the law.
You keep going off on tangents here. So if we can in agreement that the only solution we can enact is a societal governmental solution, then we have to recognize the limitations of of a governmental solution, and the limitations when you look at this, right? Let's say we have all equal rights. Now, let's say we want to make more equality of opportunity? How precisely do we go about doing that? If we want to say, in that same example of my son, the son of a blacksmith, and your son, the son of a banker, if we want to equalize their opportunities, then we need to come up with an individuated response on how to specifically equal my son's ability to become a banker and your son's ability to become a blacksmith. How do we go about doing that precisely and specifically?
Yeah, and I have
I
an
think
answer for that.
yeah, go for it.
So it's kind of like you wouldn't literally do it like that, like where it's like, okay, I have to give this person this thing, and then this person trying to do good in this thing. It's like what you would do is you would say, whatever way that society chooses to educate the public, it shouldn't be on a very base level. It should be affordable if not free, because like then you'll have a bunch of people working 60 hours a week and then they're just not able to further themselves. They're not able to kind of improve their ability in society. So then you make it so that people aren't working more so they can't better themselves, too much so they can't better themselves. And then you offer a system of education and betterments where they will be able to have more skills and values to apply it, and
Sure.
then make
How,
money off of them. If they do or don't, it'd be their prerogative.
how much of the rational education that you use in your day-to-day life has come from a private source like YouTube, Twitter, private
Yes.
citizens, and how much
Wait,
of
so
it has come from governments?
no, so actually, then I agree with you, and I kind of, I don't want to kind of like make that point. Is like if there's a question about like how it's done, like or the bureaucracy involved in it, I would argue against that and that being a problem. Like I would say things like the Khan Academy, if you know about that, but it's like it has like video tutorials. I'd say like those things are obviously sizably better. So then we'd have to think about like how can we make it so that more people have access to this better form of education rather than saying like, that, people kind of, we let people like, work like 80 hours a week and then not kind of have the opportunity to better themselves. Like that's kind of like how it would be. It would have to do with like giving people enough of a position economically so they can work like, an average amount, like 40 hours a week, and then not be impoverished and then still have kind of access to like, the best form of education. Like, so it's like maybe there
By
would
the
be a
way,
privatized
there
hybrid.
are people that who are ideologically hierarchical, and they do try to make things not be that way, and where they don't want they don't want others doing good, and they just want to maintain their positions.
Yeah, but that's just a corrupting of a hierarchy. Let's try like keep the conversation within the theoretical, because I think there's far more interesting places we can take a theoretical conversation like this than
No,
uh,
I'm just saying, because that exists, you have to acknowledge those things.
yeah, but so maybe try putting it in a different way, because when I say a theoretical way, I'm talking about modalities of behavior. So how I would address communism and socialism on a theoretical level is it seems to try redress hierarchies, and when I look at hierarchies, if they're anything but free, then they seem to
Socialism
corrupt
is
very
not
easily.
hierarchies.
Everything produces a hierarchy, like everything, like it's endemic across the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom. Everything creates a hierarchy, whether it's social or not. Hierarchies, they exist. It's a fact of reality. You're not getting out of it. The only thing we can do as it pertains to society is look at what underpins our hierarchy, because that seems to have a very important way on how that hierarchy is fashioned. And what I'm saying is, if you have anything but a free hierarchy, those hierarchies tend to corrupt very quickly and cease to serve their purpose, and then they become dysfunctional and they end up creating harm.
Can I
The
say
problem
one
with
thing?
the hierarchy would be the content of the hierarchy. So like it's kind of like I feel like that's kind of like a issue of like the issue of like money and government, where it's like okay, so if you're saying the money's corrupt and government's corrupt, then why would you have the government? I would say when you would have the government, you would say why do you have the money? It's like that's a parasite and the host argument. It's like the parasite is the corruption, and the host is government. You wouldn't root the host because of the parasite. You root the parasite because it's affecting the host.
Yeah, but like, you need to go jump into bog waters to pick up blood parasites. If you don't jump into the bog, you're not going to pick up a blood parasite. And what I'm saying, as it pertains to government, is you take away the government's right to intervene in private affairs, and then bam, no lobbying, no ability for private companies to corrupt government officials, because there's nothing that government officials can sell them. I come up to you and I go, listen, I've got an oil company. I'll give you $2 billion to create this oil law, this special law that preserves my right to pump oil over other people's personal property rights. Then the government officials forced to say, listen, sorry, we're not even allowed to make laws like that. Can't take your money.
Can I say one thing? The left and the right are back and forth between each other. The right is hierarchy, and the left is more about overthrowing that, and it's a constant back and forth throughout history of that.
Well,
one wanting to maintain, and the other one wants.
I think it's a very funny thing, really. When people say overthrowing hierarchies, it's like you really would never get away from hierarchies, even if you decided to create a communist state. The hierarchy is the government, and it can get corrupt. So it's and if you have a dystopia where nothing works, so it's all chaos, you would have a sort of hierarchy.
I'm saying that there's a balance between one having a hierarchy of wanting to hold, and the other that's going against, that wanting to overtake that, and it's a constant back and forth. People who used to be poor become wealthy, and they hold, and then you have poor people again, and it's just a back and forth.
I think the problem Nivik's gonna have is that, like, I feel like we might even politically agree, like, if we like got down to it, but it's like you kind of make like a lot of like general like problems and solutions to them without like kind of having any specific specificity and measurements to it. So then it's like you're not able to really like kind of compare like what's going to work and what's not going to work. Saying like generally like this side has hierarchies, this side against hierarchies. Like what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like
the liberal mindset's liberal-minded. It's more anti that in how it
like
is. And it's liberal mind,
like,
and the right ideal.
What do you mean by liberal mind?
The right is more ideologically hierarchy in its thinking.
But those are but you understand, like, those are like general statements. So that's like meaningless. So like what's a liberal mindset is, and then it's more like that based on what? Like that's literally all generics, really, with no backing. That's all I hear.
A free thinking mind. They're not. Then it's
free thinking mind.
Nivek, hold on. Like the problem here is you're looking at how the left addresses corrupted hierarchies, right? And the reason
I know how people think, man. I know how the liberal mind thinks and the right mind thinks.
Yeah. So the reason you ought to focus on what I'm saying with free hierarchies is the problem you're pointing out is a problem when you don't have free hierarchies, when you have stratified hierarchies. So when you have stratified hierarchies, there's no movement up and down the hierarchy, and it's stratified in a totalitarian way, and it doesn't change. And that's when the left comes in and you get violent political revolution as a response to a stratified hierarchy.
Like the conservative mind would more be for monarchism, and the liberal mind would more be against it.
Nivek, hold on. That's where you're wrong. Like the current conservative mind is just preserving the hierarchy that was new and introduced 40, 50 years ago by the left. So the conservative, the political spectrum is always shifting and changing. It's incorrect to ascribe a specific political belief to the left or the right, because that what is left and what is right on the political spectrum is constantly shifting, and
depending on where you are at the time.
But huge issue, like what kind of like those kind of like points are is it saying like the liberal mind is more like this and the conservative mind is more like that. that's just so general. You can't tie it
It's
to
true.
anything. So it's full of holes. But what does that
So-
even mean, though? The liberal mind, the conservative mind, like what if there's nuance? What if there's like
He
that's
keeps conflating economic practice and political disposition, and that's why I'm trying to make this point to you, Nivik. Like the all the right wing of the political hour does is identify working hierarchies and keep them functioning, and it's very hard to get them to shift out of that functioning hierarchy. But eventually, when the left comes up with a new idea that works better than the previous idea, the right
Open-minded, different thoughts, different views, different perspectives. That's how liberals are.
but
Conservatives
liberals
are not
aren't-
about that.
Vivek, what you're missing is liberals aren't always good. They're not like axiomatically good because they wanted to change the system. They don't always change the system for the better. It's the role
I
of
don't-
the conservatives to keep them from changing the system for the worse.
I actually have a question for Nivik. So, like, would you say that the solution, to kind of like a society getting better is to like have a more general, have like certain general principles and then apply them, or like get as much information as you can and then have a measurable solution, to see it through? That's my question.
How
Like,
do
because wait. So one, you kind of say, okay, so if we enforce these general principles, these general things, like let's say you said free thinking, other things, you said like the other things a liberal mind is, and then apply that, like, or should we just have if we should just have a purely information based way of advancing measurably good policies? Like, what paradigm would you say is better?
yeah,
And that's significant.
if they both. I'm just
No, I'm just asking what's
pointing out
better. Like this,
things.
I know you're
Yeah,
pointing
yeah.
out,
Of
but I'm
course, you
asking
go off
what's
of
better.
information, but I'm just pointing out reality to things is all. I'm
No,
not.
what I'm saying here. Okay, but I'm asking, like, what is a better approach? Like, you can answer the other one. I'm saying, like, so are you saying the information based approach is a better way, right? Where you're specifying the issue, that you're better saying it through, right?
I'd say you
Is that correct?
understand your environment that you're in at the time and get an understanding of it. And
Yeah. So
you'll take in information, and that environment a lot of the times it does have a left or a right leaning
it's not
to
about,
it.
okay. So what I'm
You
saying,
I'm answering you. So
okay.
right now, I believe by me looking at how things are today, based on how society is, it has a slant to the left. I mean, to the right, socially and economically. And what's called the center isn't the center. It's the right. It's the center right. And we should and we should more move liberally. In socially with our policies
Oh,
when it comes
okay. So
to
yeah. So that's
society.
I'm just okay, guys. Okay, so here's like the issue I think you're gonna have is, okay. So here's the thing. So here's the thing. Like, are you saying that an information based policy, right, based on specification, like knowing the environment, you're saying like applying an information based solution, and you have to and to specify the solution, then measurably see it through. That's better than just having
I
sticking to a
said
bunch of general. No, I'm asking you a question. Hold on, because I think
I've
you're
added
agreeing with
both.
that.
I've added both of what I was saying. I was saying I look at reality for what it is and how I see it right now. And where we are in society, it's more right leaning
Okay, so
in how
no,
it
so
is
it doesn't matter if it's right leaning or left
socially.
leaning.
So you gather information in how to address the problem. To have an understanding.
Yeah, that's what I'm
In order
saying.
to overcome it, and let me answer you, and that answer would be you make rational investments more socially on the left, in society with having more opportunity,
Okay, so
equality
yes,
opportunity for people to be better in order to balance society. And
okay, so
and it's good for both the right and the left,
I
because
know. So
once people move upward, they
Nivek,
grow wealth, and they
so,
do all the
Nivek, wait.
capitalism
I
stuff.
think, oh no,
All right.
no. All right, so I'm saying, so
wait, Kutcher.
So-
Nivek, you're gish galloping into your points, and you're going on into multiple other avenues, and I think Kutcher's trying to.
No, I'm not. I'm adding everything
Writing
together.
comments in the sunset, man.
I know, but instead of trying to re-explain your whole position each time he asks you a question, maybe
So,
try
okay, so
focusing
what I'm saying,
on what he asks
okay,
you and
yeah.
give him a specific answer, short
Yeah,
and
so
sweet.
so what I'm saying is like, okay, so it seems like you did agree that like it's better to, and this is what I'm asking, like I'm using this question to then make another argument, but you're saying that like it's better to have more of a specific information based way to improve things, or measuring the outcome and everything, rather than applying a bunch of general kind of principles than applying. I'm just saying, I'm asking like you would buy into the informational approach, right? Correct?
I buy into all approaches.
What do you mean you buy into all approaches? What does that mean you buy? Like, it can't be both. There's obviously a difference I'm making between
You have to
generally
you have to
saying,
take it. Well, I mean, like everything's information. So I mean, like you know,
no, but I'm saying, I'm proposing.
taking in conservative ideology and liberal ideology, and being about taking in information that's all information in itself.
No, you're not. Okay, so wait, you're not. Okay, so you're not answering the question though. Okay, so what I'm saying is you should. Okay, so actually, I think here's the problem though. It's like you're kind of focusing more on labels and generics rather than even being able to look at it in a specific way. It's like you're saying you should think in a more conservative way, or this should be in a more liberal way. This should be that. It's not about liberal or conservative. It should be an information based way to specifically measure the
I'm
solution.
pointing out things for what they are. Is
What do you mean for
I'm
what
just
they are?
identifying things, and I'm saying, and when identifying things, I'm trying to therefore have an idea how to approach.
Nivek,
Okay,
let me
so
try to reformulate. Hold on, Kutcher.
okay,
I want to try to
so
reformulate your question to Nivek. I think I
okay.
know where you guys are going wrong here. So Nivek,
I'm not
I
biased
think
to anything. This is just how my mind works.
I'm not saying you're
I
biased.
know, but I think let's look at a specific case policy. The question Kutcher is asking you, let's take something like abortion, right? What he's asking you is, should our abortion policy be formed by us looking at the data and the outcomes of having abortion versus not having abortion, and maybe additional nuances to when you may have an abortion and when you may not have an abortion, and look at the scientific evidence and and use the information at hand and the analysis and the statistics to form our policy? Or should we form the policy along ideological lines, and say, well, from a right-wing perspective, we believe in the primacy of life, and life starts at conception, and therefore abortion should be illegal? So do you think that we should take the ideological perspective and say this is how society ought to be? Or should we look at the information at hand and have information-driven policy? Kucha, is that a fair reformulation of your question?
Yeah, so just generally, it's kind of so generally what I'm saying is it's like there is a clear difference of applying
Abortion is
like
not really
general
different between
principles.
the left and the right, because I mean, like
Oh,
the right says that they
That's
don't
not
like
the point.
babies dying.
Hold on. It's not a left or
So
right question. The question is, should policy be formed from an ideological perspective of left or right wing thinking, or should it be formed through information and the data that we have available?
exactly.
Left and right wing is included in that, though.
No.
Okay, so I want to. Maybe I can ask it another way. It's like, so here's another way I could try to ask it. Okay, so let's say you're approaching society. Let's say, I'm not saying anyone is, but that's why it's a question. I'm gonna give you all the time to answer. So it's like, let's say you believe that like you find a lot of ideals, right? A lot of principles that work. Like, let's say, having like free thinking society, whatever it is, and then you generally apply it, or you believe in an information evidence based way to find a solution. I'm just saying, those approaches clearly aren't the same. You can't be both. You literally you have to kind of pick one approach of like, are you gonna have a measurable a specific way of how you're gonna further
A lot
society,
of
or
times
you're
when
gonna
you
have
bring
general principles. Can't be
a
both.
lot of times when you bring
Just make
information
way better.
together, what you know, you end up learning new things.
So okay, so are you an
So
informationalist?
you
You could
saying
pick the other
you're
option.
saying like we should when you talk about don't know, you know.
I'm asking you a question. That's all I'm doing. I'm asking you a question. I'm saying, oh, so you would say you would take an information-based approach
See,
to things, right? There's a question. Like you could. That's it. That's all I'm asking.
yeah, of course. I mean, you said that in the instead of like a free thinking type of thing, but there's no separation with that, because when you put minds together, free thinking based off of the information that they have, they put the information together, they form different new forms of information by bringing their minds together. You're trying to separate. I don't. You guys are trying to separate things where they're connected. Things aren't. You guys are trying to separate things where they're not where they're not separate. There's no separate between things.
No, I'm saying
You have to
this.
understand reality is
I'm,
connected, man. You can't separate
I agree.
cause and effect of things. You know what I'm
Okay, so
saying? I don't see a separation of things.
so wait, here's that's cool. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying like I'm agreeing with you. So like you would kind of have there's kind of like two paradigms of approaching society. Like have like general principles and then apply it. I'm assuming this. I actually think that like the more
See,
progressive
my
approach is
mind.
actually
You guys are
wait.
like discussing my mind. You know, my
I
mind is like a pot of soup. You get what I'm saying? You know, when you look at a pot of soup and you're like, the peas are bumping to each other, and the pork is bumping into the broccoli. You know what I'm saying?
there's no for.
I see things in a causality kind of way, and you know,
Wait.
you're
So
trying to
I'm actually
separate me.
no, I'm actually thinking you would be inclined to more have an information to specific based approach rather than having a bunch of principles and then generically apply. I'm actually giving. Actually think that the more progressive position, the position that like I think you're trying to answer is that you would take an
We once had
informational
that
based approach.
discussion in the past about
Wait. So I'm saying
focusing on the family, and we should only focus on the family. But
no. So I'm saying
then I
that
brought up.
it seems like you would take.
Let me say one thing. We
Seems,
had that discussion in the past about focusing on the family, and I said you can't focus, not ignore the environment.
Hold on. Let Trav finish.
Wait, so I think like here's the thing. It seemed like you would take a specific an informationalist based approach where you're going to arm yourself with as much information as possible, then look into it. Like is that the position rather than generally have general principles that apply? I'm actually thinking I think that's your position, where you would want to look at the evidence and make it specific and everything and measure the outcome and see it through. I would think that is your position. I actually think that's your position. Is it? Rather than having generic ideals that you would kind of blindly enforce.
Then you said like, am I about just taking information, what you know, and putting it together, and or about being free, open?
No, that's not. No, I'm not saying like. I'm saying like that. Okay,
and not saying they're not separate.
No, it is separate because one is what like it's separate to have like one approach where you're just gonna generally apply good things like let's look at after one each other and like let's do this good thing, let's do that thing, have a bunch of virtues and then generally enforce it, or like the other example is saying like life shouldn't end at life starts at conception, so we shouldn't have like abortion. It's like that's one approach.
Opposing things are connected.
No.
I'm saying opposing things aren't separate.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying that anything's separate or connected. I'm saying that is a measurably different paradigm of operating than another. I mean, you could say they're connected. I'm just saying they're measurably different.
Remember when they're
like
bringing up socialism and capitalism, and I say I don't see a difference between the two, and I explain that by how you invest in one is not actually just social. You end up through that investment in equality of opportunity, have a capital gain return on that investment that goes back to the ideology of the right. Everything I always talk about all things in whole. I don't have a bias towards anything.
It's not a bias. It's like what I'm saying is like.
One time we had a conversation. We should focus
guys,
on the family.
Guys, do you hear that sound? Do you hear that sound? I hear it. That's the sound of the deniability hammer coming in and smashing your conversation, because I feel like we're going around in circles. So we're going to welcome Kcon to the conversation. Kcon, welcome. we're talking about meritocratic-based societies. It seems to always come back to capitalism. But what do you think about meritocracy and living or pursuing a meritocratic society?
I was another person in the chat.
Yeah, Keikon? I
Oh.
see you unmuted there, but we got no sound coming through. No, nothing still. Maybe you joined the voice there. So Bruno,
Anyways, we had that conversation.
Hold on, Keikon.
Well,
Nivek, you're not hijacking the conversation back to wherever you were going.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Deemed it unproductive.
well,
Keikon?
can I have fun and Nivik though?
Oh wait, we got some sound from Keikon there.
Yeah, I think my settings were set to push to talk. That's what it was. But sorry to disappoint. I don't know. This conversation might be a little too highbrow for me. I have a hard time being able to talk about any like ocracies, like putting opinions on what ought to be in different societies. I just have a hard time with it.
I agree with you.
Let me give you a definition, and that's why we're here,
Sure,
because we're having a hard time with it. We're talking it out. So the definition of meritocracy is a political system in which economic goods and/or political power are vested in individual people on the basis of talent, effort, and achievements, rather than wealth or social class.
So it would be a structure based on merit, and so a reward system based on your own personal ability to provide.
Something, yes. Approximating, yeah. Close enough.
Yeah. And then so what would be an alternative structure?
Well, that's
what
a
are
good question.
examples of non-meritocracy? What are examples of non-meritocracy society?
Well, a monarchy. Like you're born with the right to rule or the right to not rule, and regardless of your competency or merit base, you are the king, and you're born to that right.
Well, okay. So isn't any other system aside from meritocracy just completely outdated? Like we all live in some form of a meritocracy in our current time, right?
Yeah, I mean, all I would argue is like that kind of definition is pretty much, I don't see how it's any different than like capitalism itself. And then obviously with if we're gonna argue about capitalism, it's like, it's not that it's all bad or all good, but there's some areas that it can be measurably improved, like in the democratic socialist countries, and even some of the policies we've had when this country produces the most economic growth in the history of the world. It's kind of like it would be, there's areas of it that could be evolved, and then areas of it that kind of don't work. And kind of the issue, what I kind of want to take with Nivik is like his solutions and everything is too generic to measure and put in place. So it's just not about anything specific.
Yeah.
I explained my view on capitalism with socialism.
No.
I found you guys' conversation interesting, and I couldn't help but feel like you guys clearly have some history in I had a hard time following along. And the recent question that you were asking him, if you could pose it again, I thought it was very interesting. It came off as a very leading question.
Wait, for me? My question?
Yeah, so basically the reason I put a stop to it was because it was a question to clarify something, and Kocho was going to go into secondary points, and we were circling the drain on the first point into ad nauseum. So essentially shift to somewhere else.
Yeah, so essentially the question though I was trying to find is like, I was trying to ask like, okay, so it's kind of like two paradigms to to evolve society by, like, one where you're having a bunch of general ideals that you're trying to enforce. Like, let's say, like, one of them could be like, if you're gonna have abortion rights influence, it could be that that life starts at conception, so obviously you can't abort it because it's life. Or then you could say that should have these three free thinkers, or like kind of good things, or like we should look at one another, or whatever. That's like a kind of an approach, a paradigm where you'd have general ideals, and then you're kind of applying that. But then I'm saying, I was asking if Nivik would take that paradigm, or he would take an information-based paradigm where you need to specifically learn about the evidence surrounding it and then have a measurable solution to see it through, where like you would have like kind of a policy implemented, and then it would only get there by the evidence that it's supported, and then you kind of like measurably enforce it. So it's kind of like you would have a way of knowing if it's working or not working, and know what the problem is, and then know what the solution is. And I was just literally trying to ask if like what way does he think? Does he believe in the general idealistic way or the specific information way? And he said, I don't know. I wasn't actually able to get an answer for that, so I don't know.
Who would choose other than the information way? It just sounds like the poor choice. Like it sounds like the dumb.
Exactly. I was trying to find out. I was really trying to ask like Nivik if that's his approach, and I really tried. It seems like that would be like my point was like my secondary points I was going to make actually was based on Nivik taking the information and specific and the informationalist based approach, but I couldn't get an answer on that. Literally, I'll still wait on it.
Can I explain my mind? Like I'm a person that is in the center.
Your mind is the suit.
No. I stay. Yeah, I stay in the center of things, and
the only way we're continuing this conversation. Yes, I'm doing it on purpose. The only way we are reconsidering going back into this conversation if it's not centered around Nivik's specific response, and we open the room up to other people participating in the question. Because when we were going between Couture,
I was responding to me.
We were circling specifically. So, Kcon, if you Couture, if you want to put the answer to Kcon, and Kcon, you want to chime in, then we can continue on the subject.
Yeah, I would definitely apply that to Kcon. Yeah, like but. So you kind of think like an informationalist based approach is kind of better than like kind of enforcing generalistic ideals?
Yeah, I mean, I think at face value, just for anyone to kind of want to defend their ability to have reason and gather information, they would just say that they take an informational approach to everything. Even if you apply that abortion scenario, I think maybe as an outsider, you could see that, you're using your ideals to come to that conclusion, but they would probably look for information to mask that they were making an idealistic decision. Like that's why we debate it so much, is because they're like, well, I have the facts on my side. So
that's why I say I don't see them separate. They're
what do you mean?
Information.
Well,
information it includes those things of the left and the right.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's a generalistic way to look at it. And I think like Nivik actually might have maybe a progressive like policy platform if that's what we really got into. But I think that the issue that I'm kind of noticing is that you kind of speak in very generalistic language, where it's almost like you sound like you take like the approach where you're kind of enforcing general ideals rather than like a specific information-based approach based on everything I heard, is what I'm saying.
How would you approach abortion?
Yeah, so it's not exactly a fair question. Couture, hold on though. It's not a fair question, because when you pose the question, you say the information-based approach is based on a measurable approach. And in many facets of what we're talking about, there is no measurable approach. As much as I advocate for capitalism and democracy and free markets and perfect competition, all my measurements and proof and substantiation I would put to you in support of that I would rationalize and say is an information-based approach. It's ultimately just correlative data. And that's to say, like when we're comparing capitalism, communism, we're going America versus Russia. and the best we can do is look at the societies they produced, right? It ignores all the other factors that may have gone into the production of that society, to the point where I'm fairly sure capitalism is superior to communism, but I can't measurably, in any convincing way, prove that to you. So, the reason it's an unfair question is on some level, you do need to go the ideological route because there's insufficient measurability.
Because
Right,
ideology,
right.
systems based off ideology. So if you're thinking like, okay, well, I'm all just business, and everything should be like, we should run this country like a business. Well, that came from ideology. You know, it was liberal ideology that that
But
originated from
It wouldn't be
of
it
somewhat
wouldn't be
supported.
ideology though.
No,
It
no,
would
but
be lack thereof. It
but
would be a
hold on.
solution.
It's somewhat
well,
supported by businesses bringing wealth and making a country stronger. But when we're trying to compare that to what would be the alternative, the only way to like really know what's better is to go, what was America like under capitalism between the 1930s and the 1980s, and what was America like under communism between the 1930s and the 1980s. But we don't have an America under communism. We only have a Russia under communism, right? There's no direct comparison. It's just probabilistic guessing. That's why we debate about these things so much, and that's why ultimately any
I
answer
don't like
you
the
go,
capitalism
any
communism
position,
comparison.
any position you're going to take is going to be from an ideological perspective and not a evidence-based
Not
perspective,
necessarily, no.
specifically in the realm
I
of
I think
politics and
no.
economics.
I don't like the
No,
comparison
no,
of capitalism
so
and communism.
so no wait, so like so actually no, like I think what you're talking about is like there's some things that humans can kind of see as a truth that doesn't necessarily have like evidence. I mean, I agree that's true. That's not ideology, that's intuition, which is like the human ability as a brain to kind of parse a lot of data without kind of substantiating it. I mean, I would just say that's what intuition is rather than
Intuition is
ideology. You
formed
can even
by
remove ideology
uh,
and then
you can't though. Intuition is formed by your presuppositions. So you can only intuit something if you're operating off a presupposition about reality.
not
Uh,
necessarily like a presupposition to like
give me an intuition that you give me something that you think is an intuition, and I'll show you the presuppositions you're operating off of.
okay, well, like I would say that I would kind of take more of a progressive democratic socialist approach because I would look at the correlation of policies and I would say that like look at the countries that are doing the best in the world right now and then look at the policy look at when we had the most economic growth in the history of the world and you'll find that both of them had more of a leaning towards progressivism than
Okay,
anything else,
you
and that wouldn't be based on
you're
like I'm sorry, I'm not done. I'm sorry, I'm not done. I'm connecting intuition with like policy. So I'm not saying that's all evidence based. It's like I would actually have to use my intuition of logic to kind of see that correlation and be like, like things were but like what was it like when what were we doing when things worked? Were the best when things were the best of the best the society that was ever structured, and then what's the best now? It's like that's element of applying human intuition with evidence-based policy.
you're presupposing something like living standards measure is a good, an inherent good.
Not necessarily, not
That
inherently, no.
well, no, but when you refer to those stats, the stats that are specifically better are living standard measures, and you are presupposing that that is the sort of good that we should structure society towards.
No, I would say it's like that's again. There's two elements of it. It's like you would look at what would produce like more economic growth, and there would be an evidence-based approach. But then generally, you can kind of have things you can't really substantiate. That's driven by human intuition, but it's not
But
necessarily it's not ideology because it's not like I'm saying like ideology would be dogmatism, meaning that you're saying like if it wasn't that approach, then you'd have like some kind of like tied towards it. It's like it would just be a perception of reality. So tying a perception of reality with idealism are two different paradigms, even if they
yeah,
work in a similar way.
you're missing my point though. I'm just saying that in order to intuit something as better or worse, you have to have fundamentally a subjective presupposition that has no bearing in evidence.
But
You're essentially randomly deciding that economic growth is good, or that living standard measures increasing is good. That's a subjective application.
yeah,
Um,
it's subjective,
so,
but then the defining factor wouldn't be ideology, though. It would be intuition. I'm arguing what I think you're calling it ideology. I'm calling intuition. That's all I'm saying,
well,
actually.
the reason I bring up subjectivity is when you say you're using an information-based approach, you're operating with the presupposition once again that there's objective evidence to lead you in your policy making. You're using objective information, right? And you're advocating for us to be objective in our approach rather than subjective. And I'm trying to point out that even when you're trying to be objective, you have to apply a subjective presupposition to make sense of it all.
Oh, so okay, so I just want to okay, so here's like what I'm arguing is like that you can kind of you can do a lot of studying and look at how civilizations, developed and kind of have an understanding of human nature with your kind of wisdom and intuition, and then you can apply that. But that's different than saying that I have these kind of ideals and I want to see that enforced, and then I'm going to back that up with objective evidence. Like that doesn't necessarily mean uh ideology. Like you don't need in order, like if I were to explain how I think, theories of how I'm looking up a civilization or how human civilization works or how human nature works, that's not necessarily applying an ideology. That's using your brain and applying it in another way. It's not like saying that this ideal is better so it should be enforced.
Yeah, but we have a body of evidence that shows that as societies urbanize, the rate of suicide goes up 20-fold. And we don't really know why that is, but we do know that it is. And you could say, based on that evidence, it's not clear that the move to industrialized society is for the better. I still think the move to industrialized society is for the better, but I recognize minimally that that's my subjective perspective because I think computers and technology are great and they make the world a better place. But
Yeah, exactly.
there,
That's what I'm saying. Is
there are people that don't share that perspective with me.
Where do you think ideology comes
so
from?
that's actually what.
People be left and right
So wait,
thinking.
So that's what I'm saying is though,
Where do
you
you
would
think it comes
generally be
from?
able to kind of compute that. You kind of be able to generally see how things are a lot better in terms of when you're introducing industrialism to civilization, and then the suicide rate is kind of I would kind of look at it as a suicide rate would be a specific issue that we should work within an industrialized society, but then we would have to use your intuition to kind of recognize that you wouldn't just do away with industrialism because of suicide rates. You would have to have you'd be able to have to look at trends, and it's a way that the human mind can compile massive amounts of data without any specific measure tied to it. But that's not ideology. That's seeing the world with your brain. That's not applying ideology would mean that you're saying that you're applying a specific ideal. And I don't see how that's applying a specific ideal if it's just if it's a
Okay.
perception of a massive amount of data.
Well,
Those two things.
Where do you think
again,
ideology comes from?
why is murder wrong?
Well, essentially, because honestly, we just decided it's wrong. That's literally it. We humans just decided it's wrong. It's not objectively wrong.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I think society's better if we don't have murder, but there's no more to your question, how do we structure society? And I think on some level, because there's no way to provide the measurement criteria you're looking for an information-based thing, on some level we need to just decide that, do we want murder in society? And that's entirely a subjective thing. And I don't want to live in a society where murder is okay. I think it would be dysfunctional. And that's an entirely ideological perspective. And I don't feel the need to substantiate that with any information or any causal analysis. It's just quite simply, I don't want to live in a society where murder is acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, we were
And
taught that though.
but but that's what I'm saying. That choice will fundamentally create a society, irrespective of the evidence-based perspective, if you follow. So, like,
Yeah.
regardless of what the evidence is, we want a society that's free because we like freedom. Simple.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I mean, we decided that's all a decision. We decided to operate that way, and that was taught to us. Like we don't like if we were wild animals, we wouldn't care about killing another human. If we were like, and honestly, even as far as the Holocaust goes, like, do you think like another species like even knew or cared about it? It's like everything's relative to us. Like and you know, as far as like murder being wrong or anything like that, I mean that's something that is inherent with other things that we've just learned to kind of just do as a society, but it's all evidence-based approach, but it might also apply intuition. If it's kind of like you have to kind of notice trends and things that you can't kind of like pin to like specific data points to, which is as a rule, but it's not an ideological reason. It's essentially saying like why it's a move towards higher collective consciousness. It's not necessarily like an ideology, an
So,
isolated
so,
ideology.
so maybe let's bring it back to topic at this juncture, because I think you raised an important thing. I think we're kind of in agreement now that there is a difficulty in measuring the effects of these decisions, whether they're ideological or information based. And as it pertains to meritocracy, a meritocracy is where you are 100% responsible for your success and therefore 100% responsible for your failure. And I think we've pointed out what seems to be an intractable problem in making sure that it's 100% your success and 100% your failure. And therefore, maybe we shouldn't be purely structuring our societies based on merit and making it the be all and end all on how society is structured. And I can't believe I just said that, but maybe it's what makes most sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's nuance to it. I mean, you would kind of have like a balance of like, let's have a society measure, that kind of is based on merit, but it's not like solely on merit, where like, we're essentially leaving like the poorest to die in the street. And that's actually kind of reflective of the position I would want to apply. It would be a very hybrid, evidence-based model, which would have the most measurably positive impact, but also based on intuition and not necessarily putting emotion and dogmatism to it, and kind of deciding what solution should be before looking at the evidence, which I mean I try to do, but it's also like your intuition is able to compile like data models and the way human nature works on kind of a scale that you can't really like go on an evidence-based approach and just do that. But I wouldn't say that intuition is ideology. Like there's kind of a conflation of
Can I
ideology and
ask, where
intuition.
do you think ideology comes from? Make people think the way they do in left and right.
Honestly, they learn it. It's just like it's just that it gets adopted. Like it could be brought down to them by you know by their parents. There could be like emotional reasons involved. It could be surrounding an issue. I mean, it could come by so
There's a lot
many
of
various
factors,
ways.
huh?
Yeah, you can't really pinpoint it where an
Yeah.
ideology comes from. That's what I was saying.
Because I mean, there's somebody has to be a certain way to be, think right and think left, and there's some there are
Yep.
some things that you can see that are obvious why. But like
Yeah, I
you
mean,
said, the teaching and passing it on is one of them.
yeah, there's so many ways. Like I don't even know if I could even answer that. It's like there's just so many ways. Um, like, but where ideology comes from? I mean, yeah.
Don't you
I
think
know.
that it might be valuable to continue to structure our society in a merit base, but just shift our own personal perspectives on what we consider to be merit. Like we're talking about how, like someone was making an argument earlier that this merit-based society thing is basically capitalism, but that's just like a tunnel vision of isolating merit with finance and then making everything merit-based rely around finance. But like, can't we just,
What would the
isn't it
alternative be?
a merit-based society? Well, we already appreciate like art, and we appreciate
How? With money.
well, I mean, we can do it, we do it in other ways, like
How?
We appreciate scientists
by having
without money,
teachers
though.
teaching other people about philosophy. And so, you know, we allow that person to make a living. They get paid by it, but like, you know, they get paid through our taxes, and we all contribute to taxes. And we know that, you know, this philosophy is providing to our society in ways that aren't just directly monetarily providing. Like we can.
But what would an example of that be? What would an example be of the of an alternative that would be merit based but without money?
Well, it's not
would that
merit based
look like?
without money, but we can keep merit based with money. But
That's what I'm saying. Capitalism is.
Right.
It's
so
not. It's not just.
if we strictly have merit based, only centered around money and only focusing on money, that is pure capitalism without any other mix of any other ideas. But that's what I'm trying to say is like meritocracy, from what I'm seeing, is we can imagine society rewarding different things in different ways that aren't just with money.
Wait, but how? That's what I'm saying. How? Like, what would that look
How?
like?
Yeah.
How?
Well, like a universal basic income is still giving money, but it's not. You're not actually like exchanging a product for another product, which is like what capital is about. It's more.
That's the bar system.
What's that?
So no,
That's the bar
money and
system. That's a
capitalism.
whole other system.
Money
Bar
is a
system.
concept that stands separate from capitalism. You need to understand
Okay.
this.
No,
Capitalism
I guess not.
is just an economic practice embodying free people exchanging goods and services with other free people for prices they decide between themselves. That's what capitalism is.
So wait, are
Money
you saying?
is
Oh.
something entirely different from that. Capitalism
So I mean,
is primarily involved in the use of money, yes, but capitalism is not equal to money.
wait. So are you saying we shouldn't have a single form of currency? Like, is it about currency? Are you arguing against not having
the
a
Soviet
single way
Union
of
had
currency?
money, but they didn't have capitalism. It's two different things.
I don't see how you would have this meritocracy definition without
Hello?
without like money.
Disconnected.
Oh, can you hear me?
Listen, like meritocracy is when people sort of earn their positions. For example, meritocracy would be how we've sort of named 3 laws after Newton. Well, because he deserved it. Why? Well, because he sort of discovered it, in quote, right? So it's not exclusive to capitalism. Meritocracy could be rewarding an athlete, Usain Bolt, for example, because he beat the record as the fastest man in the world. That's meritocracy. It's not limited to capitalism, or it's not in the confines of capitalism. So you can actually divorce the two. Though capitalism could be embedded in meritocracy, doesn't necessarily mean meritocracy is capitalism.
But that's that's praise. That's within human nature. That's nothing to do with the meritocracy. Like obviously, people like humans are gonna praise someone if they do really good or they're the fastest. No wait, but obviously, if there's like the fastest person or like the best person in physics, it's human nature's choice to praise them. It's not like you would structure society based on that.
No, it's not. It's not. Have you heard of I think there was a time, or I can't remember where I heard of this, where they give kids participation medals so nobody comes first, stuff like that. There is no meritocracy there. Now, I'm not saying you should, but that's that's a different argument, anyways. But that's an example of no merit. It's like everyone won. It's like, well, not really. So
Well,
I don't think
here's a better
I'm not
example that's
against
probably
I'm not
more.
against capital.
Here's a better example that's probably more relevant to how our society is structured. Labor unions are essentially the opposite of a meritocracy. People in labor unions get promoted for time in service, not for how well they perform at their jobs.
Wait, they don't get voted in by the workers?
No, I'm talking about the workers in the labor unions.
Yeah, the workers in the labor union. I mean, like how I mean, I remember like how a lot of times works is like they're voted on and then they're democratically voted on and then they're put in.
Democracy is also the opposite of meritocracy.
Okay, I'm saying like it's not like you just said that like labor
So
unions.
if you're saying that if somebody is voted into a position, right? That's not meritocratic. If everyone gets an equal vote, then no matter how poorly you've run your life or how poorly you've done your job or how little merit you have an equal say of somebody that has all the merit.
How would you
So
even measure that?
democracy is anti-meritocratic, and so are labor unions. If you've never been a boss in a company that uses labor unions, I could understand how you wouldn't necessarily see that, but meritocracy definitely, is not how most of our society is structured right now. There are aspects that are meritocratic, but we mostly don't have that.
I mean, okay, so I'm saying like I would say there should be some level of collective bargaining with the employees because
I'd actually bet to
they're
differ
able
to that
push.
opinion, but you can go on.
Oh, sorry, was someone going on?
No, I said you can go on. I was going to say something to Dr. Doolittle, but you can go on. I'll reply later.
Yeah, so I mean, like what we do find is like all over the world that like we're finding like kind of that collective bargaining on the employee side makes it so that the employees have more of has a positive effect on the workers and has a positive effect on the economy. So I mean, but like that's very in line
I didn't say anything counter to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm saying it's not like it's not like you're saying like that someone who like runs a union or a union is based on it's not based on a meritocracy. I mean, they're pretty much voted in, but it's based on like what the workers are determining, like who should really decide.
Right. So you're
like,
saying that
represent the
if someone is voted in, that's not meritocracy. That's the opposite of meritocracy.
Well, I would
Okay,
argue
so we have the electoral college.
Well,
Yeah,
it depends on why they're voted in. They could be voted in because they're viewed as being competent, or they're viewed as they've achieved a lot, right? They're not being voted in. They could be voted in because they're liked for sure, but most cases,
it's more often the case that people are voted in because they're liked. Not because somebody knows how well you're going to do at a job that you've never done before.
Wait, so what do you? I'm not sure what you're arguing for or against. Then are you arguing like people should vote or should be a democracy or not? Like, or
I'm just giving an example of things that are not.
He's just identifying things.
So labor unions in general, okay, are anti-meritocratic because, okay, if everything was a meritocracy, the way that you would get promoted and or keep your job would be through higher levels of performance. The way that you would earn raises would be to provide more value for your employer. If you're in a labor union, the way that you get promoted is you wait your turn. The longer you're there, the more likely you are to get promoted. It has nothing to do with how much you perform. It has to do with how much time you have in service. There's a promotion from being an apprentice to being a journeyman, and once you get there in a labor union, it's just time in service. It's got,
Oh, but like,
it's got
okay, but
nothing to do
There's
with
more
merit.
to it than
that's
that.
an
There
oh wait, but
is
there's an element of it. Wait, but there's an element of it you're not seeing is like you would want to reward all things, performance as well, but you would also want to reward the fact
You
that
would want
someone.
to, but that's not
I'm
how it
just
works with a
responding.
labor union.
You would also want to reward the fact that one person is staying at your company and knows how the company works, and essentially you want to keep good people in. So you would want to incentivize
But
keeping good people.
labor unions do not incentivize keeping good people in.
You just said they do. If they're there for a long time.
No, I did not. I said that labor
They're
unions
anti-meritocracy.
incentivize time and service. They do not incentivize performance.
Yeah,
But what
you said
about
that.
the
I don't even
Well, I
aspect?
mean,
think it
they
matters
incentivize it in
really
a separate
because
way. Your time and service should be rewarded, but your performance being rewarded, that'll just be based on. I don't even know. Again,
So
might
if
be
you're
based on time reviews,
if
but
you're
it'll be based
rewarding
on.
time and service, that's not the same as rewarding merit.
You can do both.
It's
You reward both.
I'm not
If
saying
someone
that
that's
you
merit.
I'm not saying that you can't do both. No, sitting around smoking pot in your car isn't merit.
If you're rewarded
What if
time and
what if
service,
instead of working on the line all day, you go and hide and smoke weed in your car all day
And you get
instead of
fired.
being one of the most productive workers? In a
and
labor
that's
union, the labor union protects that behavior, and if you do that for 30 years, you will be ranked higher than someone that just got there that actually works and does a better job than you.
There's no way
That's
that could.
not. That's not
That's not
true.
how a union works. Like a union would
think,
work
yeah,
as
I
like.
think you
It's
haven't
it's
ever
like
been in a union or been a boss
Huh?
of
Okay,
anyone
I
that
never
works in a
heard.
union.
I never heard
wait,
of a
wait,
bunch
I
of
wait,
think that's not
employees
how a
sitting
union
guys,
around
works.
and
hold
smoking
on.
weed in the car.
I want to
getting
get
fired.
Bruno in here. Bruno's
I
been
hear
trying
a
to
lot
get
of
in here.
complaints about labor unions.
I just wanted to say something. Like even if I think he's got a point, but even if that's the case, that labor unions aren't meritocratic, doesn't mean the entire society isn't meritocratic. Of course, you would have chunks of hierarchies that aren't meritocratic, but you could also, I think the main focus would be the main components of societies are meritocratic, right? We're not making an absolutist claim about the entirety of society.
I agree.
Even-
Yeah, I didn't want to try to make an absolutist claim about all of society. I was simply giving some examples of aspects of our society that are not.
Yeah, there are definitely parts
Well,
of
like,
society that aren't.
well, I don't know. Just like what I'm saying is though is like, I mean, it's like I'll put it this way, like how labor unions seem to work. It's just like kind of like collective bargaining. It's like even if like in the court system, for example, you're gonna have like even if you did it or not, you're gonna have like the defense attorney. You're gonna have a bunch of people who are saying, okay, so if you're actually going to fire someone or let someone go, you're gonna have to have like a good reason for it rather than just like like throwing people off. So then people need to be afraid of their job. So it kind of like acts as in like kind of like a very kind of like an entitled amount of defense that you should have and you should be treated fairly. It's kind of it has a checks and balances system, so it just ensures like fairness and like as far as like rewarding like your time at working at the same place. I mean that's something that should be rewarded, but separately, and your performance would be rewarded. Just I don't know if it necessarily would be rewarded by a union, but those things are just happen in separate elements. But you can't just like smoke weed in your car or not do anything, and then like the unions will back you up. Eventually, it'll be a point where that it'll be indefensible, and even if they do defend you, you'll lose. But it'll be their role to defend you, just like how a public defender would or a defense attorney, even though you're guilty and the system can hold you accountable to it. That's like
I
mean, it's very cool
I can't speak for American unions, but how Dr. Doolittle explained it is precisely how South African unions work. It's led to an increase in unemployment and a decrease in general productivity across the board.
I just feel like he's pointing out some major flaws in the labor union system, but that's not like the whole story.
No, I was just giving. I wasn't trying
Yeah.
to. I'm not anti-union necessarily. I actually come from a family that my father was in a labor union, and I've worked with a lot of people in labor unions, and they do have an important role in our society, but it's not meritocratic. It is not meritocratic.
Well,
And
here's
so
some ways that
meritocratic is great, but there are a lot of things that are not that we still use, and many people still hold as an ideological value.
there are ways that labor unions are meritocratic, because once you're in the union, you have the opportunity to take a lot of training. And like, for example, I'm in a union. I don't work for them very much. I just pay my dues. When I do get work for them, it pays really good. But I do have a program that where I can go to their welding shop and I can get certified in 4 different levels of welding. And the higher level of certification that I get a bonus paycheck for each level of certification that I achieve. So I have to take a test and I have to pass a test and I get paid for it. And then I get called on more jobs because I have that certification of different levels of welding. So how is that not meritocratic? And that's all through the labor union.
So if you were not in a labor union, and what you would have to do is you would have to go get a job welding and learn how to weld, right? And whether that was training through your employer
first.
or OJT, you'd have to get
Right.
certified. You'd have to pass PQR before you could go on a welding job. And if you performed well, you would get paid more on your next job than you did on your last.
Right.
And in a labor union, before you ever go and do any work, you go and get certified, and then you get paid more, whether you actually are any good at that new kind of welding or not.
Not allowed to weld in union or not without any form of certification. And the labor union provides that training that you pay dues for, and you get paid for legitimately performing and passing the tests. And then from there, you can get put on jobs. But I also know that if you don't, in the unions that I've worked for, if you don't perform well on the job, you're not going to get called back. But I work in some very specific specialty types of unions, so it might be different because of that.
And the more specialized you are, the more you're going to see meritocracy. If you have a work kind of work where it's not where anyone can be trained to do it, and that then you see a lot less meritocracy.
Yeah, I've heard of like Chicago being a very like union based area, and I've heard of people like horror stories of like you're talking about how once it's implemented in a widespread system, then you start to see these blatantly obvious problems like deniability was talking about that he's seen as well.
So an interesting one for me is the belief that as the tasks become sufficiently more complicated, that the unions become of better quality, and I'm not sure that's the case. Like in South Africa, we've got a pilots association union, and they're the trade union for all pilots, and the same disincentivization around expertise present because it's very much seniority, and I have concern in someone that's flying a plane that they get the best jobs based on seniority and not based off of competency and experience. And that specific problem has led to the well, not only the pilots trade union, but it's led to the destruction of South African Airways, a very profitable business, but because of trade unions splitting the sort of right incentives around a competency-based hierarchy, the whole thing has collapsed. I mean, like the trade unions have facilitated that the staff that entered as stewardess and worked as service staff for 20 years have now become the chief operations officer of South African Airways. And I don't care how many years you've spent as a waitress, you don't have the skill sets or experience to run the operations of a multinational business.
I mean, it seems like all a union would do, though, is it would say that if you've committed to a company for a good amount of time, it would reward that to some capacity, and then it would act as a line of defense to keep the balances of the system in power in place, so that it's like there's enough checks and balances, so it's like you can't be gotten rid of for any reason. Then if you kind of were there for a long time, you can build up stability. But then I think that's separate from saying that there is or isn't a performance hierarchy. And if there isn't, then that's an issue. But if there is, it's like, or like whether there is or isn't a union, I don't think it'll have to do with whether there is or isn't a performance hierarchy. Like those two things, I don't see how are connected.
I think the claim specifically is that unions seem to disincentivize a performance-based hierarchy.
How?
Well, as I see it in South Africa, what the unions have specifically done is instead of censoring negotiations around increases in productivity for increases in pay, the negotiations are increase the pay or we don't work. And South African companies have constantly tried to go, cool, we can like increase the hourly pay, but like then let's talk about overtime. We'll pay double rates for overtime, but we need that commitment of increased productivity. No, none of those negotiations. We just like you pay us more or we down tools for 3 months. That's not a way to produce competency-based hierarchies. There's no reward for better performance in that.
Well, I mean, so basically like the group of the workers said like if you're not gonna pay us this, then we're not working, right? That's what you're saying is that I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to straw man.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm
And
saying is that's just collective bargaining. I mean, that's like that's just collective bargaining. Like they're gonna argue that if they need the work more than their expectations, then they're gonna pay them for that. But that's not gonna disincentivize a competency factor. That's almost kind of like saying like, like let's say I feel like I'm worth like 200 an hour, then society will determine if I am or not, and whether or not how much I argue for it or against it. It's not gonna disincentivize a competency factor. It's just gonna argue on your behalf, like whether it's an organization or however it works. Like unless it's like a issue where it's like a monopoly kind of issue, and then that's just an argument against a monopoly. But generally, it's just kind of arguing for collective bargaining. Seems.
yeah, but then the challenge is on you to show how effective unions are without collective bargaining.
Yeah, in terms of effective, as in you can see wage stagnation at companies that don't have unions. You can look at like the performance of Home Depot versus Costco, how much collective bargaining is lacked in Home Depot than Costco. You can see how certain businesses do better, but also you can see how different countries do better. Because like other
So,
countries like have like not the minimum wage, but they'll have a full group of expectations that'll be argued per industry. That'll
no,
collective
no,
bargaining better
we're talking
per
about
category.
trade unions specifically. Where has a trade union done any sort of policy reformment without collective bargaining? Because we've just identified that there's a problem with collective bargaining, right? And you're arguing that there's a case to be made for trade unions absent collective bargaining. I'm asking specifically, where do you see trade unions making a difference without the use of collective bargaining?
No, I mean that's all they can use. That's like how they operate. I'm not denying
Okay,
that. That's
so
like kind of what
so when I point out the problem of collective bargaining, it is fundamentally pointing out a problem with trade unions.
but I don't see what the problem is with collective bargaining.
Well, the problem with collective bargaining is it puts you into a frame where you aren't rewarding based on merits, you're rewarding based on other incentives, like time spent at a company.
So
Yeah, it becomes a problem
no,
when
like, so
collective bargaining
one thing
is the only the only option for mobility in the job.
what I'm saying is like it's very easy for one employee to be exploited, but then it's going to be harder to exploit that
Well,
like a larger group of
well,
employees.
in
So then that
theory,
can have a
yes,
benefit.
but in theory, yes, but in reality, companies are very much willing to pay for better skilled people, a better talent that do things more efficiently, and they are willing to pay higher for that. And the case example I would use is South Africa. The trade unions have been a demonstrable failure. Non-unionized workers have successfully negotiated over the last 20 years better pay increases because they're willing to negotiate on performance increases as well. So they go to their employer without the support of a union and they say, I want more money and I would like to know how I can do that. And the employer says, well, if you want more money, I need to make more money out of you. And I can make more money out of you if you do these tasks more efficiently or you learn to do this and you upskill. And in many cases, if the cause is there, employers will pay for the upskilling as well. The people seem to be able to negotiate without unions far more effective if they're willing to have that conversation about merit and skill, which begs the question as to why are people going through unions? And it seems to be the case that people go through unions because it provides a safe haven where you don't want your job performance reviewed based on your skill and your merit. And I think that's what we're talking about with it doesn't incentivize a meritocracy, right?
Well, but if you're trying to be represented in any kind of way at any time, you need to join a group of similar people that have a similar cause. You can't just do it all on your own. Like if I
No,
want
but
to hire
people
you for like
do.
a short system, I would do
They
it.
do, they do, and they do it often to great success if they're willing to put in that work.
So no, I'm saying like
I hear a
I'm saying
couple
like,
factors
the purpose
missing here.
of a union is like you would have collective representation for um just for your for all workers. I mean, you would have it based on like how long they're there and other factors. If it's going to be based on performance, that's going to be tied to how much the industry is willing to pay for it. But then it's also going to be a defense of the workers that are going to make it so that they're safe while they're working there.
Yeah, but I promise you, if you're a line worker and you get paid $100 an hour to produce
Yeah.
200 screws an hour, and you go to your boss and you say, "Listen, I think if I work an extra hour here and I change this around and I do
Mm.
this, and the same, I'd be able to produce 400 screws an hour." And instead of you paying me $100 an hour, I'd like you to pay me $175 an hour. I've yet to meet an employer that will say no to that request.
And
Oh
is
yeah, so
that
within
a good thing, or is that there's some
No,
downsides to that system too?
no, but you say you're setting it up as if an employee cannot go to an employer and say, "I will increase my performance this way, and I would like you to pay me that much more." And I promise you this, if your increase in performance makes your employer more money than you are asking him to increase your pay by, they
Yeah.
will choose to increase your pay.
You're right.
yeah, but
But
that's a
then
separate issue.
what if that increase in performance like takes away, what if that wears down your body so hard that you lose the ability to work for 10 more years that you would have been able to if you had taken it a little bit easier? But if you have a system where everybody's battling each other, you might not see what damage that might cause in the beginning, but you might actually run into some issues with that later on. I feel like
That's
unions can
fair,
help
but
you
the
take
problem
care
you
of your
have,
body.
yeah, but the problem you have is that there's no specific causal relationship to point to. We know generally that treating people in a specific way will more than likely result in certain outcomes, but we don't know it to be true. Like if a child suffers like childhood trauma, they're very likely to become deranged later and have mental issues later in life, but it's not necessarily the case. There's
Right.
no specific causal relationship. And if you're going to say that unions can do this, I think you need to demonstrate a causal relationship, because like some people can do things for far longer and far harder than other people, and if other people did it for as long and as hard as they did, that they like shave 30 years off of their life. But for that person that can do it longer and harder, maybe because it's within their skill ambit, that specific lifestyle might lead to like 20 years extra life than if they were sitting playing games, playing professional games and not doing any exercise, you know? So because we don't specifically know these causal relationships, then we're forced to kind of leave it up to people to be free to do what they see as best for themselves, because the reality is that there are far too many subjective individuated perspectives for us to apply a societal level response on too many things. And I'm sort of with the point Bruno made earlier, like the the best we can do is sort of, we can create an objective standard in law in terms of how we treat people, and we can stick to that standard, and that's about as best as we can do to level the playing fields. The rest is just up to how a free society iterates itself.
Well, here's an
And
example about labor unions versus, a capitalistic system. What about nepotism? How do you pass a law? Can you pass a law to deal with nepotism, where I feel like the labor union system is trying at least to equal the playing field with that?
well, it depends what sort of company you have, because if you have a listed company, now it's a public endeavor with thousands of public shareholders, right? Now, in that scenario, yeah, you can have a conversation around nepotism, but that it becomes less clear in a private company scenario, right? Because if I start a company and I own everything, and I want my son to inherit it, and I'm going to take my son under the wing, skip him up through the ranks, make sure he knows how to do everything, and give him a fast track training. If I get that right, it can be very good for the business.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said about giving special training. I mean, my dad taught me in his craft from the age of 12, to the point where I had a significant advantage over other people practicing the same craft. Um, there's a fundamental private right to do that, and I have the liberty to pass that on.
Yeah.
So it's very clear, like if you're talking about a listed enterprise, but it gets very murky when you get to private entities.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Trade unions historically, were a system of matching skilled trades that met some minimum level of skill and competency with variable jobs, and that are essentially like, job shops that needed, 1 or 5 or 10 individuals for some project and didn't routinely employ them long term. That's very different from the factory line worker representation, where the workers are essentially like fungible tools, where the union is negotiating contracts for, 1,000 of tool A and, 200 of tool B and, 700 of tool C type, as class groups. But, an area probably these days, or two areas where the trade union tradition of filling, temporary or episodic skilled roles still applies, might be theatrical stagehands and certain forms of electrician work.
Okay, let's say that's one aspect of trade unionship that you can separate out from collective bargaining. I still don't see a use value in trade unions specifically providing that certification and that job vacancy demand. I would argue that there's very little different between that and the more advanced professions like being a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer. those equally so are regulated by non-profit private organizations of professionals within their profession. So doctors are regulated by doctors, engineers are regulated by engineers, architects are regulated by architects. And these professions don't largely, I mean, mechanics have unions, but like civil engineers, they don't tend to have unions because they don't have the problem of multiple people offering the same skill set. You know, when you're sufficiently proficient, your skill sets become rarefied to the point where you can negotiate the way you should negotiate with an employer, which is based on the skill that I bring to the business. I need higher reward because you are arguably more critical to their organization with more skill than if you're at the base level. So like there's no reason that you can't have agencies that focus on temporary employments and then independent certificates of competency for welding and bricklaying that the trade union doesn't need to be involved in that. I can see a perfectly reasonable way of private actors coming up through the ranks and providing these services. Why do we need the trade union?
U.S., a lot of what you just mentioned in terms of professionals that do end up being state licensed, and there's a good degree of nepotism in some groups and avoided heavily in others. In both the so-called trade unions and the professional positions. I think a lot of the difference there is that the professional positions tend to have certain education and specialization requirements that may involve universities or other paths, but there's historic tradition in business practices. That's part of it, which is just how history developed and may not have an entirely rational basis. So I think it might be open to review of what's more functional.
Why can't we just have a welders association that provides a certificate of welding competency and maybe a grading, and then you can have a separate agency that finds temporary employment jobs when contractors and builders are looking for welders?
Yeah, they have that. Yeah.
Why do you need a trade
have certification systems like that? And there are a lot of garages or car dealerships that will make that a hiring condition.
Yeah. So we really don't need the trade unions, right?
We might not 100% need them, but I feel like they do serve like a useful function. You did mention
that's what I'm asking. What is that useful function today?
Okay, so what about, so you mentioned like all we need is like freedom to do what we want and then laws to regulate that. But then I feel like sometimes the role of the union is to step in and create their own set of laws that are looking out for the worker in ways that our normal laws are failing in doing so. And I think that possibly the reason why they are failing is because there might be a level of monetary incentive and corruption that's mixed in with the ability to get these things voted for.
Or regulatory capture.
But you see you can't accept one part of my premise and then not accept the other part, right? When I say people are free to do what they want, like that's what I mean. They're free to do what they want. The government should just preserve liberty. And then you hasten to an example of government regulation where big corporation will pay the government to create special regulations that benefit them. That's not that's not the government preserving liberty. That's the government doing the opposite of that. So I challenge you to give me an example of a true free society when the government has no business regulating private goods, where where the harm exists.
I guess, well, so I don't know if it's translating well, but I've been thinking of a specific example because I work union and non-union. when I work mostly non-union because the union stuff is hard to get, but it pays really well. One of the major benefits of it is my health is looked after. So I know if I get hurt on a job when I'm on a union job, I'll get taken care of. But when I'm on a non-union job, my company will instantly lawyer up and try to find out a way to say that I'm not actually injured, because they have such a high incentive to not put that injury onto their safety record, because their ability to get work relies so heavily on their safety record that even though I worked for this company for 6 years, if I get hurt, they're going to pull out every trick in the book to make sure that I'm not labeled as injured and I don't get paid, because it's not really a money thing. It's just that they don't want that injury on their record.
I
Are
don't
you
know.
talking about workman's comp?
Yeah.
What's that?
What I wanted to ask you is how much of that is related to you in a free relationship with your employer, and how much is that related to government regulation of labor laws and them meeting certain regulatory requirements?
I can
Remember,
clarify that a little bit.
yeah,
I'm a person that hires, on the other side of the transaction from his employer. When we're bidding out contracts, one of the key features that you look for who you're going to hire is their safety record. So if people get hurt on the job at my company, whether it's a contractor or our employee, then there's usually some pretty stiff penalties.
yeah, but those are
But
private.
not necessarily from the government, but from the company itself, because
Okay, so the private
our company
penalties.
cares so much about actually keeping people safe that, like for example, my bonus depends on whether my contractors get injured on the job. If a contractor gets injured on one of my jobs, then I'll lose like $10,000 out of my paycheck.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure from all sides.
So how would an employer go about saying that you were perhaps negligent? Like what are these tricks that you perceive as unfair?
On my end, so my job, they call it like underwater welder, but I'm like a commercial diver. And I had one of my good friends, he hurt his ankle really bad. He hyperextended his ankle and it stretched his Achilles tendon. And they were so set on having that not be a recordable that when he was in the doctor's office with the dive doctor, they had representatives from the company. As the doctor's talking about his injury, they were putting the words into the doctor's mouth saying, can you please not use this verbiage? Because if the injury indicates permanent damage or requires like permanent interventions, then it becomes recorded. So they were shifting the way that this injury was treated to make sure that it wasn't a recordable. And he eventually had to lawyer up because he ended up almost having to get his leg amputated because they kept telling him it would be healed in a couple weeks because they wanted that to be true. But really he had nerve damage, and he lost all function of that leg and could barely walk on it. He was in pain all the time. It was always swollen up. And that company hired private investigators to watch him and try to see if he was faking it. And, it was a big mess. He ended up getting a settlement in the end. But, they were going through all these great lengths to make sure that it wasn't recorded on the company, because it would have cost the company a huge amount of money to lower their safety rating from AAA to AA.
Was your friend part of a union?
No.
So,
and I know
so,
if he was, it would have gone down way differently.
So, but hold on. your friend had a workplace accident. The employer tried to behave in a bad way and tried to corrupt the doctor. And it sounds like the doctor was corrupted and went along with this.
Yeah.
But then this is all found out in court, and he was paid damages.
I don't know if it was like all I don't think that was found out, but I think later he did end up getting it. Yeah. I mean, it did end up.
He reached a settlement, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Which I think it was somewhat fair. So I guess in the end, it did kind of pan out to be.
Once again, I'm coming back to where
the law.
Did the trade union have a role? Because what you just described to me is to say that it is sufficient for the government to uphold the rule of law and to have a court system for private citizens to hash out their harm claims. And it sounds like that happened. And you would have to, I think, to make the case for trade unions, you'd have to make the case for the opposite of that happening. No?
Yeah, the trade union offers a non-judicial path to dealing with bad faith actors and employers.
Right. Had that been the union, he wouldn't have been chased around by private investigators, and he wouldn't have had that person in the room trying to skew the facts of the injury. So, just, and because I've worked with the union as well, and I've dealt with people that have got injured through the union, and they just get taken care of right off the bat as things are being worked out, because it's pending as to like what the settlement's gonna be. But like the union takes care of you through the whole process, and I feel like that's how it should be. And
those settlements are they higher with when you're unionized or non-unionized?
I don't know.
I don't know myself. I'd be interested to know the result, because if it were the case that the end results were better through the union method, then then unions have a place.
Why do you only want to put value on the settlement? Like, can't you see how like?
Well, no, because there's
unethical.
but there's two mechanisms, right?
Right.
To get your justice. One is you go get a lawyer and you go achieve your justice, and the system seems to work in the way it's meant to work. And then the other is a non-judicial route where you go through the trade unions. And from my perspective, like, I've ruled out all the other value trade unions claim to have. So we're down to this. And you would need to show that the trade unions are better at it than what's already in place. Because if they're not better at it, then I'm back to why the fuck do we have trade unions?
Trade unions in a case like that do potentially serve several roles. And they have their negative sides, but in theory, they have representatives who know something about labor law that most employees do not. They may provide lawyers as opposed to individuals having to find them and either fund them or make a contingency fee deal that would cost a large chunk of potential compensation if there is any. And in theory, the unions know enough about those issues that they should, and theory and practice may differ, but they should be negotiating contracts with working conditions that minimize the chances of that kind of injury happening up front within practical limits.
But precedent seems to solve that as well, though, because once you have case precedent, it opens up the doorway for a whole bunch of additional claims. Like once one sort of line of thinking is taken, like, the lawyers come out the woodwork. That's why companies fight so hard, because if you lose a lawsuit and you set a precedent, what happens is every lawyer will come after you. Like, lawyers will actively go looking for employee abuses. Once they know a case precedent has been set, they will actively go look for people that fit the case precedent and go, listen, I'll take your case on, no win, no fee. I get 25% of the claim, and you don't have to pay a cent.
it's called a contingency fee, so you're wrong about that. And the other thing there is that litigation settlement does not undo permanent disability from an avoidable injury. Yeah, the idea that that is justice is a massive lie, even if it's profitable to the lawyer.
Yeah, but on the note of avoidable injury, let's go back to I think he left. Maybe it was Keikon that was bringing it up. It was Keikon with the example of diving, right? Now, the diving you were describing, I presume, is more dangerous than just like going to go dive on the coral reef. And
one of the most dangerous. It's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and certainly probably the most dangerous welding you can do. It's not like welding while not diving. It's obviously more complicated. So I would hazard a guess and say that such individuals are paid way more per hour than a regular welder or regular diver. Would I be correct there?
No, I don't think so. I think that we think that we're going to get paid a lot more. If now in the union we do, but non-union we don't actually get paid as much as we thought we would, or other people think we do.
For me, I find the notion of avoidable injuries tricky, right? Because fundamentally, it's about the nature of employing people is asking someone to do something that you need done, and then negotiating with them how much you're going to pay them for that. And if it's dangerous, less people are going to do it or be willing to do it. And if there's less people willing to do it, you have to pay people more to convince them to do it. And in that is an implicit agreement that if people are free, then if I go, well, welding and dive pretty fucking dangerous, but you know what? I'm willing to take on that danger, knowing that it's dangerous because I'm getting paid 3 times as much per hourly than if I was just welding something in a mechanic shop, then even if I do get hurt in that, I don't see that as an unavoidable injury. I see that as this is a dangerous task, and I agreed to do it because I pay more. I took on that risk for that extra payment.
That's unrealistic, because there are some workplace conditions that raise the risks of avoidable injury. There are other injuries that happen because of risks, even if you follow good safety practices. That's the distinction that mandating that employers not operate recklessly addresses.
There are
Welcome, Mace.
There are different modes of the job that require more experience and more skill and are higher risk that do pay more. There is an element to that. A lot of the pay actually does just revolve around the economic status of the oil industry. Unfortunately, price per barrel, is it an election year? Like, there's a lot of factors that are all tied in with the oil industry that can dictate if we're in a position to negotiate our pay or not. So
remember something interesting about oil as it pertains to price per barrel. There are countries and sectors of the world where they can't produce oil below a certain price per barrel, yet they still have employees and they still have to continue producing, and those employees are still paid at the same rates. So it's something that's always that really muddies the water on this topic for me is if someone has equity in the business and they're suffering the loss, they have the right to gain that additional profits. And if that's something that's always been like offered by employers in South Africa to trade unions to say, one of the traditional negotiation tactics to try to get incentivized increases is to say, listen, we won't pay you an increase monthly. but we'll issue like 5% more stock and create a workers fund that's invested into the business, and that fund will earn dividends like the rest of the business, and then those dividends will be divided equally amongst the workers based on their priorities. So like if you're like the low priority, you'll get like 1% ratio. If you're like more senior, you'll get like 2%, and like split it up based on that, you know. And that's always been rejected by the trade unions, because it's an attempt to link the performance of the company to the performance of the paycheck, which I've never understood why trade unions won't go for that, other than to say that they
It's too
don't want to have the
capitalist.
conversation. Yeah,
The
like
cost is one of the roles of the union in an adversarial system, and it puts the workers, on both sides of the equation as at the top and the bottom. So, it's a lot of unions don't like, the way it's disempowering to them.
Yeah,
so yeah.
I just back to my original point about getting injured, and I know I can't I don't know the numbers of the final result settlement, but for me, there's value to work for the union and know that if something happened, because I do work a dangerous job, that I will be advocated for and not have a private investigator following me around to see if I'm faking it and, all that stuff. It's just, to me, that has value to me.
Look,
So from your perspective, it's sort of like an expensive service. Right? We have, for certain companies, services that the company will provide you or that you can buy into, where you can get your timeshare of a lawyer or something. So
Yeah.
the union is kind of like it provides that service in exchange for dues.
I mean, they're actually charging the client for all that stuff. Like, I get my paycheck, which is the contracted amount that I, get through the union. And then they have this whole other section on my paycheck called annuities. And it's like they're charging the client for all this extra stuff for just in case or retirement or vacation. It's just like all these things that the union thinks a worker should have. They force that onto the employer. And I think it's, when I was doing that union work, I think that was just forced onto them because it was California. And I think that the companies that work in like utilities, for example, I think have to work through unions. So, I mean, I don't think they like it, but they seem to be able to afford it. And it makes for a very comforting system to be in. It's comforting for me to know that there's extra money set aside that the union is charging the company for accidents and for things that are going to happen that we're not expecting.
I still don't see how that won't arise without trade unions, because I look at doctors, and all those sort of factors are present with doctors. It's just they don't have a union to sort that out for them. So what they do is they go to an insurance company, they pay insurance, and they factor that into their pricing, so that if there's any accidents, and they can get malpractice insurance, they can get all types of insurance to cover all foreseeable accidents that can happen in the workplace, and make people right, as it were. And that's been given rise to entirely absent a trade union. I don't see why that wouldn't be the case without trade unions in other sectors.
Mandated by regulatory law, and that's generally primary over any kind of litigation. But that may have a cost, which is a percentage of an employer's payroll, either overall or segregated in different risk groups. And that would generally be a primary lost wages and medical coverage system, not litigation, whether union backed or private. The litigation would be the exception when somebody thinks that they're being screwed, generally by an insurance company, not the actual employer.
Okay, but I must love you and leave you guys. It's approaching 2 a.m. for me. Thanks for a very awesome chat. You guys are welcome to continue conversing. I just want to take 2 minutes to plug the latest chat with Pangburn on these Q&A, and the reason I'm going slowly is I've completely forgotten the person that he's having the chat with. But it's an awesome chat. It's a really cool dude. I've seen many of his stuff, but I don't know why the name is just escaping me. But yeah,
You're talking about Dr. Kaku?
yes, yeah. So there's a Q&A coming up with him. Go sign up on the Pangburn website to become a subscriber and get to interact with him. I think he's a really cool scientist, mathematician, and he's very charismatic. And I'm looking forward to the chat myself. But you guys have a good night. Feel free to continue.
I raised one other little thing I noticed. In the announcement today, I noticed the use of Pacific Standard Time and Greenwich Mean Time references. The U.S. is on its summer daylight savings time now, so it would be Pacific Daylight Time in effect, not standard. And GMT is deprecated in the 1970s as a global time standard. The Brits try to latch onto it obsessively in their social bullying traditions for their non-summer time zone. But I understand the EU doesn't change to their summer time until March 28th. But it's confusing to use GMT because it has both ceased to be an active standard 45 years ago, or is the winter only British time.
So
So
GMT and BST are not the same, and GMT doesn't shift with daylight savings times, and GMT is still the standard. It's just become UTC, otherwise known as Universal. I don't know
that
what
is
the TC.
wrong.
UTC stands for
England managed to keep GMT alternately with British summer time. For their local timing, but it's not the time standard that UTC is.
But my point is separate from all of that. Like, I live in South Africa, and we're GMT +2 always, regardless of your retarded daylight savings times practice, which confuses the shit out of me. So that's why I communicate in GMT, because it doesn't shift with daylight savings. And then because when you practice daylight savings in your country,
if you mean UTC, say UTC, but GMT as a British winter time standard changes to BST or British summer time in the summer under EU conventions, and the EU Parliament's pretty screwed up on their handling of that.
Yeah, BST shifts, but GMT doesn't. That's
so
why
on the east coast of the U.S. right now is GMT -10.
Yeah, and when the daylight savings shifts, it goes to GMT -11 or GMT.
There's no GMT anymore in terms of a global standard.
UTC is the new global standard.
The messages transmitted by the U.S. military still say it.
Isn't UTC supposed to be the new global standard now?
Yeah, but
it's just changing the name without changing the underlying thing.
So
there are worse slight changes. There are actually 4 UTC variants when you get into the scientific, precision levels.
I just wanted to point out that Google settles this for me in 0.44 seconds. 8 p.m. Sunday Greenwich Mean Time is 8 p.m. Sunday Coordinated Universal Time, otherwise UTC. So UTC and GMT are the same thing. It's just
the fact that there are idiots and liars out there saying things that are
I know.
inaccurate doesn't settle
I'm a functionalist. I'm a functionalist. UTC and GMT are the exact same time zones, and I like UTC/GMT because it doesn't shift with daylight savings, which is a retarded practice. But anyway, good night,
UTC is not a
guys.
time zone; it's
2
a time standard system.
Have a good one. Good night.
When I was in history class in college, I walked out on the first day because the professor insisted that everybody use the words BCE instead of BC, and didn't change any of the dates, but excoriated everybody for being Christian ethnocentric, and then continued to use all the same dates, but just with an E after the word BC. And that just pissed me off, so I left.
Oh, that's actually a good lesson to teach, because removing the Gregorian and related abuses from secular systems, is something that's vastly overdue.
It's not any less Christian ethnocentric because it has the same center. They just changed the name of it. As I say with GMT and UTC. Someone said, I don't like the name of that.
If you look at the nature of the scientific standards process, there are more changes when you look at how leap seconds and time maintenance standards are handled. It's more than just changing the name from GMT to UTC. And there are calendar adjustments that happen to keep clock and astronomy aligned, and there are things at the microscopic level where instrumentation has gotten more precise, and they matter in some cases. Do you remember a few years ago, some Italian scientists tried claiming that they had proven that they had photons traveling between their labs and CERN in Switzerland faster than the established maximum speed of light in a vacuum, and it took about 3 days to prove that they couldn't be correct. After they had claimed they'd used 3 years reviewing the results and verified them, it took about 3 weeks to prove why they were correct, because the scientists were idiots relative to the skill level to read GIS-based clocks as a time reference accurately between two ends of a light pipe between countries. And if you look into things at that level, it's important in a good part of science and technology. But that's not a casual conversation.
So I missed the first half of the conversation. You guys were talking about meritocracy, and was the original premise that it's good or bad?
I didn't catch the first part of it to see if they were saying if it was good or bad. Some people were equating meritocracy to pretty much capitalism.
Yeah, okay.
And
well,
then,
I guess if you keep score of merit with dollars, then yeah, okay.
No, they're saying that people, any type of absolute thing of governing would take over and corrupt, like how you have issues in capitalism that where you have like people that are doing very well, and then they try to rig the system in a way that's corrupting in keeping power. It goes against. It's not really a good thing. It will end up just doing what capitalism is doing. It's not just saying it's capitalism. It'll do what it was doing in its nasty ways of corruption, and
okay.
it's better to have a system that is
of
checks and
I'm sorry.
balances that's more fair between all,
Yeah,
because
I agree
that's
with
how
that, yeah.
America was created. It was created based off positives and negatives of the past, and not going for just this or going for that, because it always ends up growing too big and absolute in its power and corrupting, and then the destroying the system, like with the Greeks, where governing of check and balance, and of that America adopted in its form of having a check and balance ideological system of what's doing what's beneficial for all in unity, and what's logically progressive in moving forward for all in a secular way, and for society, in taking church out of governing. And I was
What does
kind
that
of
have to do
saying
with? What
that
does
the
church have to
problem
do with
now,
meritocracy?
well, no, it was it was no, it was just saying that going along with going along with one thing is just going to end up growing in power and be absolute. It's better to have a system that is more about beneficial to all, that's secular, that's a check and balance, kind of like how we have a democratic and we have a republic governing, like democratic by majority rule, in where people will probably say, okay, let's just hang this person in majority rule, but now you have a counter on the other side of rules and laws of a republic that'll balance it out, so there's no absolute power in anything at all. You have to you have to compromise between both sides, because the system is based off check and balance. That's kind of like what I was putting forward, and I was bringing up like business today in relation to church. In the past, church was corrupting governing, and the issue today now is kind of like what business was doing, what church is doing. We have to separate business out of state, just like we had to take separation of church and state in the past, because it's
Separation of
imposing.
business. No, I totally agree with that. Like one of the things I think, if there should be a constitutional amendment, that members of government should not be allowed to trade stocks. Now, I mean that's kind. I mean, I'm not sure how you would make a law out of that, but there's certainly a lot of problems that are caused by, let's say, conflict of interest, because the representatives in our government are supposed to be representing the interests of the people in their state, but really they're representing the interest of the company that they own part of, at least until they sell it, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
they make themselves wealthy by implementing policies which are quite often contradictory to the the best wishes of the people that they're supposed to be representing.
How would
That's why
that work when the average senator has to be at least a millionaire, and the average campaign is running up in the range of $50 million now, some more?
it's working because we need votes. They need votes.
But,
Before
when,
money talked, but now not really as much.
You can
or when
clearly
they have
see that.
office buildings near Congress where they're not allowed to use government phone lines, so they walk across the street and spend hours a day dialing for dollars, raising funds.
People are catching on to
doing
that now.
business.
People are starting to catch on to that stuff now, and you have to cater for votes more. They're more. A lot of people is like it's what they want now, and it's kind of like people have their ideological views that they want, and others have their. They're just, but yeah, what some people would like is just they like an oligarchy system where it's just a few ruling.
I'm
in
okay with
terms
an
of
oligarchy
investment,
as long as it's a meritocratic oligarchy.
Nice.
Well,
Keep it on
do you
topic.
define meritocratic in terms of like if you do well dialing for dollars, or how about if you were required to understand how high frequency trading ends up being a form of fraud and theft, or exchange ask, bid, cancel strategies that play across latencies between exchanges and automated algorithmic systems that are fast enough that if you assume that exchanges are open, public, and supposed to be equitably accessible to humans, you can't have systems that are operating on 150 nanosecond increments of special high-cost purchased colo boxes, or the difference between 15 and 18 milliseconds latency on two paths between North New Jersey data center and Chicago, being what determines a huge part of the market. But industry trade groups and federal regulators like FINRA and SEC have created rules to normalize what essentially are fraud and theft-based business practices as if they're fully legitimate. So
like the Robinhood trading platform.
Well, that's an attempt to try to put a monkey wrench into the system, but it has to become part of it and put up the equity to be part of the exchange privilege rules in order to do what it's doing. So it's a bit of a self-contradictory attempt to mitigate some of that.
I think the Robinhood trade, having used many different trading platforms, I think that one is particularly insidious. It's marketed as something to democratize, ownership of equities or other investment vehicles, but really what it is if you've ever actually tried to use it and try to search for what stock is good to buy, that ain't what it is. That's not what it is. You can't find an investment that you like or that you should like. What it is it's one of these apps that steals your attention and tries to drive you towards buying the thing that is highlighted in the the clickbait style advertisements that they show to you continuously.
Okay, so that's what it was. That's like, I've been curious about that.
On the house account there, or I thought they were supposed to be trying to not do that kind of practice that's been typical of course.
People have been showing me these trading apps, and I instantly got the intuition, like this is a data mining sort of social media influence aspect. That's what
Robinhood is it's so first of all, the mechanism by which they get you free trades is that they sell your buy order to a hedge fund.
Showing
so
it to
you're
me,
not you're not
yeah, he's like they also like provide me with these like links to news articles on like the latest things that are hot, and I'm like, dude, they probably have all their eyeballs and fingers in that.
That's AI manipulating you to buy what they want you to buy. The hedge funds that are running the Robinhood trading app already bought that, and they're selling it to you. And the mechanism by which they're pumping it to you is through those clickbait ads.
And they're totally
and putting
like
putting the here's what's hot today on the front page.
And they're giving you this feeling like you're making choices, but really they have all these analytics, and they're like, if we pop this during this time, we get an average increase in buying of this stock by like 13%. Therefore, we'll target this
and
demographic.
Then they do that, and that pumps the price up by $1, and then that's how they make money, and it way more than covers the cost of a trading transaction that you would have had to pay. You go to Schwab, you have to pay $20. You go to Robinhood, you give up your freedom of choice.
Yeah, I don't even want to mess with trading, because how do you even get your information nowadays anyways? How do you get information that's not being fed to you.
It's not already been manipulated.
Yeah.
So what I do is I read industry publications, just about, you know, I have a few industries that I'm interested in, and I read daily news articles written by people that are just legitimate journalists, hopefully.
Yeah.
And
Hopefully.
you can figure out what's clickbait and what's not clickbait, but you know, it takes a lot of due diligence to figure out what something is worth, not just what the price is, and whether it's, you know, I don't buy things on whether it's hot or whether I think it's going to go up. I think I try to do, you know, the actual calculus of what's the enterprise value of this company that I'm considering buying.
You do your best to be informed in a non-biased manner and not just be impulsive, because you're probably aware that your impulses are being directed at all times. You probably can't
Right.
trust your impulse right now.
Yeah. So if you go through a series of calculations before making any investment decisions, then your impulse is already gone by the time you get through that series of calculations.
Yeah. What do you think
So
about
you're
like
doing quantitative
Bitcoin?
analysis, but just without the advantage of the HFT, you know, privileged access? Or
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Would you say that what you're doing is effectively quantitative analysis, but just not going for the privileged high frequency trading access that you know, the algos use?
Yeah, well, the high frequency trading is more on short term volume stuff, right? They, you know, they're analyzing order flows from multiple brokerages and things like that to find out how a stock is going to move in the next 5 seconds and get ahead of that.
Hey, Dr. Doolittle.
And the trading I do is 9 months or 2 years. You know, it's not. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Loki, you said you had a good way of targeting information and getting in information, like with news articles, right, or something like that. You like through you know how to. I was asking because I said I was talking about how that you seem pretty informed, and then how do you go about being informed? And you say that you cruise the internet a lot, and you have like access.
Networking with smart friends and use of technology for, you know, sources that you know, are lower, you know, more factual and less bullshit prone than so many.
And you say you go to
journalism.
I think you mentioned something about journalism. They have like
yeah. So if you go to industry publications to get your news, and not to let's just say if you go to the New York Times to get your news, then you're getting something that's highly curated to try to influence your opinion. If you go to CNBC to get your news, you are getting something that it's it's almost every piece of news on there is expressly to influence your opinion of the price of a stock, and it's written by someone who's taken the opposite position already.
I see.
Right. If you go to tradewinds.com, you will get the real information about what is happening in the shipping industry. So if you're trading in shipping stocks and you go to Tradewinds News or Hellenic Shipping News, it's literally just an article about what are the trends going on, how are the day rates changing, you know.
How many
And
Americans
it's
would even know the
almost
difference?
all the articles are just hard facts, and there's
How many
very
Americans
little...
actually would even know the difference between a BDI and Harmex?
I mean, what you have to, if you're going to invest in things, you have to know what you're investing in, or you're doing what's called wild ass guessing.
Imagine that. Who'd ever do that?
Well, a lot of people do wild ass guessing based on something that's flashing on their screen more than the other things. That's it.
What do you think about the Bitcoin stuff?
Bitcoin? It's not a stock. You said the
No, the
Bitcoin stock.
stuff.
Oh,
Sorry,
the Bitcoin stuff.
stuff.
So cryptocurrency. What do I think about cryptocurrencies
Yes.
in
I mean,
general?
have you been noticing? Well,
or
okay,
Bitcoin
so
itself?
I have a friend that's getting into like this new thing called non-fungible tokens.
Non-fungible tokens. That's called money laundering. Okay.
That's your take of it. It's pretty out there to me. It's like Bitcoin itself, the whole blockchain thing is just very hard for me to even understand. And now they're adding this extra layer to it.
Yeah. So think about, okay, cryptocurrency is basically just money, okay, except for the ability to print that money is determined by a computer algorithm, not by a person at a central bank.
Creating like a digital finite currency.
The way that you verify that a dollar is is you hold it up to the light. It's got the little strip in it. Okay, you look real close. It says, "In God We Trust." It's got the really fine print that's like super fine that you can't do. It's got the little hairs in it. There's all these security features that, okay, I know that's a dollar, right?
Right. Well, let's just pretend
and it's got a little stamp.
Yeah.
And it's got a little stamp that says this was made in Denver. And it's got a serial number. Okay? So the difference between that and cryptocurrency, is that cryptocurrency is there's just a ledger that says who owns it. Okay? Somebody writes it, like, if you look at how banks do transfers of money now, there's just a ledger that says, okay, I have $2 million, I got it from Chase. there's no actual physical bill. Cryptocurrency is the same thing, but it's an incredibly hard math problem to solve with asymmetric I guess there's different encryption algorithms, but basically you have a code that says I got someone's private key, they've got a public key, someone's got to hash all these cryptological algorithms to determine whether or not the transaction that I'm claiming is actually true or not. So if it passes, then okay, you've got a Bitcoin. If it doesn't pass, no, that's a fake Bitcoin. Okay.
So we have a trend now for non-ledger cryptocurrencies, where apparently the ledger types are getting tracked by criminal investigators and tax fraud people and even civil litigators. So there's a move, especially for people who want to use crypto for its traditional purpose of saying "fuck you" to governments, and for different reasons, whether they're nefarious or not, or if that's even a semantic issue, depending on your values, to make it less hackable in terms of trying to track ownership and movement. So so how are those working out?
I don't know. But if you think about, okay, if you're don't think of cryptocurrency as an investment. Think of it like, instead of using dollars to store my value, I'm using euros, or I'm using Japanese yen, or I'm using Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Okay, and the thing is that Bitcoin or any of these other cryptocurrencies are not backed by a government. They're backed by the computing power of the people that are running the network that they're on.
Tell George Soros or John Perkins that currencies aren't an investment, or some of the funds.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Currency is not an investment. You can speculate in the relative value of the currency.
It is intended to be a fungible token. If you go back to the old days of the Indo-Eurasian trade routes, trying to avoid highwaymen robbing, carts of merchandise moving by oxen, but it's become an investment in addition to being systems of fungible tokens.
Yeah, so Bitcoin is strange in that it's inherently deflationary, and I think that there's drawbacks on that people don't realize. So I mean, in general, it seems like the price of a Bitcoin is gonna go up in the long run, because it has to, because it's inherently deflationary. As in, well, there's this limited number of them that are out there, and they get lost.
Right.
And as there's more people wanting to use them, then you're gonna run out of the ability to print them as fast as the economy grows, eventually. But there's problems with deflationary currencies. There's a reason why the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States doesn't allow deflation, and it's a little bit complicated, but deflation
Federal Reserve
is
Bank
not
itself legal or not?
But yeah, I don't know, but they don't really allow deflation. They do their best to fight it, and there's good things about there's good things about
The
inflation.
answer to that question I've heard was a 2 to 3 hour talk by a former Fed regional lawyer, and the conclusion that seemed realistic was a rather complicated and long-winded. It's a gray area of neither entirely legal nor illegal constitutionally under U.S. law. But it serves a useful purpose of balancing the, do you want high interest rates no one can afford but easy credit, or do you want low interest rates that are easy to afford in your business plan, but only to people who don't really need it? And the yo-yo cycles that had been leading to in private banking previously. So
if you think about a deflationary currency, how that could be unstable is there's always an incentive to hoard it if it's deflationary, because the price is going to go up. And if you want to talk about the philosophy side of that, I don't know, how much good happens. We're talking about maximizing the good that people do in the world, right? Or I mean, I think that's one aspect of what we talk about. And in order to do good, I would say one has to do useful work. And in order to facilitate the doing of useful work, you need a currency that is that's relatively fluid. And if you have an incentive to hoard your currency, and rather than use your currency to do work or to pay someone to do work for you, right? You have an incentive to hoard it rather than an incentive to spend it. Then less work ends up getting done in the economy, and therefore things will be less good in the future than they would have been if it was an inflationary currency.
Our problem in Africa that seemed to function effectively on non-monetary, mixture of charitable and barter transactions that tend to lessen some of the problems and abuses we have in a currency-based market.
Well, I mean, but if you're bartering, that's got its own problems. If I want an apple and I have an orange, I have to find somebody that, if the person that has an apple doesn't want an orange, I have to find somebody that wants an orange that has an apple, right?
Although some of the food may be tribal assignments and a system of charitable sharing within limits, or the fact that if you don't have effective refrigeration, if you're going to slaughter an animal, you get everybody together to eat it when it's fresh. But if there are few animals to slaughter, that ends up being a festival type celebratory experience because it's rare.
So the presence of money is something that accelerates the efficient transfer of goods and services, right? So I would say it's a good thing.
Well, the classic counter position to that would be, when the Nazis were shipping troops out, Jews in to the ovens, is it good that they had some excellent engineers to keep the trains running on time? Or, given how many wars and countries are based around genocides, whether military or economic, would it be better to have that process be more or less efficient? In the U.S. military-industrial complex or prison-industrial complex, is it a good thing that we're number one in the world in political prisoners? Much as we claim in
So
the
my favorite claim against using the economy as a measure of how much good is being done is, okay, do you get points or do you lose points for building a bomb? Right? If you build a
bomb or 1,000 bombs?
No, one bomb. No, okay. If you let's just say there's an economy of buildings and bombs, okay? So if you buy a building and you build a building, okay, that's great. People can live there, they can put offices there, they can go about their business in the building. If you take the same amount of money and you build a bomb and you blow up the building and then you build the building again, then you get the price of two buildings and the price of a bomb all added into your GDP. But really, all you did is have to redo something that you did in the past.
Well, that's like, if you look at the money in drug industry, you take like a 3 gram a day, incredibly heavy street coke addict, like 5-to-1 stepped on coke. It's about $300 a year at medical scientific wholesale prices in the U.S. Rather monopolistic, restricted market. It ends up being about $1 million in cash flow from one addict. But, about 5% of that is the black market inflation of street prices. The rest of it ends up being, when most addicts can't afford that, you have theft and vandalism that's fenced at very reduced prices, onto which you add, insurance companies that can sell more policies and more expensive policies, if the victims of that crime perceive themselves at risk, and the cost of lawyers and prisons and
people with merit can do bad. People with merit can do bad. They could be abusive they can be corrupt and abusive in their power. So just to go by them alone without having a society that's
used. It's also a case where religious prejudice is used to justify the political power and the different industry and government profit motives, where 95% of the cash flow from that one addict's use of narcotics is going into so-called legal businesses and government.
So the point, I guess, is that consumption expenditure is not equal to the sum of all good that goes on.
It can flip-flop, and it's considered good by some of the people who profit from it, the same way the military-industrial complex is incredibly predatory. Their use of cost-plus contracts is very scamish even. They have a very nepotistic management and employment structure that's very abusive towards certain employee classes that legally they're obligated to not engage in, but they do, and they get away with it. If you look at how the U.S. has used its military, among other countries, other than a few, civil disaster and, embassy guard and hostage rescue functions, how many wars have we engaged in since World War II that haven't been massive war crimes or genocide efforts as defined in international law? So, should we fund that more and make it more efficient? Yeah.
Well, all the other things, I would say that all the other things being more efficient outweigh that.
Yeah, I think our democratic republic system is good, and America's young, and it's going in a direction, a good direction in progressing forward. I don't think we should change it to a meritocracy.
Or are we progressing forward in a functional way?
Well, yeah, we wobble a lot.
We're not doing any worse than anyone else.
People trip
is
it. They trip.
Israel should be eliminated because it's the first major military on top of economic, massive crime of genocide since the adoption of that body of law as an international crime. But then you look at Palestine that they did a land grab through, first by economic manipulation and rigging of the British termination of colonialism, and then by outright wars. And the Muslim-backed Arab governments, in that post-Ottoman Empire political scam deal, far more oppressive to all sorts of female and sexuality and religious rights than the Jews are. But that doesn't make what was done by the Jewish Zionists, backed by some Christian Zionists, not serious crime that should have been shut down and that calls for being eradicated even now if you take the law seriously. It just means that there are some other players with pretty dirty hands too.
Yeah, it's not perfect. There's a lot of things that need to be done. For one thing, taking separation of business and state. And a lot of the negative things throughout the world.
I like that idea, separation of business and state.
Yeah, it's a business. Business was a
in Italy
substitute
and
for
China.
church and state corruption. At first, America was trying to get away, separate church from out of it, and it just transformed into something else with business and influencing government.
Churches was the biggest business at the time.
Yeah, and corrupting government. Now it's it's still around though. But now America to its true ideals,
I
being.
think at the time of America's founding, the church was 10% of the economy.
What do you mean by the church?
Churches in general, the average amount of money that individuals gave to their church was about 10% of their income.
That's a tricky frame of reference, because at the time of America's founding as a country, there was a deal to keep the feds out of dealing with churches and leave it as a state issue. In part because 9 out of 13 original colonies had been theocracies. In southern states, Anglican; in northeastern states, largely congregational, except for the disparities that led to formation of Rhode Island as a Methodist state, or the Episcopal fork in Connecticut that was allowed to divert some of its ecclesiastical tax from the congregational theocracy to theirs. Which is very different than the Episcopals that branched off the Anglicans down south. But the Anglican Church was banned for about 40 years. Which,
by the way, all of that what America was doing
in
of religion was against what it ran from of Christianity and Catholicism. That's all blasphemy stuff. You know what I mean? All that Mormon and practice how you want and all that stuff. That's heresy. That's all people knew. But America was trying to get away from religion. It wasn't trying to get away from governing. And it was about being fair to all. It was
that's wrong. That's
America
very wrong.
I would say, like, the original American colonies, to the extent that they were trying to get away from religion, they were trying to get away from being forced to be in the Church of England. They weren't trying to get away from religion in any way, shape, or form. They were just wanting to practice their own religion.
It was imposing on them. Religion was part of governing. The monarchism was backed by religious persecution, and it was oppressive, and it was strict.
Backed by religious persecution.
Yeah, the king's anointed by God.
Well,
and
yeah,
to go
well, yeah,
and
well,
with
monarchy
America
is
is American is offense to the church because you're going against anointed by God ruler.
If you look back historically, Connecticut was the only original colony which was not a crown governorship under the King of England. But
that's what feudalism was about, hierarchy.
they were still a
Religion-backed
theocracy,
hierarchy.
but they were, local congregational theocracy, with an ecclesiastical tax, which until the Age of Enlightenment in the 1850s, was, congregational only. There were 6% of the state residents at that point who were able to claim diversion of their ecclesiastical tax to Methodist or Episcopal churches.
Hey man, religion was a bitch in the past, man. You be burnt for the slightest things as a witch in the past. It was not a piece of cake. People couldn't just, and people couldn't say they don't believe in God. So you had to say practice how you want. That was like the liberalism form of religion back in the days. That was radical. That was radical. You get killed for that. But people just wanted to. They didn't want to be. They want to be free,
No, if you look at the Puritans and the Pilgrims, Plymouth and the Bay colonies, they wanted to be practicing a harsh, violently criminal form of religion, which would be considered not just a hate cult, but a criminally violent, one, that justified putting church leaders and members in prison as felons under modern law, and they somehow did a propaganda job to get it in the history books that was freedom of religion. But the areas in England and Holland that they came from,
exactly, they came from that. That's all they knew.
More religiously liberal under current standards than they were.
Yes, we got some nuts. We brought some nuts. America still has that problem.
How did we bring when they were early settlers? But that differentiates from southern states, where the Anglican colonies in Virginia were intended to be money-making enterprises. They weren't about religion. But the government.
Christians and Catholics are persecuted in the U.S. because of the shit they went through in the past, from where they came from.
No,
yeah, they were.
The Virginia colonies were about trying to find resources on which to profit for business purposes. The religion was just part of the British monarchy tradition that they were funded by and subordinate to. It wasn't something they were fleeing from. But as opposed to what I just mentioned of the Puritans and Pilgrims in Plymouth and the Bay colonies, where they were fleeing, but it was by modern definition for the opposite of freedom of religion. It was to not get in trouble for their own form of violently criminal religious oppression.
England religion was about separating from the Pope to be God. Pretty much, because if you rule land, you rule over the church. So therefore you say what goes, and you're going to say what goes according, with religion, according to what benefits you. So in a way, it's kind of like you're God in a way.
I think it was simpler than there.
If you look at the leadership structures, a lot of it was Masonic. And,
hey, a lot of them weren't having that. They were like, no, we're against that. He killed people. He killed religious people that wasn't for that.
But the Masons aren't exactly Christian religion.
I mean,
a lot of the power structure.
I mean, King Henry killed people that were against in the Church of England.
But he was a big scammer, though.
Yeah, he was a big asshole.
Separation from the Vatican over the give the king a divorce idea, or was that just a propaganda front to not quite go public, saying we've bankrupted the national treasury, let's grab the Vaticans in order to prop it up? Was it really about religion, or a king's divorce, or was it more about economic survival and a big asset grab?
Hey, people were massacring each other through religion in Europe. People were like they're burning each other at the stake, and with For I mean, like with the Black Plague, they anything that didn't go good, that was like not normal in society. They were xenophobic, and they're killing Jews and
How many Jews
everybody.
were there?
People.
If you're going that far back, yeah. How many
Well, I mean, no, I
European
mean, like
Jewish enclaves?
all the way up to when people were coming over. They were running away from religious wars. That's what people were trying to get away from, wasn't it? Bloody religious wars.
You
I think
mean
that was the exception more than
forming what became the colonies that became U.S. states?
Well, my point is, America didn't want any of that in the governing.
America didn't exist yet when the colonies were formed, or America meaning the United States of.
I'm talking about when drafting the Constitution. They didn't want.
Yeah, so I mean,
that
you're talking
that,
about like 200 to 300 years after the colonies were, already colonized.
And the federal government was a balance of powers issue, local, state, federal. Before this idea of states was just forming, but
yeah, it was
on a federal level, why did the Bill of Rights end up outside the body of the Constitution? It was a brokered deal where most of the states were still or had recently been theocratic. The majority had been theocratic. Most of them dropped that around the time of the forming of the Constitution. Several state theocracies into the 19th century, but there was a limited
practice religion
until
how
the
you
14th
want.
Amendment. The Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. That didn't become a state incorporated issue until 1868 with the 14th Amendment. The country would not have formed as a country had they not brokered a deal to consider that to be a state and local issue, not a federal issue, because there were too many disparities. There were lots of states and local factions.
It was about balance for all.
To be a theocracy.
And the federal courthouse in Georgia still has the 10 Commandments on it, on the wall. So.
Yeah, but I mean, it was about fairness for all. It wasn't about like, okay, we get rid of religion completely. Everybody's free. You can practice and worship how you want, and it's not about you imposing on others.
That's not simply not true.
I know that people were religious,
but
and they wanted
state and local governments were still under that brokered deal, free to impose ecclesiastical taxes and run theocracies. Some of them did not, like Pennsylvania, became a safe haven headed by Quakers that took in religious minorities from other colonies, who were oppressed by the theocracies in other colonies. It didn't become a federal issue officially until 1868.
The founding fathers wanted to create something new from what they came from where people came from. A new, different governing than of the past, and monarchs saw that and they didn't like it, because it was a threat to the threat to the norms of how they view things, like of and by and for the people. What is that shit? Like peasants and serfs? What the hell is that?
How much of a military did the newly formed America have to go over and to get involved in monarchs, across oceans? Not an awful lot back in those days, did it? And now we're primarily engaged with places like China.
Yeah, I know what I mean. America's kind of have imperialist ways, is what you're saying.
But there was a brokered deal where there were factions that wanted to be statist theocracies nationally right from the start, and then there were the Jefferson type thinkers. Do you know where the term wall of separation comes from?
No, I have a feeling I know where you're coming from, because people wanted to do what they've known in the past, because that's all they know. But the founding fathers
Where do
wanted to
you
do something.
where do you
The
think
founding fathers
where do
wanted
you
to
think
create something
Jefferson's
new, is
wall of
what I'm saying.
separation comes from?
I don't know.
Okay, it was part of a letter
I
that
get
he
where
wrote
you're
on.
coming. Can I say one thing? I
No,
get where you're coming from. People in the past, all they knew was religion, and they wanted to just continue
no,
that.
I'm saying
There are
something
people
more
that wanted to do
complicated than
something
that.
new. Okay.
Jefferson wrote a letter in response to an inquiry for help from the Danbury, which is in Connecticut, Baptist Association, that he wrote on January 1st, 1802, which was well after the U.S. Constitution had replaced the Articles of Confederacy, and it was well after the Bill of Rights, or at least the 10 parts of them that went through, not the other 2 that got rejected, had been adopted and ratified. So, why was Jefferson suggesting that we needed a wall of separation between church and state, to Danbury Baptist Association in 1802, if that was such a well-established and uncontroversially accepted standard, in the 1860s, or in the 1760s through 1790s, from the Revolutionary War through the Constitution and the Bill of Rights? The answer is it wasn't. It was part of factional disputes where there were some significant factions who thought that should have been, part of federal, policy from the beginning, and there were others who thought that it shouldn't exist at all ever. And, they brokered a deal to say hands off for the feds and leave it a state and local issue, or we won't have a country at all. And that gradually shifted, with the 14th Amendment, which took a rather vicious war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the 14th Amendment?
The 14th Amendment, establishes equal protections of law for all persons born or naturalized in these United States. And beyond that is one of 4 amendments that has a so-called incorporation clause, which changes the meaning of the 10th Amendment and, to lesser extent, duties and powers to make enforcement of that principle a federal duty inside states, as opposed to the mixture of duties and powers in the 10th Amendment, restricting the feds from having such authority. The other amendments where there are similar incorporation clauses would be 13, 15, and 19. Are those familiar?
13, 15, and 19?
Yes.
No.
Okay, 13 was the one that in theory freed the slaves. 15 was the one that said, we really meant it last time in 13, but we're going to have a bigger stick now and penalize states if you continue to violate the 13th. And by the way, the 14th too in between. And 19th was the one that was part of the suffrage movement. And in theory doesn't say anything that the 14th hadn't already said, except that it wasn't being interpreted or enforced that way. And the same would apply to the Equal Rights Amendment that, some nutcases have tried, claiming is ratified by having legislatures vote on it in some states that didn't a few decades ago, and the courts are starting to rule it was invalid because there was a time limit on ratification, and it's long since gone. But if you have equal protections of law for all persons born or naturalized, why do you need a 19th Amendment saying that essentially
and I mean women too.
Really.
And by people, I also mean women. That's what the 19th Amendment says.
Whereas Indians not taxed weren't people, unlike blacks were 3/5 persons, but only really for apportionment and tax purposes, not really otherwise, right? We have some messy history, and we have a lot of teaching of it that's less than honest or accurate.
Yeah, people, we were just like between people's religion with people with religion and governing everybody back then. That's what they knew, and that's how they practiced. That's simply how they were. And what America was doing was just something completely new. It was they're taking Roman a Renaissance and Greek governing of check and balance, and the failures of monarchism and the age of enlightenment of reasoning that was backing America, and it wanted it to succeed in creating it. You know what I mean? It wanted to get away from what was of the past, because people were in a feudal system that oppressed them for centuries, and they just wanted to, all men are created equal, governing of, by, for the people, equality, freedom, justice for all. They just wanted, something completely opposite to what monarchism would be for. So with the church thing, those people were of that. So there's a mixture of creating a new form of governing and what people knew of the old that they took with them, and it was kind of implemented. But like this with the Civil War, people thought ideologically that was liberal ideology versus conservative, right? Like people wanting more wanted the old ways, and the Union
accurately classify it that simply.
Yeah, there's a lot of complications. But I mean, America created something new of the oldest democracy, and a lot of other nations, they saw it and they got inspired and they revolted, against monarchism, and they formed they liberated themselves and they created their own countries, and what was being done in America spread throughout the world, So like,
if the South had industrial centers and the Northeast had more spread out land and not as dense a cluster of urban centers with more large farms or plantations, that were labor intensive, how likely is it the Civil War would have happened? Whereas the Northeast had about 20 million people. It had
the North didn't want it to spread, though, right? They didn't ideologically identify with slavery and what was.
What I'm saying is that there were practical issues that had to do with geography.
I understand.
And
but what I'm saying is what America wanted to ideologically become. Slavery, isn't that contradicting to what it was trying to become? I mean, they got that from they adopted slavery from England, right? They were kind of birthed into it,
Actually, that's not entirely true either
I
because
I know a lot of
i-
Americans
i-
wanted
i-
slavery, but
i- i-
slavery was here before America.
if you look at how slavery came into Virginia, which is credited with being, the origin of it becoming part of the plantation system in what's become the Southeast U.S., it was almost an accident of, the monarchy, economic competition and ocean wars globally, where, there were slaves, en route to Mexico as part of trade routes dealing with sugar and humans and rum and all among Africa and the Caribbean. And, there was a fight that involved British, French, Spanish, and Portuguese ships, which were allies in two groups competing with each other. One of them had a cargo of slaves en route to Mexico that was captured between the British and, let's see, who was their ally, France then, for British, but but two of them captured the cargo of slaves that one of the other ships had, that was destined for Mexico.
Yeah, Britain was changing from
in a
slavery.
maritime
It
battle in the
was the
Gulf of
people that didn't
Mexico.
want slavery. The British was more changing, like with a parliament and everything like that.
No,
Elites were pro
no.
slavery.
Let me finish that, because
They backed
obviously
the
you don't
Civil
know that.
War.
The country didn't exist. There was no basis to have a civil war yet. We're talking about early 1600s, at this point. But the other country that was Britain's ally took half of that cargo of slaves and brought it up to Virginia to trade them for supplies in order to continue on their voyages and get home. There was no slavery established.
No, I thought you were talking about when Britain stopped slavery. I thought you were talking about.
There was no system of slavery in America, unless you want to count some intertribal Indian cases, which archaeologically are a whole different culture than we're discussing. But it was a freak of the monarchies of Europe in global maritime feuds and piracy and alliances, where England and its allies split up a cargo of captured slaves that were going to Mexico. There was no plan for slavery, but the other ship traded them in Virginia for supplies for its travel. What happened with the ones that the British ship captured is not documented, so it's an unknown in history. Any records were lost and disappeared, but it was an accident and a coincidence of
I'm
that
talking
battle.
about Britain stopping slavery and America continuing it, and it first starting with Britain, and America was kind of married into it. I thought you were saying that, hey, Britain was no longer pro-slavery, and America was.
There was no America then. There was no grand British plan to introduce slavery. It happened initially out of that freak of circumstances that involved doctrine of discovery based and monarchy claiming being backed by their god, battles among the European allies and enemies, and at first apparently the people who became slaves were treated as lower class.
The British public didn't
of
want
society.
slaves. The British public didn't want this because they couldn't compete with free labor.
At the time. The British public didn't have anything to do with that. They weren't part of the equation in the Gulf of Mexico beyond being a party to the ongoing.
I'm talking different time. We're talking about a different time.
I'm going back
to the Civil War.
The origins of what became slavery before the United States ever existed, and
slavery is for money. They needed labor. They got slaves. That's it. And they're making profit off of slaves.
No, it's not that. It is, that, you have a ship that has a cargo of captured, stuff, and, it included some Africans at that point that ended up in Virginia, but it wasn't part of a big plan. It was sort of a freak of how the military and trade routes in other parts of the world and the European countries competing with each other worked. And the Virginia plantation, Jamestown had to figure out what to do with them when they took them in order to help out the king's allies.
I think before slavery,
Needing
they
goods.
had indigenous farm, right? And that didn't work out, so they just transferred to slaves, cattle slavery.
There was no grand plan, and a lot of the indentured labor came over with the Industrial Revolution, and you had factories, that needed masses of low-skilled or trainable and manageable bodies, and but by the time long before that happened, southern states did become part of established slave trade routes. But that came later. And that did become a planned activity, and there were some.
Yeah, they wanted to keep it. They wanted to keep slavery.
Well, you look at somebody like Jefferson. He had slaves. He was running a plantation.
Yeah,
that
so
under the circumstances
everybody did.
of his time could not have
That was the time.
built and maintained and operated itself without that. We didn't have the modern machinery or more efficient alternatives. But Jefferson was an opponent of slavery, yet he had them. If you look at Robert King Carter, who was a crown governor in parts in Virginia, and was connected to some of the rural northeastern part of Virginia in terms of his own family and estate, even though governance was out of Jamestown and Williamsburg still. He was a Mason. He was a figurehead to the Church of England because that was obligatory, but he didn't really seem to have a strong religious belief in that theology. He just had to be the pro forma head of it in order to have a crown governorship. But he ended up being rather progressive in freeing the slaves and seeing that they were awarded land and the ability to survive once freed in ways that were not generally done or public policy back in his time.
America's more enlightenment-minded thinking in what's factually and logically progressive in what's good. It's not about any type of but just being stuck in a religion belief or that belief. It just wanted to create a governing that is that made things better.
Where I think you're wrong in that there wasn't a singular America, with such a uniform ideology, and and there was a lot more conflict in theory and practice, where you had the divergence of thinking that led to the Bill of Rights being rejected as the body of the Constitution, that led to Jefferson into the century after the Constitution and Bill of Rights talking to Baptists, who were at that point, by the way, Connecticut until 1818 was a congregational theocracy. And even when they officially ended it in 1818 and formed the first Constitution, they retained a lot of artifacts of church doctrine, which weren't banned in Connecticut until they, by referendum, adopted a replacement state constitution in 1964, around the time of the Federal Civil Rights Act, the 42 U.S.C. 2000 Act, not to be confused with the Civil War Reconstruction Civil Rights Act, which generally, if you want to research federal law, you'll find in 42 U.S.C. Late 1900s. And one of those representing the 14th Amendment, which is known as Section most single litigated enactment of a constitutional principle is, what does equal protections of law mean? When you have feds enforcing both federal policy and state issues inside states, and the states are inconsistent with each other. And that's still an actively used civil rights law today, with a massive amount of federal litigation using it. So we do not have that kind of heterodoxy or uniformity. Never have, still don't.
How's it the South that are for slavery? They fight for, in their independence, of all men being equal, and and then end up fighting.
What
aligning.
are you asking? What timeline and activities are you talking about?
No, I'm just talking the Revolutionary War. People fight for their freedom while being for slavery, and fighting a civil war to keep it. Later on down the line, it's just contradicting. You know what I mean? You think, like, if you're fighting for your independence,
hard to wrap your head around if you're stuck on ideology as the motivation for human behavior.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's true. It's not really ideology. It's something else.
What I was taught in high school, at least in high school history, is something strange that's it's completely alienated to what children are learning today, is that the Civil War was actually not fought over slavery. It was only a secondary consideration. The war was over states' rights, and essentially where does the center of power reside? Does it reside in the federal government, or does it reside in the states? And there were a number of issues, not just slavery is the most easy one to talk about, because we kind of all agree that, okay, slavery is bad. Nobody can argue against slavery. It's really easy to say, okay, we fought this war over slavery, and therefore the people that we killed, half of them, are all bad, and it justifies us killing them because they were fighting for slavery.
It is ideology. It isn't. It is ideological because there's a left and a right, because the elites that were pro monarch of England, they were supportive of it because it aligns with their ideological way of thinking, the way of what was being done in the South, and they kind of wanted America to more be like that because they didn't like what America was becoming. So, the validation of slavery, it validates their ideological way of thinking of feudal serfdom, of monarchism, of that system, and that system being kept. And they didn't like the direction that of what America was going. They were completely against that. So it validated it was a validation of their ideological viewpoint, why they were backing it. And my point being is that it was really about the two ideologies of the past. It was the ideology of inequality versus equality, and you being for fighting for the rights of another. It said, no, let me finish. Let me just finish. Okay, let me just finish. You fighting for the rights of one person. It sets a precedent in the direction that the country is going to go. If it's going to go down that road of what more the elites and the pro monarchy elites wanted, or it's going to go down where you want to go, of all men are created equal. And slavery kind of touched on that.
Yeah,
You know,
that's,
a
I'm
lot
not
of it was
arguing that that's what you
ideological.
were taught. I know that that's what you were taught, and it's certainly easy to understand that the conflict from that
It was
perspective.
it was ideological base. See, feudal serfdom transferred transferred into into black
I'm not arguing.
black
I'm not
races and
arguing
slavery.
against. I'm not arguing against you. I'm just trying to give you another
The
perspective.
the ideology, the inequality fight was being fought for many centuries within Europe, and it was held to get from up under. You know, for many hundreds of years, it was being fought. America was that pathway out of that.
Mhm.
You know, and the Civil War was just a continuation of the Revolutionary War of against the ideology of inequality versus equality. You know, of all men being created equal, and that's why the elites were supporting the South in slavery, because
Right.
their thinking was along like bloodline supremacy and hierarchy, and it's like, yeah, fuck yeah, you
Right.
know.
No, I agree. I
And
agree with
a lot
you.
of the
But
a lot of the
Nivek,
peasants of within in England, they wanted slavery to end because, you know, they understood, you know, that type of system, that type of mentality that they wanted to get away from, of inequality. They wanted it to completely just go away and wiped out.
Think about it from the economic perspective, but add on what I was, I think we moved away from before I had finished before. The Northeast, had about 20 million people. They had
and
Eli
how
Whitney.
many representatives? How many representatives in Congress compared to the South?
Well,
was it three times as many or four times as many?
Okay. Northeast had some smaller states, so that would tend to skew it a little bit, beyond just the population districting alone. But they had the Eli Whitney type factory manufacturing that Sam Colt and others had put into production, making things.
Right.
And
So
more of
the Northeast had
railroads and water power.
Right. So they had 30 million people, and the South had 10 million people.
20 million and 6 million, wasn't it, going into the Civil War era?
Okay, so 20 million and 6 million representation in Congress. Okay, so let's just say you have so let's just say there's about half of the physical geography of the country. Okay, that's represented in numerous states. How many states were in the South? I don't know, but it's about half the geography of the country, right?
More than
Georgia,
half the states
Alabama,
were in the
Mississippi,
Northeast, because let's see, New England,
North
actually,
Carolina,
at that
South
point,
Carolina, and Kentucky.
Maine was part of
Six out of
Massachusetts, and Vermont was part of Connecticut. So New England effectively had Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. And you had Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland.
It's basically the U.S. down to Washington, D.C., right?
And so that's 9 states.
Maryland was in the north, and Ohio and Pennsylvania, and Kentucky.
But Ohio wasn't a state yet, and Kentucky was, and West Virginia, both under different circumstances, split off from Virginia later. West Virginia was a Reconstruction era politics, and Kentucky and Tennessee.
So the South actually. So the South actually represented half to roughly half to more than half of the states. Okay.
And Florida wasn't a state yet.
But yet roughly a fourth of the population. No, I mean, well, it's a minor point exactly what the details are.
You have Georgia, 2 Carolinas, Virginia, effectively, versus 9 northern states.
Prior to the Civil War, the federal government was not necessarily the seat of power. It's not the seat of authority of an entire country, which is united under one identity. Think about that.
It was the seat of power, but the seat of power was designed with strict duties and powers limits, that some people
But
thought to be expanded
people
and others thought to
identified
be more
themselves
constricted.
more with their states than they did with the federal government. Like right now, if you said, okay, in what order do you identify yourself with? Are you an American or are you a Pennsylvanian first?
Wait, but Canadians and Mexicans are Americans, aren't they?
But you see what I'm getting
why
at.
didn't we adopt the term USian?
So there's a nation that has a similar set of values that identify themselves with several states, and they have ruling over them a government which gives them disproportionately small representation, such that their ideology is not represented, does not end up getting represented in the laws that are passed. So
no, ideology
the
writes
southern
the
states.
sets the
Okay,
sets
so
the trend.
I'm still trying to communicate to you what I was taught that you will not be taught in your school today. So we can argue about the fine points of whether it's true. We can argue about the fine points of whether it's true. Right. We can argue about whether it's true, but what I can tell you is that 20 years ago it was way more true than it is today, according to how it was being taught. So the southern states, okay, and I live in a southern state, but I'm not from a southern state. The southern states did not feel that their needs were being represented in the federal government, and they decided that they wanted to secede from the union because the union was no longer looking after their best interests. Whether you now, I know that everyone here doesn't like slavery, and we all agree that slavery is an important issue, that the North feels like that's what they were fighting over, and the winners felt like that's what they were fighting over.
Well, they said
it was only one issue of many.
They named it.
I don't know, man.
It was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was one issue of many. The main
I
issue
read all the secessions of all the states, and they all mentioned slavery.
The landslide election, where basically the House of Representatives was entirely taken over by people in the North, and the South did not have enough voice in government to be able to even defend themselves. So they said, okay, we're going to split off and we're going to make our own country.
I read the secession of all the southern states. They all mentioned slavery.
They all mentioned slavery, but it's not the only issue that led up to that. Like, for example,
that's their bread and butter.
That's what you were taught.
That was their bread and butter.
I'm not arguing against it. That's what you were taught.
And you're talking about like reconstructionist, like all these ideas that you're saying. All these ideas that you're saying did not exist before the Civil War. Like these ideas, where it came about, that it was like all of a sudden, oh, it's all about states' rights. These ideas, like you can look back in history, and there is no indication of any of these arguments until about 30 years after the Civil War, when you have like the Reconstructionists like trying to rewrite history in the South. Man, like I'm from the South, and I am very aware of what was going on.
Can I ask a question? What if slavery didn't exist? You think things would have been the same, or no? I think things would have been different.
We would have invented the cotton gin much earlier.
People liberated for equality, you know what I mean, and they didn't have the not wanting to be equated to a black person scenario of equality.
Have you read the Cornerstone speech? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So the Cornerstone speech was written by the Vice President of the Confederacy, and he explicitly said the reason why the Confederacy is breaking off is because the fundamental truth is that Africans or black people or Negroes are less than white people. And that was the argument that was made right off the bat when the Confederacy broke off. And
the ideology of equality being equated to a black person.
So you're arguing against something that I'm arguing against. So what I'm trying to convey is that
it was states' rights.
The war was fought over a particular state's right.
Equality and inequality.
This is important. No, this is important. The right to secede from a union.
Well, do you know what the Dred Scott
Ideology
decision
of
was?
equality and
And
equality.
It's the right to secede. It's essentially
well,
exactly
hold
parallel.
on.
Didn't want to be
Essentially
equated
it's
to a black
exactly
person.
parallel to right.
Well,
to
hold on.
decide whether you have a male or female gender in today's society.
Well, hold on. Do you understand the Dred Scott decision and what happened after that with the Fugitive Slave Act? So
I
Scott.
totally understand it, but I'm talking about whether a war can be fought.
Oh no!
Over an
goes,
issue that causes two. So if you have
well, hold on. This goes to the exact idea of states' rights. So the Dred Scott decision basically said that black people in northern states, this was passed by the Supreme Court of the United States, it said black people, even though they were in a northern free state, that they didn't get to benefit from the freedoms of that northern state. So they were still succumb to the rights of a southern state, and the northern states didn't have any way to say, oh no, this person be free. So then shortly after that, what you had was the Fugitive Slave Act, and to the opposite of what you're trying to make is there was actually enough power in the United States Congress that they passed something that was called the Fugitive Slave Act that said if a black person from the South got to the North, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what state they were in now. Those states' laws didn't apply because what applied
that was in 1850. That was a decade before the Civil War.
Exactly.
So what I'm talking about is that the southern states decided that they wanted to secede. Okay. Forget about the cause.
That's why I asked you, what if slavery didn't exist?
You guys can't listen, can you?
What if slavery didn't exist?
I didn't get to finish a sentence. The southern states seceded regardless of the cause, they seceded from the Union, and the war was fought over the right to secede. If the northern states agreed that they have the right to secede, there would have been no war.
That's not true because the South attacked the North at Fort Sumter before anything fucking kicked off. The South was the
where
one
was
that
where was Fort Sumter?
It was above the Mason-Dixon line.
I thought it was in Charleston.
What if slavery didn't exist? You think this would people would have seen each other as equal? They didn't want to see.
Yeah, it's outside of Charleston.
Mm-hmm.
The South attacked their own territory. The South pushed people who were an occupying foreign army after they seceded. There was an occupying foreign army in their territory, and they pushed them out. So the fight was about okay, a divorce battle is about whether or not two people should remain married. Regardless, there's an issue in whether one person was faithful or not. A divorce battle is about whether those two people should remain married.
Actually,
so
that used to be true, but it hasn't been for a long time. Most states have no fault divorce, so usually a divorce battle is some mix depending on how nice those people are and how mature. How do we split the assets, or how do we screw over the other person because we're a nasty narcissist who needs retribution and doesn't care about anything ethical.
So through much ado, I have just communicated to you what I was taught in high school about what was the cause of the Civil War. So it sounds like you guys thought that this whole time I'm arguing for slavery or that the cared about slavery.
No, I don't think you're arguing for that at all.
I'm trying to tell you guys what I was taught when I was in high school about what caused the Civil War. And so it's a particular state's right. It's the right to secede.
What if slavery didn't exist?
There's all kinds of human rights implications from whether you're allowed to have.
But that was wrong.
If slavery didn't exist, people would see each other as equal. They didn't want to be equated to blacks.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you can go back and, like, if you really want to get into history, this idea of states' rights didn't even come up until 30 years after the Civil War. And
Right to
Well,
own
it's
slaves.
one of the
in the
original 10
period of
amendments.
Why do
What's
we have
that?
the Ninth Amendment and duties and
It's a,
powers then?
yeah,
It
it's
came
one
up
of the
by
original 10th Amendments.
between
No,
Articles of
no.
Confederation and Constitution, but it might have shifted in form.
Well, you have to understand, like in the actual and what was actually going on, and I've read this plenty, and I've never found anything. I've never found any evidence that arguing about states' rights until Reconstruction, and then during that time, it was this idea of like they wanted to rehabilitate the image of what the South did, and that's what they did. And it says, oh no, well we weren't really fighting to keep slaves. What we were fighting for was this noble cause of states' rights. And find me anything. Find me anything before the Civil War that points out that something actually states' rights.
No, I think you're there's what you fight over, and the causes for you to not be friends anymore are two total. I can decide. I can decide I don't agree with somebody, and I'm going to say I'm not going to be their friend. I'm not going to talk to them, and then that's different than starting a fight with them after I decide they're not my friend.
The right to own slaves was states' rights.
The right to own slaves is why they're not friends anymore.
Well,
no, the argument for states' rights was the right to own slaves.
After they're not friends anymore, they can decide whether they want to,
need to fight over it. Well, you also have like these interesting characters, like a Texan. Like, do you know anything about Sam Houston? Sam Houston was very much against like expanding states' ability to hold slaves. So during like when Kansas became a state, he was fighting very hard. Like Kansas cannot hold slaves, but he himself held slaves. But he wasn't for the
like Jefferson. We were just talking about how Jefferson held slaves, and he was an abolitionist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody owns slaves.
Yes. So you have that.
So anyway, I just wanted
in the Northeast industrial trades, it might have more to do with the trade union discussion earlier. Yeah, and some of the precursors when unions meant something very different than they usually do these days.
Yeah. So another one of the grievances listed for this session was the fact that I have a hard time articulating this, but the federal government gave all kinds of contracts in a nepotistic manner to and favorable tariff structures to the northern states, which effectively made southern shippers impossible to compete with transporting their own goods.
Yeah. Yep.
For example, and another for example is the power to coin your own currency. So the southern states wanted to have their own state currencies, and there was all kinds of fiat currencies floating around in the United States, and Abraham Lincoln, one of his platforms was the establishment of a central bank, which the southern states were totally against.
Well, also at that time too, you have to realize there were like specific like railroad companies that had their own currency, and that's I don't know if you've ever heard the idea of a company store, and I think that's like a lot of the pushback or a lot of the idea to go to a central currency. I think based along the ideas of what companies were doing with having a company store, like we're going to pay you with our own money. You can only buy stuff from us, and that was one of the big precipices of the change to a nationwide currency was to get rid of that
even Jefferson in the early days was very much against having central banking because he was so worried about foreign influence over banking, especially and cycles of inflation and deflation, which would actually enslave everybody. So it's kind of bizarre, in my opinion, that the North, which was in favor of central banking, actually enslaved everybody, in order to I'm just saying it's a little bit ironic.
Yeah,
Actually
yeah,
enslaved
I mean,
everybody to sent to foreign the North actually enslaved everybody to foreign bankers in exchange for freeing one class of people so that they could enslave them in a different way.
I mean, I don't think it was necessarily the foreign bankers. It was more along the lines of just making a centralized
the Rothschilds aren't
currency.
foreign.
Well, I mean, that's when you're getting into like Illuminati kind of shit at that point. Like, the idea of just having like a centralized currency, like something that
a lot of banking
something
was
that there
supporting
wasn't.
slavery.
Well, something that there wasn't like what we have now with foreign currencies, like transition fees and all that kind of stuff, and that was the kind of thing that was happening back then.
The banking system's based off slavery.
No, the banking system has been around before slavery, but you can go back to like the Medicis. Like
a lot of. I mean,
weren't really
go back to Jesus turning over the table at the temple.
Yeah. Well, when the Medicis,
maybe
those are technically like the first bank, though, right?
Oh, okay.
From
no, the first banks would be the Indo-Eurasian trade routes, China and Mongolia and into the Mideast.
Yeah,
a
but
lot
like
of the slave, a
what
lot
we
of the slave
consider
routes
like
was financed by
banks
banks.
now. Like
a lot of the slave routes were financed by but were financed by banks, and a lot of banking grew through that. And the slavery in America was backed by being financed by banks. They I think like how you put a lien against a house or something like that for slaves. Like they if they default, I think they get the slaves or something like that.
The Medicis, they started in like the 1200s, right? I mean, that's like one of the oldest like true banking systems, right? I mean, it was different than what there was before, like from the Old Testament, all that kind of stuff. You had people who were sort of filling that.
My point is that a lot of the inequalities of imperialism was financed by banking. And it was through slavery. It was through slavery and serfdom and imposing on others. It wasn't. I mean, it was.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, I just think like at that point things just went through banks.
It wasn't this. It wasn't. But no, you're connecting the banking to the north.
How do you see the Rothschilds as being
the established? No, I mean,
no,
I'm just saying the establishment of the central bank by Lincoln, which he telegraphed that he was going to do, was one of the reasons why the South decided to secede. Because
how do you see the
Rothschilds? Something that they didn't want to
not involved.
I was just
the elites, the bankers backed slavery.
Alex Jones thing.
The elites backed slavery, man.
I was supposed to do that in my Alex Jones voice.
Well, if you can do, you gotta say it like Alex. These frogs are turning gay. The banks.
You think slavery's bad? Wait till the Rothschilds get a hold of you.
Wait, I thought it was the
forest.
Well, I thought it was the Illuminati forming a world council.
Alex Jones, man.
Yeah, the bankers were profiting out for indentured servitude and slavery.
Abraham Lincoln was the first one that did adrenochrome.
You mean wasn't Rush Limbaugh and Karl Rove in a new business partnership?
No, I thought that was Johnny Depp and fucking Johnny Depp and Benicio del Toro and
Edward Scissorhands.
But don't you remember in that movie, the Hunter Thompson movie where they were in Vegas and they did adrenochrome? And that was the first time I ever heard about that. Now it's like people like think it's a real
Fear
thing.
and Loathing?
Yeah, Fear and Loathing. Yeah.
I remember adrenochrome in there.
Yeah, adrenochrome is like that's the point where like fucking Johnny Depp's wearing like the dinosaur tail and he's got the little dropper.
I thought he was just dropping acid.
No, he has adrenochrome.
Well, no,
Which I
that
think
would be
Hunter
the one
Thompson just
where
made
Ken
up.
Kesey, no, Ken Kesey, Timothy Leary, and the Dalai Lama get together for that one.
Dude, that movie is so goddamn funny, man. Benicio del Toro's like freaking out, like holding a knife to that like fucking girl's neck and shit, just losing his mind. It's like, holy shit.
In order to form a more Discordian union, we hereby anoint. Yeah. So what kind of model for government would be formed if you had a bunch of people like that on an acid trip writing central documents?
Lithuania?
We already have it. It's called California.
Fucking California, man. Yeah, I've had friends like, man, there's no place better than California. Go out there. I'm like, oh, it's really not that great. It's I don't know.
I don't know. Zombie sent me some of the documents that the city of Portland in Oregon is creating, and they seem crazier than some of the shit out of California lately.
Yeah, well, I mean, Oregon's a fucking wild place, though, because you do have like a high amount of like white supremacists in like rural areas in Oregon. And then like you go to the cities and it's like all these like hardcore, like crazy fucking Antifa people. It's like, why is there such this wide range of fucking freaks in this state?
And you have an Antifa organization that's not just individuals, but an organization there that has no clue what the history from Ireland of using anti-fascist action to get the police to enforce the law against criminals they're giving a pass to is, and they're acting like this pseudo-left fascist mob, that's not anti-fascist. It's, just another equal or worse form of fascism.
I don't know. I think you're a bit out on a limb at that point. I don't think that's same kind of thing. Like when you hear people call everybody commies, fucking this, that, and the other, it's like, I don't really think that's what's going on. I think people have differences of opinion in the United States, but everybody's pretty fucking close.
Well, Zombie lives out there, and she can talk about what she's seeing on the streets day to day.
Yeah, but but I think what you see on the streets day to day as a police officer is not indicative of the actual culture of any specifics. Like as a police officer, what you're dealing with is like the dregs of society, like the fucking douchebags and the pieces of shit. So you automatically have a bit of a skewed view, in my opinion.
I think she's working for a sheriff's office, but not as a street police officer. But
she does a lot of like sex crimes work
and the criminal elements that are calling themselves Antifa, on her own sidewalk and and making encampments in the park across the street, so having to just deal with how they're acting pretty close up and often, and that tends to have that effect, regardless of your employment, as long as you don't being subjected to that.
Totally. And I've seen, like in Denver, I've seen like fucking dudes who are Proud Boys who are just as big a piece of shit as fucking any of those guys that you imagine. And they're just fucking assholes. There are disaffected people, and they just latch on to whatever they think makes sense for them. And it's like
there was a faction of them who tried to get involved in Joe Jorgensen's libertarian presidential campaign, and she seemed to like the support, but certainly not particularly libertarian in any honest sense. they're another
Judge.
faction of violent fascists of a dangerous sort.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I just see, like, I don't know. I think for the most part, people are pretty goddamn normal. And then you have lunatics. And I think what's happening right now in the United States is where it's the idea of, like, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So we're paying so much attention to the squeaky wheel, fucking, like, one-off fucking weirdos. Like, that if you look at the percentage of them compared to the percentage of actual people in the United States, it's minuscule. It means nothing. But all of a sudden, because there's 100,000 Twitter responses on some fucking page, people like, oh, this thing is fucking big deal and it's going crazy. It's like, no, it's not, man. I don't experience any of that in my day. I mean, do you guys, is it your daily life, like, actually experiencing these crazy fucking people?
Some of them are psychologists or getting government benefits and using courts and cops to make false complaints, and but I'm in a rural area out in the woods where it's probably a lot less than in urban centers. Or if you look at what's happening in particularly the social sciences departments of an awful lot of universities, both.
But do you have any experience actually being in those departments at universities, or is it just something that you're taking from what you've seen online? And that's my point. Like, so, because I remember when I was in college and, like, I heard people saying, oh, this, that, and the other things. Like, that's not what I'm experiencing at all. And I have a feeling it's probably the same way, where that's not really what's actually going on. You have people on each side of the aisle. You have the people on the left who are going to be calling everybody fucking this, that, and the other, and then you have people on the right who are calling everybody this, that, and the other. And I personally would rather just talk to somebody and, like, see what's going on, because I know people who are in, who are teachers in college for, like, chemistry and biology and stuff, and there's not this, like, crazy fucking, like, liberal fucking, like, design going on to convince kids to do this, that, and the other. That's not what's going on.
Not in chemistry.
Yeah, not in chemistry, not in math, not in business, not in. And then if you actually look, like, you can go and look online, like, how many people, what's the percentage of social science degrees that are going out there? And I think it's about, like, 20%. So if the idea is, like,
below state school, it's a pretty big chunk.
Was state school? It's
in state schools more than I would say more than in private, prestigious universities. There's probably a lot less of fill in the blank studies.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I know what the issue is. I think we're in a big evolutionary time in how the world's connected, in having big shifts in society, and in the world changing.
That always causes.
And people are uncomfortable with it.
Yeah.
The world's more connected now, and it's not like in the past where people were more isolated, but they're connected, and things are going in a wave. Things are moving in a wave where people don't like, and that's why they say they're anti-globalist, because what's with this? If you listen to a lot of the talk, what would it mean when they what's behind that when they say they're when they mention globalism and they're anti-globalism? They don't like the world being connected.
Yeah, well, I mean that
and technology more technology, and the world's more connected, way more. It's compared to the past. There's some we're right now. I mean, look, we're on the internet.
Yeah,
we're actually doing it.
It might just be our case election. and you're competing for your own reproductive strategy.
I don't know. I do sort of agree with that sentiment though. So basically, right now we are going through this time of drastic change, and
By
it is
technology.
sort of yeah by technology. And, when people talk about like
accelerates it
globalism,
rapidly.
and they get like upset about it. When people talk about like cultural appropriation, they get upset about it. And to me, like that's pretty much one and the same, right? Like everybody in the world listens to hip hop now at this point. Like kids in China are listening to hip hop, and kids in the United States are listening to like Korean pop music and like.
Hello.
So everybody is already like coming like in culture wise. Everybody's already coming together. People in the United States love sushi. 20 years ago, there were how many? There's not many sushi restaurants. It's not a thing. But now there's sushi restaurants in probably every city that you can think of. And to me, I think that's a good thing.
In Yuma, Arizona.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to me, that's a good thing. That's like people talk about like cultural appropriation. It's like, no, that's the history of humanity. Like that's what we do. Is like we see something, like, oh, that's good. I like that. I'm gonna do that and use that, and that's what we should do.
By the way,
how we're living over and over again.
How we're living now is more rapid in evolution, like in the things that we do and experiences way more. You know what I mean? You'll be sitting in the forest on your horse or whatever, and you know what I mean. Things will be the same, and now it's like the change is hyper, with the connectivity through technology, and and things change are constant. Every minute you're seeing something new constantly, and it's kind of like people are uncomfortable with it and they don't like it, and they're like, this globalism, it's got to stop.
But the arguments that I find more valid that do involve the time and rate of change issues, but the connectedness and the travel, the economics, people talk about believing in certain things. It frequently seems like what they're really talking about is that they're maladapted to complexity and chaos that's inherent to scale and diversity. And I don't think a lot of people care about the diversity issues that they may take positions for or against, so much as they're being reactive and not understanding their own behaviors, dealing with scale and complexity.
Societies change rapidly. Technology is changing rapidly. Everything is, people are becoming hyper connected, not even connected.
I've got an engineering background. I'm really good at dealing with some of the technology, but it's a Chinese curse because I expect myself to maintain a high knowledge and skill and competency level. Talking about meritocracy, it's a self-imposed expectation more than externally even, and it's difficult even being good at it.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, if you were like in a position
constantly, Loki.
Before in the past, people be in the position of power where they could just, they can be isolated or it could just impose on another. But now you can't really do anything because everybody's connected. People can't say, we're against China. We're gonna bomb, or we're gonna go after, attack this country or that country. Because it's kind of like everybody's on one big boat. You know what I'm saying? Before, people used to be in their little canoes, but now the whole world's hyper connected. And
because if China, like all of a sudden, if China melted down, that would affect every other country in the world. Just like if America melted down, it would affect every other country in the world. And
those old days.
It's not like the U.S. has destroyed our ball bearing manufacturing or our mining resources for neodymium and other important materials. Is it?
I think
and we've certainly kept up with Shenzhen, Guangdong, and industrial incubators, where you can go out with $300 and come back with 45,000 parts. Your manufacturing line is short of across the street on your lunch break.
The old world,
I would
the old
say,
world of being
say
isolated
Loki,
and
like
imposing
it
on
wasn't
others.
necessarily U.S., but it was U.S. CEOs that did bring that along. Right? It was people like, oh, we can have people do it in China for this much less money, so let's do that. And that's, it wasn't necessarily the United States as a whole.
That more. How do we have a competitive minimum wage when theirs is about 35 cents an hour, and they frequently have companies that violate it left and right, along with mandatory overtime. That a high-skilled production job may get 60 cents an hour, and that the $1 to $2 range would cover skilled professionals.
Yep. Here's the problem with that is the only way that that's ever going to be resolved is once it's parity on a worldwide level. That's the only way I can see that situation ever resolved.
Well, if the Chinese were not allowed to manipulate their currency the way they do, there would be wage parity.
But we manipulate our currency too. We manipulate our currency
too. The U.S. do
like
nasty things too, man.
Yeah, like every country takes advantage of those kind of things. And that's sort of the problem, like how unless there's parity on wages across the entire world, how you'll never be able to get past the point of a company being like, oh well, we can go to Malaysia or we can go to Thailand because we're saving X amount of money. We're saving 30 cents per hour for every worker.
There's not going to be wage parity until there's full employment everywhere.
No, but you don't have to have full.
In Africa,
employment.
where you don't have the infrastructure or the education to support functional equivalencies of production,
exactly.
or you go to a place like Myanmar and you have a significant education level, but you've got a military junta that comes and goes so often that the currency is blacklisted, and the black market defines the monetary exchange more than any official rates.
By the way, on poor countries,
that's the hard part. That's the hard part.
On poor countries, there's this thing called the Second Empire, the Spider's Web, the second British Empire, and where it has still connections through its colonial routes, but through finance, but by finance links, and they redistribute money from poor countries in keeping them poor, and they use them as tax havens, and the money doesn't go to the countries and of Britain or the country that they keep their money in.
And banking.
It's called
laundering and.
It's called the second. It's the Spider's Web, the Second British Empire.
Sounds like
I'm just on YouTube. I'm just saying. Look it up on YouTube.
Look it up on YouTube. Second Spider's Web.
So what do you think is going to happen with China's move to create an economy that's not based around the U.S. dollar and
America threw its weight around
the countries that talk about sanctioning China?
America threw its weight around, threatening countries to go against interests for companies' benefit, like it did in South America.
But China and the U.S. and Russia all have some serious human rights issues, and if we enforced international law fully on each other, we'd probably end up shutting down every major world government, because you've got military alliances that carry over, on genocides and war crimes, and even beyond, the labor market, or citizenry issues.
Well, the international human rights code, I guess, or whatever the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from the UN, if that's what you're talking about, that has so many self contradictions that every country is going to violate at least one of them.
Well, I'm talking about that plus, the whole nest of other related, like criminal law and genocide and the war crimes conventions too. But, the UN Declaration on Human Rights has paragraph 1, idealistic principles, paragraph 2, Swiss cheese, unless you have national policy saying that this isn't the way you want to deal with things. And, for smaller countries with primarily national government, that gives them a bunch of valid claims. But what about the United States, where most of those violations are state level policies, not national? So we don't have national policy that justifies saying we're entitled to those exceptions, but we have states that are violating them. So, would that mean that we have a federal government that's obligated to do some enforcement against the states? Well, wait, we already have that in the 14th Amendment and the related incorporated pieces, but we don't play by our own rules anyway, so why should we play by the global ones?
I don't think globalization is bad.
Or conversely, how do we enforce what we already have in our own policy that actually includes pretty much the same stuff and a little bit more, but that we're treacherously evading, even in our own version of it.
think about this, Nivik. If you have globalization,
yeah,
and you don't have the right to secede, it's a one-way ticket to losing your sovereignty.
And of course,
well,
on the International Convention on Genocide, it is an opt-in law. But then why don't we have that for like bank robbery? Well, I robbed the bank. Of course, I'm entitled to. No, it's not criminal for me. I didn't agree to a doctrine that it's criminal for me to rob banks. Maybe it is for you if you agree to that.
Well, sovereignty was imposed on by lack of globalization with imperialism, imperial colonialism. Sovereignty was imposed on by lack of globalization.
Sovereignty was imposed on
by lack of globalism, by imperialism,
no, you
and colonialism.
have that backwards. That's not what sovereignty is. Sovereignty comes out of monarchs.
Anyway, powerful countries were imposing on poor countries, because with lack of globalism, and you're talking about you're saying too much globalism will take away sovereignty, but in reverse, it will take away sovereignty from a larger part of the population of the world.
In the Western tradition, in the American tradition, sovereignty resides in the individual.
You understood what I said, though, right?
And so if the government subscribes to an international rule of law, then it cedes the sovereignty of the individual.
You said if people are connected,
we've already fought and lost a war over the.
You said if people were connected. You said if people were more connected, that impose on them. There's
a global. No, I said globalism.
Yeah. If
it's a one-way ticket to lose your sovereignty.
Yeah, but in the past, when you had like powerful nations that would just throw their weight around, and it's not as easy as today with people being more connected to do the things of the past. Before, people were in their own boat and they could just impose on another, but people are more connected. It's not as easy as just screwing over this nation or that nation like it was in the past, of imperial colonialism. So
sovereignty historically was a power of monarchs to be exempt from their own systems while they ruled over them. And the modern American idea of individual
I'm just saying there's two sides to the coin.
There's a somewhat reactionary rejection of that, except that we have the concept of sovereign immunity in law, which is a fork off the modernization of common law coming from Cromwell's England, which was a justice movement in its time, but basically for the feudal barony monarchy to be less brutal to the serfs than it had been before, not
I'm
to
just
anything equivalent
yeah.
to modern
I'm just saying there's
concepts.
two sides to a coin of being more connected and less connected. I'm just making those two timeline comparisons. Some people it didn't favor too well for them, you know. To some others it didn't favor too well.
I mean, I think we need to be more connected without giving up our sovereignty.
You don't give up your sovereignty. How do you give up your
That's a tricky set of
sovereignty?
words to interpret, though, because sovereign immunity is something that under U.S. law applies to corporate officers and employees, to police, judges, politicians, within different limits and interpretations, as well as being more of a hypothetical, to individual citizens that, in theory, is supposed to apply to interpretation of civil rights law post 14th Amendment and under the Oliver Wendell Holmes interpretation of precedents that, for the most part, is very difficult to enforce unless you have a mob of about 250,000 people acting collectively politically.
You get more rights if the world was more connected, because being for the rights of an other in somewhere else it sets the standards of that being done for you. There's a connection between other nations. We're not really separate. Like with America imposing on a country and saying that you have to go against your interests for our companies. That's about Americans. They don't want America. See, Americans are they're not going to have any choice of. It's about like trying to keep power. You know, that same hierarchy, that same type of colonial mindset of imposing on the other is about harming people back home. Because that's why there was revolt against colonial imperialism, because that wealth was just being used to create the inequalities back in their own country. It didn't really, it
sounds like
created a divide.
Are you trying to describe doctrine of discovery based, military invasions and taking over of foreign countries as subordinate territories to monarchs?
Yeah, you can more do that if you're less connected, but if you're more, if everybody was joined, it's not easy. The one world government people are afraid of. You have more rights. You'll be more protected. By.
So why does Israel exist then? Or going back historically, if doctrine of discovery was probably a perverse, intentional mistranslation of Christian Bibles, for dominion to imply a shamanic duty of care, to the right to capture and lay waste for your own individual gain, which led to the doctrine of discovery. How does that lead to monarchs competing with each other for who can capture the most goodies? Goodies being parts of Asian perimeter and all but two countries of Africa over time.
See, wealthy elites don't see no difference between poor of other countries or the poor within their countries. They actually hate the poor within their own countries more. And they're behind being anti-globalism.
Who are you saying hates their own poor most?
The wealthy people of their countries don't see no difference between poor of another country or the poor of their country. They see them all as the same. They probably more dislike the ones of their own country.
That sounds
And
like quite a
that whole
general. That
globalism,
sounds like quite
thing,
maybe an overgeneralization.
that whole globalization thing is I think it's just oligarchy propaganda.
No, we have travel, telecom, and banking systems that create a lot of ability to travel and a lot of connections that didn't and couldn't have existed previously.
You have oligarchy in the states that want to inequality oppressive system of that's against upward mobility, and you therefore have competition in other countries. So what do? You go into those other countries and you threaten it and you oppress it. So Americans don't have a choice, and you keep that that system intact, because if you had competition for other countries, you would therefore be forced to invest in Americans in order to compete against other countries. That's how come I don't really I look at everybody as a whole. I don't really see any difference between that whole sovereignty thing. I don't really.
So you're saying you're a collectivist? Is that correct?
I guess kind of.
What you're saying about forced investment doesn't really make sense.
Companies in the U.S., you don't want competition, and you have cronies that want a system of inequality, of keeping people poor. And you buy cheap monopolized products that because there's no competition. But if there's competition, then you have there's a system of upward mobility with competition, and they can probably overthrow you. But it's good for innovation. But the thing about that within the states, in other countries, there'll be competition in other countries. America threatens other countries' business because they don't want the competition. And if they get competition from elsewhere, you have to invest in Americans in order to compete against other countries, and they don't want to invest in Americans in order
to sell goods and services that rely on consumers buying them. You have to have enough economic disposable assets for your customers to
outside competition creates upward mobility of Americans being factored in to compete against outside competition.
But what we have is a lot of Keynesian churning and systems like stock markets that run on illusory fantasies of value, as opposed to anything based on substantive production of new value. And
that's what the Monroe Doctrine was about. It was about competition from South America, and people do think
that's not about the Keynesian churning, though.
What's that?
You need to read Keynes.
Keynesian.
Yeah, just read Keynes, and you'll know what Loki's talking about.
So yeah,
John Maynard Keynes.
Yep.
And he would be part of a representative of the London School doctrine, as opposed to Freddie Hayek or the Austrian school and some of its forks being sort of the primary counterpoint in economic theory.
But I do think that the Mises Institute is like, I mean, man, I've never seen anything that's really turned out correct on their side.
I'm for other countries doing good in the world.
Keynes is saying everything perfect, but the Mises Institute, man, they've been just drastically wrong over the last 20, 30 years.
I'm for other countries doing good in the world. I'm not for no hegemonic bullying.
No, well, I'm thinking countries that went to Oh, what's the term that I'm talking about? So all of a sudden contracting the amount of money that a country spends when they go into any sort of downturn economically. It's been shown that that has a negative impact. Like all of a sudden, the economy starts cratering because at that certain time, it's probably good that you have some sort of entity that can spend money to boost up the economy when it needs to be boosted.
You talk about economic ostracism.
Yeah, the Austrian economic system,
No,
which is
ostracism, which means
ostracism.
That's what the Greeks were forced into the Portugal, Italy, Greece.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't there a Weird Al song in the making there about that wordplay?
So yeah, I mean that damaged Greece for like fucking what 15 years. That downturn, it was brutal.
Not ostracism.
Ostracism.
You see, if you have a crony economic, if you have a,
I got austerity. It's economic austerity. AUSTERI.
Yeah, austerity. Yeah. Austerity. That's the term I was talking.
So what do you think of what do you think of Giannis Varoufakis? Or the DM25 movement?
You lost me.
Giannis Varoufakis, the Greek econ professor who became part of their national parliament and ended up leaving after finding out how difficult it was to adopt policy that they really shouldn't take predatory loans even to bail out their failing economy, because of the whole economic hitman nature of certain banks to try to destroy and control countries with predatory lending practices.
Yeah,
and
the
then
IMF,
he's
what
since
they
moved
did,
on to become a leader in DM25, which seems to be like an attempt at an alternate EU governance system with different ideals.
That's interesting.
There's some good
So wait a
books
minute.
that he's written and podcasts interviewing him, and DM25 is an open governance project that has a lot of their records and meetings available online.
So the predatory lending, you do things to make a country poor, and then you sweep in to put it indebted to you.
No, you do extortionate predatory loans to countries that you expect will not be able to pay them back, and then you use that to either extort changes to political governance in violation of international law, or to take control of assets.
I understand that, but those countries were.
Your industries.
I get it. But those countries were probably planned to be put into a situation. The plan goes deeper than that.
Yeah.
It's not that they just waited till they were poor. They probably helped them become what they are because that was the intent.
Also you do have countries that might have just made a mistake, and all of a sudden, like they thought they were going to have, like they might have put money behind this one thing that they thought was going to benefit the country. And
I understand that too, but there's nasty intent behind things as well.
Yeah,
don't think that there's that everything's just innocent.
Oh, I don't think everything's innocent, but I don't think people are fortune tellers and they can truly understand what's going to happen in the future.
That's why I mentioned. That's why I mentioned that the thing, the spider's web, the second British Empire. It was talking about how poor countries are manipulated in a way of becoming poor and being in debt and coming in and with predatory lending and being.
Yeah, there's absolutely.
But and I was mentioning the Monroe Doctrine too, like the crony what do you call it, the crony economic monopolizing in America and not wanting competition. you get competition elsewhere, and if you start getting hits elsewhere by other companies, that creates an upward mobility potential of Americans coming in as being in as opportunists, with a better product or better innovation or better technology. So you have to go to other
Yeah,
countries, and you
but
gotta
I
you gotta
think
attack you gotta attack you gotta take out the competition within other countries, and not wanting competition, not wanting any competitive competition against your businesses, because
yeah.
you want an inequality system within your country.
That's the thing. I mean, I think you're placing motives on things where it's saying you want inequality in the system. I don't think that's actually what's going on. I think what typically
No, that's
happens
what
is
happened.
people are short-sighted and they do these things
I know
and it
people
might
fuck up
have
too.
these negative aspects. I don't think people are intentionally going into it being like, oh, what we want is to have this outcome. People in our country have less money, so
Hey man,
they're this, that,
I
and the
I
other.
watched the economic hit, man. I listened to people that said that this is what they done.
Yeah. I mean, there are certain people who did that, but trying to
They'll
say
threat they'll
that's the
threaten,
entire
and if they don't play ball, they'll give
yeah,
them
but
they'll
that's
they'll give them money or whatever to go along with it. And if they don't play ball, then the powers
yeah,
that be will make bad things happen.
yeah. And there are those kind of things that happen, but in the larger global market,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't think
America.
that's what's driving it. Like
Yeah.
there's these other things that are I mean, trying to say any specific person has this ability to truly manipulate and control the outcomes of things. I mean, that's, I don't know, a bit far fetched in my opinion. That's not the way things really work from everything that I've seen. I think
I
something
understand
comes
I
up and
understand people fuck up in their important countries and they can't do, but I'm just saying that there are exploitative
oh
forces behind that, and
yeah,
some of them
yeah. Well,
there's a saying, what do you call it,
well,
um
are you aware of like what Ireland's corporate taxes are? Are you aware how many giant corporations have headquarters in Ireland? They have zero corporate tax. And Ireland does that on purpose. So they can get like money coming in otherwise because that country doesn't produce anything. So what
come
they
on,
do is
man.
they allowed people to come there and be like, oh, you can set up a corporate headquarters
America,
here.
big countries do psyop BS within other countries in manipulating them to their ways, and that's been
Ooh,
exposed with the Cambridge Analytica thing, with the guy saying
yeah,
on camera. He said that's what is done, bribing or
yeah,
and manipulating, and
it
all
is.
types of things.
How important is that though?
Yeah,
Hey
well,
man,
that's the
hey,
thing. Like
hey,
that. I
well,
mean,
let me
that
let me
kind
let
of
me tell you
thing
something. When
does
something bad
happen.
is
I just
happening to
don't
you,
think it's.
can I say something? When something bad is happening to you, either you're naive to what it is, and you say, well, it's this, or it's really that, or maybe the manipulator will say, hey, no, it's really the trees, or it's or because there's a danger of not looking at a problem. You get what I'm
or
saying? And
or
just writing it off.
maybe you're
I'm
wrong
not
too,
saying
right?
I'm completely right, but you can't just
Yeah.
completely write things off.
Oh no,
Is
I'm
what I'm
not.
saying.
Yeah, I'm not completely writing it off. I just think in like when you extrapolate things out to an entire worldwide economy, I don't think there are any of these specific actors who are, like the Gandalf who's controlling the perfect balance of everything. I mean, that just doesn't happen.
Come on, man. Countries are
There's
extremely manipulative, man. All countries are
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah,
everybody's business. We have
yeah,
spies. We have
but every
CIA and NSA. You're telling me they're innocent?
exactly, but
They're
that
they're they're
doesn't.
they're
Hold on. But you're saying like we can have spies, we can have NSA, but to say that everything that they try comes out perfectly, exactly how it's
they're not
planned, like
choir boys,
that's.
man.
I know, man. Like you're missing my point. I'm not saying there aren't people trying to manipulate things. What I'm saying is the
That's what
ability
everybody's
of
trying to do.
people. the ability of people to manipulate things or their impact on it, I think is less great than what you're giving credit for. I think people try and people can get away with certain things, but it's not this. These people aren't wizards.
I
These
understand what you're
people can't
saying.
just
There's some
wave a
manipulation, and there's
wand.
some just laws of physics that just shit just happens.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
But
really,
but then again, maybe that's what you. But a good manipulator. You know what I'm saying? How
yeah,
you know if you're how do you know if
getting
you're not a
into
good manipulator or not?
Yeah, but then you're getting into like
You never know.
conspiracy like realm of theirs, because then, I mean, once you resolve yourself to that fact,
I'm not
what
talking
if they're a good
conspiracy.
manipulator? No, what I'm saying is
I'm not talking conspiracy.
Imagine.
I'm talking what's true.
I know, and what I pointed out something, said, oh well, how do we know that's not just a good manipulator? And in every step you could go, you could, there's always another step you can take. Like, okay, well, how do we know they're not a good manipulator? Something could be pointed out and be like, oh well, they could be doing this. Something pointed like, oh, but what they're doing is this. So you end up just going down a line. You end up going down the rabbit hole, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. There's
and like I said, I don't disagree with you. Obviously, there are people trying to manipulate shit all the time, every day, fucking every second of every single day. There are people trying to do that, guaranteed. I just don't think they have as much power as we imagine they have, and that's sort of where I come down.
So those things just don't really pay them mind because they don't have as much power as you think they have.
Well, I think we need to pay them mind. I think that's where, like, attorneys general and like people like that to go after or manipulate them. You need to go after those people like that, and you need to go after them hard.
Did you just say Putin?
No, attorneys general, like attorneys general should be going after anybody who's trying to, manipulate or mess with the market system. I mean, that's what they should be there for. That's why you have like specific institutions set in place to deal with that kind of thing. And obviously, and I agree, there are people who get by outside of that, and they might not ever have to deal with the consequences of doing. I just don't think I don't think that's what's actually going on. I mean, I think people realize you can do things fucking clean and be just as good, make just as much money, and not have to worry about the feds coming after you. And that's a part of it too.
And by the way, I'm not talking about things. I'm just throwing in factors here. I'm not just saying like I don't want to like say that I'm a crazy like everything is a conspiracy. But I'm just I don't want to sound like
I think from and I really do have sympathy to that. I just think the greater forces of people trying to do things right outweighs it, because there are plenty of people in the market who are really just trying to do things right. They're not trying to screw anybody over.
No, I'm not talking about like I understand. Like I'm not saying like eat the rich or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, sometimes things are done without the intent of doing bad, based on how things are systematically, and I don't really believe in bad or good. I just believe in logical paths.
Yeah.
In outcome. So
That's like, I don't know if
that's
you.
where I'm coming from. I'm saying like well, this could be a factor, and yeah, nature can be a factor.
Yeah.
Taking
absolutely.
in all things.
Agree with you 100%. Yeah.
So I found some backup for the earlier argument on states' rights and whether that was a thing before the Reconstruction.
Oh, we're going back to that.
Well,
Go ahead.
beautiful. Okay, this is from Thomas Jefferson. Okay, I posted this in the economics tab. Thomas Jefferson's opinion on the constitutionality of a national bank, 1791. Okay.
Yep.
So, a long document. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but here's a quote which backs up my perspective of this important part of the history of the United States. From Thomas Jefferson, I consider the foundation of the Constitution as laid on this ground, that all powers not delegated to the by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the state, are reserved to states or to the people, and in brackets, the 12th Amendment. So somebody put that in there.
Yeah.
To take a single step beyond the boundaries thus specially drawn around the powers of Congress is to take possession of a boundless field of power, no longer susceptible of any definition. The incorporation of a bank and the by this have not, in my opinion, been dealt with.
You're breaking up.
Okay, well, that might not have been facing the phone anymore. So, basically, Jefferson, 1791, which was half of a century before Lincoln was elected, a little more than half a century. So that's as long ago as, to us, 60 years ago was basically when the Civil Rights Movement was. So this is the backdrop to Lincoln being elected and explicitly platforms being the establishment of a central bank, which the South thought was a big step across the line, which gave the federal government or the Congress a boundless field of power, no longer
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hamilton won that argument, though. So Jefferson did definitely make that argument, but in the end, Hamilton won. And that's the way the country went.
Obviously, Jefferson did not win that argument.
Yeah.
And the South did not win the argument that the states have the right to secede, because they're still.
Well, and the Supreme Court has actually ruled on that states do not have a right to secede. That's been ruled on in the Supreme Court.
That you don't can a court that you don't subscribe to rule that you have to subscribe to it?
If you're, that's where you get into the really weird things. Can somebody say, hey, I don't want my taxes to go to the military, or I don't want my taxes to go to abortion, or all this kind of stuff? These are all things that have been sorted out previously. These are all resolved issues in constitutional law in the United States of America.
So the way the issue has been resolved, regardless about how we teach about how it got resolved, is that slavery is illegal. We cannot own people as property.
Yeah.
States do not have the right to secede. The federal government apparently does have the power to establish a central bank that's owned by corporations that are not even necessarily United States corporations. But so given that that's the state of what things are, if
what's the issue with the central bank? I'm not really getting it.
Issue with the central bank?
Yeah, with the Jefferson.
That's a really niche conversation.
Okay.
So this basically states made their own money.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're not allowed. So basically, the crops that you've been growing are no longer allowed to be used as a form of currency.
Okay.
So that's that's one of the issues. But the central bank.
I got you. I get it. Because they're gonna throw their weight around with the money on the states at the states.
Oh well, also
They're gonna tell them what to
happened,
do, and if you don't do it, you're not getting no dough.
Well, there was a big issue with so when states all had their own different currency. So it wasn't just states that had their different currency. There was a time in the United States where different counties would have their own currency, and all of a sudden the inflation and deflation of specific currencies would just bust out certain counties, and all of a sudden these people just had no buying power left anymore, and that was sort of the reason why a federal a federal point for here's what currency here's what it equals across everybody, and that was sort of the purpose behind it. It wasn't necessarily something that we're going to try and control people. When it was put into place, it was put into place because we had all these different issues with we had at one point 40 different currencies in the United States, so how do you even handle something like that? There was
Check it out. The bank wouldn't support slavery, huh? They wouldn't fund it.
the Fed funded.
No, I'm just saying there's issue with slavery, right? There's this issue with slavery in America, right? And people are arguing about states' rights. So the Fed, if there's an argument about slavery, then you're not going to get money from those that have issue with it, right? I'm just saying.
I don't think that was a game we're playing back then as they play now.
Yeah, slaves
now.
Until after the Civil War had already started. So
yeah.
So I'm not sure that would have played into it. But
okay, I'm just trying to understand your argument. I'm not saying anything. I'm just reasoning it out. Is all.
No, yeah, absolutely, man.
I'm just saying okay, I get it. The federal bank they'll throw their weight around with money at the state, and they're not going to fund certain things they're not okay with, and they're imposing on them.
The Fed doesn't decide what they fund. The Fed is literally just
kind of like now, federal money goes to states, right?
No, but that's an issue with Congress. That's not an issue with the Fed. So what basically the Fed does is the Fed tries to control interest rates and things like that to prevent inflation or deflation. So all of a sudden, say there's a massive influx of money in the market, what you're gonna do is bump up interest rates. So people are, you're losing money out loan. So it tries to level that out, so it makes a deflationary.
No, you guys are opening my mind to something, because I never had that understanding. I always hear people talk about the federal bank, but I never paid no mind. And I was like, and then you're talking about it, I'm like, what is that about? And then I'm thinking okay, I think I kind of make a connection, because who owes the money is kind of king kind of thing, and it's kind of well, we want you to do this, we want you to kiss our feet or do that, and if you don't, then no dough for you.
But think about this also. The South had its own system of currency, right? And the formation of a central bank actually forced the states in the South and the people to pay their taxes in the federal currency instead of being able to pay their taxes. Previously, they were able to just grow tobacco leaves. That was their currency.
I got you.
Taxes.
Okay.
Now the federal bank is formed, and they levy taxes on you, and you don't have anything to pay the taxes with.
Yeah. I got you. I'm getting it now. So it's kind of like, hey, no, it's just one big brother bank, and to hell with these little banks. It's like, no, you're throwing your weight around on us, and you're
Well,
imposing on, and
can
huh?
can I pipe in on
Yeah,
something?
go ahead, Zombie.
Well, I think like if you fast forward nowadays to the states that have legalized marijuana, you'll realize that the feds are also kind of forcing the hand there through money because it's a cash only business. They
Yeah.
won't insure the money, and so you're getting a lot of
Yeah.
these dispensaries that get ripped off, and the business
Yeah.
owners are shit out of luck.
Yeah,
And
they
that's
need to
part of
fix
the
that
feds
shit.
not, they don't support marijuana, and I don't care one way or the other. I know some of you guys like to blow trees, but
Hello,
I
trees.
I do I I do I do care about people's safety, and we've had people killed in these dispensary
Yeah.
robberies because they're sitting ducks.
Yep.
So what
Yeah,
was
not
the
being able to
was the
take
central
like
bank
credit cards
not
is fucking huge for
was it federal bank trying to muscle the states with slavery?
No, the Fed. I was incorrect when the Fed didn't start until like 1913. So that was
Okay.
post slavery.
Yeah, there's been three different central banks since our inception. So the first two failed, and the Fed has been the one that lasted the longest. The one that Lincoln established failed in like 2 years.
Okay. The South had a lot of money anyway, and they they're financed outside by bankers.
Well, England, like I mean, that was even during the Civil War, like England threw their weight behind the South a bit more than they did behind the North, because the South was supplying cotton, you know. And cotton was a big deal back in the day. Like now, with like everybody just has cotton.
The population
Back in the day, dude,
wasn't
cotton
for it
was
though.
a big deal. Like I mean, going from wool to cotton, like years. So
The population wasn't for it though.
Was it for cotton?
No, I just mean like, so imagine you're like, just a person, like just like a soldier or something. All of a sudden, you had a cotton uniform versus like a wool uniform, dude. I mean, it makes a huge difference in your fighting force. Huge difference.
But
You don't have
they could bail
to
on them.
feed sheep.
They could
You
bail on
just
them
have to grow it.
Well,
in
and how
Asia.
over hot you get, like fucking dude, like oh my god, fucking burn up.
Scott, but they can bail on them with Asia and in India, with the cotton. So some of the support was ideological.
Well, no, think about how long it takes for all of that stuff to get here in those days.
Yeah. So if you're going from like Asia or India, if you're going across land, it's gonna take longer than taking a boat from the U.S. to England. And if you're gonna go down below Africa and come back up, that's still gonna take longer than it takes from going south to. Once we had boats that could get to and fro, no problem. It just didn't make any sense. Just way farther of a distance to travel.
Yeah.
And that was the thing, and that's the South was.
But weren't they connected with the North too economically?
Well, no. See, the South was like primarily like cotton producers or any like other certain crops like tobacco and that kind of thing. Those are the big money producers. As for the North became industrial economy.
You're talking Civil War time, right? I mean, like the West Coast, Oregon and Washington weren't even states. I don't even know if California was.
That point. Oh yeah.
Session. other than just slavery. Or that's what I. It's hard to get past the one factor thinking in some big issues.
What comes on like the industrial period, like what launched off in the United States in like 1820 or so. So like like New York, Chicago, places like that became like very industrial, and the South was very just agricultural, and they just applied fuck tons of cotton and tobacco and all. And that's still why the South is poor today, because they never had any sort of industry to catch up.
Is the South poor? I haven't noticed.
Yeah, well, yeah, comparatively, yeah. Like, I mean, like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, man, like.
Yeah, driving across Louisiana is kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just compared to like how much, like pretty much any northern state.
Yeah, a lot of southern states are poor.
It's a big difference. Yeah.
But when you say poor or wealthy, it's relative, right? If you
Yeah.
Northern
Based on population, yeah.
You want to own 100 acres in Manhattan, you can't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
No billionaire wealthy enough to own in New York what an average farmer owns in Louisiana.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm reading something right now. Large-scale trade continued between Britain and the whole of U.S. The U.S. shipped grain to Britain, and Britain sent manufactured items and munitions to the U.S. Immigration continued into the U.S., with many Britons volunteering for its army. British trade with the Confederacy fell over 90%.
Ooh.
From the,
at the
pre-war period.
Yeah.
With a small amount of cotton, Britain and some munitions and luxury goods slipped in by numerous small blockade runners. They were operated and funded by British private interests. They were legal under international law and caused no dispute. Anyways, whatever.
Man, history is an interesting thing, man.
It's a lot of it ties in today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
The similarities with what's going on
Yeah.
back in that time is kind of similar today. You can see it.
What's the old saying? The more things change, the more they stay. You've heard that before.
You get a better understanding of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I loved history. History buff for a time.
In a way, that, yeah, kind of like what's going on now was in how the country is divided is similar in that past.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
by
I
the
mean,
way,
I don't think
the British, like you mentioned, they were, what do you call it? They took part with helping Trump, right? With the Cambridge thing. Cambridge Analytica.
Yeah.
That's that was linked with Brexit. So I'm just saying it's like the same elites that backed the Confederacy of the Civil War backed backed the right again.
No.
Yeah, those are Tory. That was Tories. Right? Tory. No. Those are right wing. What do you call it? The right wing of Brit.
Yeah, Tories.
In England,
back
Trump.
In England, you have Tories and Labour. Tories are right, Labour is left.
Manufactured by British intelligence.
What do you mean?
You guys didn't read the whole Russian collusion hoax.
No, we're not talking about that.
Nivik just said that the British who backed the Confederacy also backed Trump.
Yeah, but I think you're talking about who?
Yeah, making a connection
or something like that.
No,
but then you also had
the same people.
Whatsoever.
The same people that backed the Confederacy backed
people that
the
backed
right.
Well, definitely not the same people. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty much
200 years apart,
ideologically, yeah.
The country that backed the Confederacy.
The elites of Britain was backed the Confederacy, and the elites of now of Britain backed Trump.
No, they're very much against Trump.
No, man, I'm talking.
No,
I'm talking
the
about
Tories?
what do you call it?
Like Boris Johnson, those kind of guys. Those guys are very Trump.
I'm talking about
banned from going.
old. I'm talking about like the old financial crony elites.
The people you don't know their names.
Nigel Farage.
Oh, Nigel, yeah. Nigel Farage.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not deep into British politics, but
the funniest thing is like they had that bus that was going around. You save this much money a year if we fucking do Brexit. Once Brexit passes, it's like, are we gonna save that money? He's like, oh, I never said that. Man, fucking dude. Well, there. I mean, I know people. I work with people in Britain. Like, yeah, shit's fucked. It has not been good so far. How it goes, you know. It's only been what, 3 months. See how it goes.
I can't say anything specifically in 3 months. It's not enough time.
Yeah.
You see, the cronies want to get out of Europe because they want like crony policies, and they don't want any type of regulation on them, and they don't want to be imposed on.
They want to get under the thumb of Germany, which is the real problem in Europe and the EU. Is Germany. That's why.
Also was with like so what I understand, like I work with this guy who's Scottish, and he's telling me, you know, like they're completely fucked. Like all the fish that they catch and like everything that they normally would catch and sell to Europe, they can't sell it. So they're just out of fucking luck, and they're fucked.
They don't want to sell it.
No, well, no, all of a sudden
because they have to go through the work to sell it.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's all of a sudden like a shitload of fucking other things, and well, they're working on it, and it's like, oh, you know, you just have to go through these things. It's going to take you 3 months, but all of a sudden just being like, okay, I don't have money for 3 months. That sucks. So they're, you know, in the process of fixing it. That's why I said, like, you know, right now it is what it is, but, you know, I bet in a year it's going to be different because people will be used to, like, okay, I just need to do this, that, and the other work.
Britain's smart to get out of there before Italy and Spain and Greece start to default even more again. The Germans put the screws to the rest of the European Union, and the UK is forced to make the difference up. So, I mean, that's the situation with the economy is they've got to get out of that scenario where they're loaning money that they can't pay, and they're basically making up for the lack of economy.
So you think they're in a stronger position?
So I didn't think they were loaning.
Not in a stronger position. They're just not under the thumb of the Germans and the UN and the EU that give them.
Britain's isolated. It has no. It doesn't have any. It can't really.
Britain's isolated now. They've been the largest powerhouse inside the United States for decades.
Well, with Britain, even when Britain never went over standard currency.
Centuries.
They never.
They didn't.
To.
They still have to pay these loans, bro.
No. Britain never changed over from.
No, they still had to pay They still had to pay in to the process of bailing out these failed states.
Oh yeah.
You know what I
They
mean?
pay a certain
Dude,
amount
that'd
of
be like
taxes.
us having.
Yep.
That would be like the Canadians holding our feet to the fire and saying, "Hey, it's time for you to bail out Nova Scotia
They're saying that
because you're
they're
part of
saying
the Union."
Britain's
And you're like, I don't think
Britain's
so, bro.
Well,
negotiating
that's
from a weak point,
no. I also
like
do think
because
that's more
they left the EU.
like New York is paying more taxes to
No,
like give
because
money
it's
to.
not the same nation, bro.
But it
Brit-
was like it was the EU.
The
Like,
EU isn't a nation, dude. That's a bank, essentially. It's not a nation. That's the
no.
difference.
I mean, it's basically the same thing as the United
Uh-uh.
States are. So like it
No,
was.
it's not though, because the Greece and Italy don't have the same standards that the UK does when it comes to anything. So to hold them to the same standard is not the fair
Yeah,
way
but
to go, man.
the
They're not in a
standards in like
stateship.
the
It's not a
the
republic.
standards in like Wyoming are not the same as the standards in California, right?
Yeah, but we've agreed to this legislatively as a republic. They have not. They're not represented the same way, dude.
I thought they were.
And the only
because they all
people,
had represented Brussels, right?
yeah, but the representation is minimal. The only people that benefit from such representation are the elite, wealthy class, dude. The regular Joe Schmo in the UK is feeling the brunt of it. I mean, it's bad for that guy. The same as it is
true.
here.
It's true for us, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
exactly.
I can't really pretend that it's great over here in some ways, representatively.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I understand. I'm saying I understand the problems people have with such a controlled economy from the EU. It's understandable. They're not the only people upset. They're just the only people that actually had the cojones and the support to get out of there. Like the other countries.
So what were they doing, imposing on them?
They had specifically it was the issues with their bailing out of these failed states, but also they had like I guess as far as representation is concerned, they didn't find that it was fair because like Scott said, they maintained their currency for a reason. Like their economic powerhouse was not doing for them what they wanted to do because they were constrained by the EU.
So should Scotland and Ireland split from the Union?
Well, I mean, they tried that before.
Because they could bring up the same argument of not wanting to be a part of. England doesn't want
They
that.
don't have the money. They can't do it. They don't have the money.
England. Why doesn't England want that? Isn't that hypocritical?
Ireland's never been part of Britain. Only Northern Ireland, and that's difference.
Yeah, the
so,
Republic of
Ireland
is
is always Ireland is still part of the EU. Right now, I think probably in the next year and a half, you're going to see Northern Ireland.
Why isn't England okay with that?
Vote.
Isn't that hypocritical?
England okay with what?
People seceded from the Union.
The people have
like
agreed to be a part of the UK.
Like Scotland.
Yeah, they agreed to be a part of the UK.
60% wanted to stay in the EU.
I mean, like I said, if they don't like the way the UK runs, they should have been out of there a long time ago, which actually was a fair argument. It still is a fair argument for Scotland and the Northern Ireland to get out of there, but they don't want to because the British pound is king. And if you get out of there, you're not using the British pound.
They're saying it's no fair that agreement that they
Scotland
agreed to be in the Union, all of a sudden they switch and they're out of the Union without their say.
Hold
so
on,
they should leave if they want to.
Scotland did vote on breaking away from the British Empire 2 years before the vote on Brexit. And Nicola Sturgeon right now is going to bring it up again. And Scotland is probably going to vote to break away from the UK and join back into the EU.
They can try.
Can we generalize a little bit and say whether or not you think that that a state has a right to secede from a union?
It depends on the contract terms of which you sign when you become a union.
Yeah, well, the UK,
you know what I mean?
the UK is not states. The UK is actually countries. The UK is 4 different countries.
Yeah, they're not
came
republic
together. Yeah, there's
the Queen being the
no, it's Wales, Scotland.
Yeah, no, it's a different situation.
They actually have their own King of Wales, Scotland.
Yeah.
Really?
Northern. Yeah, I don't know about Northern Ireland. Yeah, there used to be, or Queen. Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. Mary.
Wait,
Queen.
Ireland's not a part of the UK?
No.
Ireland is
Thought it
not. No,
was.
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland is. Yeah.
They
Northern.
split. You should go check out the wild history of the split between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. That's wild. That's some good
Yeah.
history stuff.
Dude, Northern Ireland is like a
The rest
sea
of
air. It's
Ireland
like a
don't see a
tiny little,
difference.
like, yeah, it's this Northern Ireland is this tiny little fucking, like, 5 towns on the the Isle of Ireland.
Yeah, but I mean, Northern Ireland is Ireland in some people's minds, so that's pretty much, you get what I'm saying? Connected. And they don't want they want the reunification of Ireland. They want the reunification of Ireland.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
So
It's not going to happen.
the separation that is seen, it's not, they don't see it that way.
Well, everything that happened with Brexit, what might be interesting is Northern Ireland might take a vote and be like, "Hey, we're going to become a part of Ireland," and that could be an interesting fucking result of Brexit.
One of the things that's hard to understand.
So there's no separation from the rest of Ireland and Britain because of Northern Ireland.
Yeah, there is.
They're connected through Northern Ireland.
No.
How so?
Irish want Northern Ireland to be connected. The issue between Britain and Northern Ireland have them be in the equation. Have you ever crossed that's
into
a whole
another country,
Brexit
though?
problem right now. They're dividing it, and they're saying that goes against a Good Friday Agreement of splitting Ireland, and it's going to bring back trouble again, and they don't want that to happen. That's a whole big issue with it's not as easy as people think with Brexit happening.
Arguing.
There's a big issue with rest of Ireland and Northern Ireland and splitting, and then having a border at the Irish border of between
they want to have
North and
they want to have representation.
Things are going to go bad if that happens.
Yeah,
they want to have representation. They could have worked that out as a part of their representation of the UK. And if they don't like it, they should be talking to the UK about this. Oh, but wait, they don't have an army. They can't do anything. They don't have any money. The people are screwed.
Niveka is what you're talking about. Niveka is what you're talking about, going back to like, so between Northern Ireland and Ireland, they had like hard borders in like the 70s and 80s, and like, bombings all the time.
I'm just showing you. I'm saying
like
how they're connected. Irish wanted to be a part of Ireland. Most of them weren't okay with leaving the EU, and now it creates this problem at the border.
No, that's what I'm saying. So it's like in the 1970s and 80s, you had what was considered hard border between Northern Ireland and Ireland, where like every road that went across this border, you had guys with machine guns and fucking barriers and stuff. And you had to show your papers and all that kind of stuff. And
Brexit creates a border.
So in the late 90s, that they finally got to solve that. Go back and forth.
Brexit creates it.
This is this is something that people have been talking about, that they're worried about, that it's going to bring hard borders back to Ireland. But I think Northern Ireland is going to have another vote on whether to stay in the UK or to break away and become part of the. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's going to be what.
Well, that's not. No.
This vote isn't going.
People aren't going to be cool with that.
Yeah, because Scotland. I would bet money next time they vote on it, they're going to break off from the UK. They're going to say,
other Irish. That's
they could try.
Want to be a part. They have a right to.
They have a right to, yes, but it's not going to go well.
Yeah,
they don't have the economy. Right. They don't have any. They don't have enough to do that.
People aren't going to be okay with that.
That's the thing. If they can, that's their whole their point. It's like, oh, we can just tie in to the EU. Because
people aren't okay. People aren't okay with that split.
Five cities.
Why would you, if you're in the EU, and you're currently holding up most of the EU, and then you decide to adopt orphan little Scotland You think they're going to be okay with that economically? No, they're not.
Totally. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, I mean, if they're the EU, yeah, man. It's like, I mean, if they're taking on like fucking Estonia, they're fine with
No,
Scotland.
it's you're reaching a point of no return as far as economics are concerned.
England was saying it's gonna it has the U.S. England's bargaining power diminished by coming out of the EU.
Yeah, that's
Scotland
being in England, being in the EU as a part of it, they could more. But now, I mean, with China or Russia or the United States, especially with Biden,
that's sort of the problem with like Scotland right now. Is like they're so. If the vote happens in the next 2 years and